2 நாளைக்கு படிக்க முடியாது.
Like
Good morning, sir. Good morning. சார் திருமுருகன் சார், உங்க கொஸ்டின்ல வந்து சி பார்ட் அப்லோட் பண்ணாம விட்டாச்சு, விட்டுருச்சு. அவரு ஸ்கேன் பண்ணும்போது அந்த போர்ஷன் விட்டுட்டாரு. கிளவுட் கம்ப்யூட்டிங்ல வந்து பழைய கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் தான் கொடுத்துருக்கோம் டெஸ்ட்டுக்கு. அதுல சி பார்ட் வந்து விட்டுட்டாங்க.
Sir, morning, sir.
Very good morning, sir. Sibu sir, vanakkam. Very good morning.
சார் சிபு சார் ஆரம்பிக்க சொல்லலாம் சார்.
ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா?
ஆமாமா, டிலே பண்ண வேணாம்.
சரி, ஓகே ஓகே சார்.
ஓகே சார்.
தேங்க் யூ. ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க. நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
Good morning, students. Today we are going to start with the unit 3 of subject strategic management. I am Dr. Shubhu N.S., Head of the Department of Management Studies, Government Arts and Science College, which was earlier Bharathasan University College at Perambalur. And the unit 3, as we have seen in the last two classes, we have seen about the introduction of strategic management process, and in the unit 2 we have seen about the organizational appraisal and environmental appraisal. Now, at the end of Unit 2, what we have come to an end is it is about the environmental appraisal and organizational appraisal, which says about appraising your environment, which is an external to the organization, and organization's appraisal, which is internal to your organization. Based on these two things, you have identified what are your various organization. Based on these two things, you have identified what are your various organizational alternatives and your environmental alternatives. And with this introduction about small introduction about your unit 1 and 2, we go to the unit 3. So at the beginning of unit 3 says about after your environmental appraisal and your organizational appraisal, an organization can identify the strategic alternatives. Now, these strategic alternatives consist of, or it is operational at 3 levels, or the alternatives that you have developed by appraising your environment and appraising your organization, leading to identifying your strategic alternatives, which is operating at 3 levels, namely corporate level, business level, and functional level. Now, let us look into what is this corporate level strategies. Now, corporate level strategies, as the term itself says, it is a strategy that is being designed and implemented at the top level management or at top levels of your business. Now, strategic alternatives at corporate level is also called as corporate or grand strategies. This grand strategies or a corporate strategies we'll be seeing in detail now. Now, the corporate strategies, this corporate level strategies gives possible direction in which an organization can move or it moves. Corporate strategy also involves decision concerning allocation of resources, transfer of resources from one business to another, and managing a portfolio of business. Now, this corporate level strategies in this explanation gives a lot of information. So, first information what it is giving, or first explanation what it gives, is corporate level strategy is considered to be as a strategy that is operational at corporate level, or it is also known as a grand strategy. Now, this corporate level strategy also gives possible direction in which an organization moves. So, corporate level strategy gives the way towards, or it gives a way, or it gives a direction towards an organization can move. Second thing, this corporate strategy also includes decision concerning allocation of resources. How much resources can be allocated to what businesses? For example, at petrochemical petrochemical unit, how much resources can be allocated in terms of revenue, in terms of your investment, in terms of your human, in terms of your manpower, in terms of your decision making. All these things are concerned with allocation of resources. The second important thing in this one is it is also transfer of resources from one business to another. What we do here is, for example, if you find that one of your unit, for example, your laptop business, for example, for you, so laptops and your computers and your chip industries for you. At times, you find that business is not giving expected profits for you, or your business is gradually in the decline stage. So, the corporate level strategy helps the organization to transfer its resources from the laptop manufacturing unit to its TV manufacturing unit. This is what we say to be as a corporate level decision makings also. And third element in this one is managing a portfolio of business. It says how do you manage a portfolio? For example, you have a SBU unit at Delhi, you have your SBU unit at Singapore, you have your SBU unit of, for example, your vehicle manufacturing unit. You have 4 vehicle manufacturing unit at Singapore. You have a two-wheeler manufacturing unit at Delhi. How do you manage these portfolios from your corporate? This is what we mean to say as a corporate level strategy. So, under corporate level strategies, we say that this strategy gives a possible direction. This also helps in taking decision regarding allocation of resources, transfer of resources, and also managing portfolios. So, this is what we say to be as a corporate level strategy. let us look at how actually the classification of corporate level strategy takes place. There are four types or four ways of classifying corporate level strategy. The first one is your growth, or we call it as an expansion strategy. So, corporate level strategies, first strategy is your growth strategy or expansion strategy. Under growth strategy, we have four different strategies of expansion or growth. First one is your concentration strategies. Second one is your integration strategies. Third one is your diversification strategies. And your last strategy is your cooperation strategy. So, what we mean to say here is the expansion strategy can be of four types of expansion. One is your concentration strategies. Second one is your integration strategies. Third one is your diversification strategy. And the last one is your cooperation strategy. The second corporate level strategy is your stability strategy. The stability strategy has three different ways of stabilizing or stabilizing your business, or we call it as a stability strategy. First one is no change strategy. Second one is pause, proceed with caution strategy. Third one is your profit strategy. So under stability strategy, we have three different strategies. You have no change strategy, pause, proceed with caution strategy, and your profit strategy. So this is the second type of corporate level strategy. Your third type of corporate level strategy is your retrenchment strategy. There are four types of retrenchment strategy. First one is a turnaround strategy. Second one is your restructuring strategy. Third one is your divestment strategy, and the last one is your liquidation strategy. So under retrenchment, we have turnaround strategy, restructuring strategy, divestment strategy, and finally the liquidation strategy. And the last type of corporate level strategy that you have here is your combination strategy. It is a simultaneous strategy. Second one is your sequential strategy, and the last one is your simultaneous cum sequential strategy. So to sum up, what we have seen is corporate level strategies have four types. We have a growth or expansion strategy. Under growth or expansion strategy, we have concentration strategies, integration strategies, diversification strategies, and cooperation strategies. Second type of corporate level strategy that we have is a stability strategy. It is known as a no change strategy. Second one is a pause, proceed with caution strategy. Third one is your profit strategy. And the third type of corporate level strategy that we have is a retrenchment strategy. Under retrenchment strategy, you have a turnaround strategy. Second one is a restructuring strategy. Third one is your divestment strategy. And the fourth one is your liquidation strategy. Fourth type of corporate level strategy that you have is your combination strategy. Under combination strategy, you have simultaneous strategy, sequential strategy. Third one is your simultaneous cum sequential strategy. The first one is your concentration strategy that we have seen this one, this concentration strategy. Under expansion strategy, the first one is your concentration strategy. That is what we are going to see in detail. The concentration strategy is as per the ANSOF's product matrix. To know more about this ANSOF product matrix strategy, ANSOF product matrix mix, you can go into in detail about. You can go through your marketing management Philip Kotler book, or you can Google also to find out what is this ANSOF product market mix. So based on this ANSOF product mix, we have developed a grid. The grid says one part of the or left hand of your grid says about the market, and your top says about your product. So it is a product market mix of implementation of this concentration strategy. So concentration strategy is otherwise it is a mix of product market, and based on this mix you have four columns. It says your present for your present market and for your present product, you can concentrate by having a strategy known as a market penetration strategy. So second type of strategy says if your product is new and you want to make the product available in the present market that you have, we say it is a product development strategy can be taken up. Third one is if your market is new, but your product is the same product, or the product is a present product that you have, we go for a market development strategy. And the last strategy says if your product is new, if your market is also new, then we mean to say there is a diversification strategy. Now, let us look once again what is this concentration strategy as per UNSOFS. Now, concentration strategy can be taken up by keeping in mind the UNSOFS product market mix. UNSOFS product market mix says that it is a combination of product and market under different combinations. You can have your product for the present products, present product, and your new product, present market, and your new product. Based on these 2 by 2 combination, you have 4 different types of strategies. It says for your present product and for your present market, you have market penetration. For your new product and for your new market, you have a product development. For your present product, but for your new market, you have a market development strategies. For your new product and for your new markets, you have a diversification strategies. Now we are going to see in detail about all these 4 types of strategies which can be implemented as a concentration strategy. Basically, this concentration strategy is considered to be as an expansion in your present business. Now, this whenever we say expansion, it says it is expansion in terms of product, expansion in terms of market, expansion in terms of your technology. This can be explained as an expansion in terms of your present business, as what we have seen in the previous classes. No, what Abel has said. Abel has said that there are 3 axes of defining your business. You can go back to your previous videos if you have to find out what is this about the present. How do you define your business? Based on definition of business, you can expand your business under 3 axes: customer group, customer function, and alternative technologies. You can expand either based on your customer groups. You can expand either based on your customer function. You can expand based on the new technologies that you have. All these are considered to be as an expansion, which is also known as a concentration strategy. Now, second point in this one is concentration strategy involves more investment in a particular product line. It also includes company may expand its production capacity and it also increases its market share. It says when you invest in your product line, it may lead to expansion in your production capacity and it also increases its market share. This is what we say to be as a concentration strategy. See, there are 3 varieties of concentration, 4 varieties of concentration strategy, but we will look into 3. The first one is your, as we have seen just now, is your market penetration strategy. In this strategy, the firm attempts to sell more of its existing product in existing markets. So what the company does by taking up this market penetration strategy is it is trying to sell more of its existing product in its existing market. Thereby, it increases its market share by higher usage of its product by existing customers. The basic idea behind this market penetration strategy is to increase its market share by making the existing customers to make use of the product at a higher rate, or at usage rate can be increased. Thereby, the market share can also be increased by using its existing customers. Now, how does the market penetration can be taken up? This market penetration can be done by price reduction, free gifts, improvement in packaging, better promotion and distribution. So market penetration can be done by bringing down the prices, by providing free gifts for your customers, thereby making your customers to buy more. Improvement in packing. When you improve your packing, your existing customers will buy these products more. Next one says about better promotion and distribution. Make the product or promote your product and make it make it distributable to all the areas of your existing market. Let us explain this penetration strategy with an example. See, Indigo Airlines and other budgeted airlines. So Indigo Airlines have made their higher growth rate through low pricing and aggressive promotion. Indigo Airlines, you know, it has made the airline business rethink its positions by bringing out low pricing of to all types of customers and aggressively promoting its airlines. this is a best example to say that a market penetration strategies has been taken up. Second type of strategy that we have is a market development strategy. See, under this strategy, the firm attempts to sell the existing product to new markets. So the company, what it does is, it is having its existing product, but it is trying to sell its products to new markets or unventured markets. So through this, it helps to attract new users, find new geographical market and new segment of customers. So through market development strategy, company tries to attract new users, find new geographical markets, and also find new market segments. For example, ITC, HUL, and Dabur. All these have launched low price sachets of their products in rural markets. The basic idea of all these things is, basic idea of this low price sachet is to attract new users from rural market. Thereby, you are trying to identify a new segment of customers in new geographical markets. The basic good example is what Dabur has been doing, what HUL has been doing with its shampoos, and what ITC is also doing. These are the examples of having a market development strategy. The third type of strategy that we have is a product development strategy. Under product development strategy, the firm sells new products to existing markets. So what product development strategy says is, you have your existing product, but you are trying to sell you have your existing market. You try to sell new products into the already existing markets of your company. So the basic products remains as such, but new features like size, price, etc. are added to the existing markets with new product. So what we do here is, we are trying to bring new varieties of product in terms of size, in terms of price, in terms of packaging to the already existing market that we have. Best example is how tourism industry introduced medical tourism for its customers. So we know tourism industry is already an existing market in our country, but what they have done is they have introduced medical tourism into this tourism industry. This is considered to be as a new product, new variety of a product for its existing customers in the existing markets. That is about your product development. Next one. It says about what are the advantages of this concentration strategy. See, under your ends of matrix, you have diversification strategy that we will be seeing separately. That is why we have touched only three things. Next one is, what are the advantages of having this concentration strategy? See, there are four such advantages, basic advantages. It says it is an easy strategy of growth as there is a minimum change. Concentration strategy has an greatest advantage that this is a growth strategy with a minimum change. With minimum change, you are trying to bring out growth for your products and for your markets. That is the greatest advantage. Second one is, it helps in enabling benefits of specialization. We know what is the advantage of what do you mean by the term benefit of specialization. So the second one says, when you go for a concentration strategy, it helps an organization to take up or to reap the benefits of specialization. Third one, the company here gains competitive advantage. When the company gains or takes up the advantage of specialization, it means that it is gradually moving towards gaining a competitive advantage over competitors. Fourth one says it is a use of past experience. So these are the four major advantages of concentration strategies. So let us look into one by one what is these advantages. It says it is an easy strategy or easy way of growth with a minimum change. Second one says it enables the benefit of specialization for the organizations. Third one says because of the organization taking the benefit of specialization, it indirectly means the company is moving towards taking up your competitive advantage. So competitive advantage over competitors. Fourth one is use of past experiences. So let us take up an example of concentration strategy. First example that we have is Bajaj Autos. Bajaj Autos is in the business of 2 and 3 wheelers. What the company has done is it has increased its turnover by market penetration by selling more in urban areas. It has also taken up the advantage of market development by selling to well-to-do customers in these rural areas. It has also taken the advantage of product development by having a state of art for motorcycles and mopeds. See, this is a best example how Bajaj Auto has taken up a concentration strategy by taking up these three types of strategies, namely market penetration, market development, and product development. So, under market penetration, what the company has done is it was able to, or it is able to sell more of its existing products in urban areas. Second one is about market development. It is selling to well-to-do customers in that particular urban areas. The last strategy under concentration is about the product development. It says it has developed its product by taking up a state-of-art production centers for its mopeds and for its motorcycles. So that is about your concentration strategy. Next type of strategy that we have is integration strategies. Now, integration strategy, it involves widening the scope of business definition in terms of customer group, customer function, and alternative technologies. So, integration strategy says we are trying to wide your scope of business in terms of your business definition. As we have seen already in the second video, it is about defining your business in terms of customer group, customer function, and alternative technology. So integration strategy says you are widening your customer group, either your customer function, and your alternative technologies, or also combination. So what does this integration strategy say? Integration strategies are two types. One is a horizontal integration strategy. Second one is your vertical integration strategy. So let us look at what is this horizontal integration strategy says. Horizontal integration strategy says here the firm launches only same type of product at same levels of production at marketing process. So what we do in this one? See, here the company is trying to launch only the same type of products at same level of marketing or your production process. Let us explain this horizontal integration strategy with an example. For example, a cement manufacturing company is taking over its competitor. So the firm is in the same industry, but it also continues to serve in the same markets and its customers through its present product by using the same technology. So horizontal strategy says the company is trying to take up its competitors who are in its same business or in same industry. Through that, the company is trying to serve the same markets and customers through its present product by using the same technology. This is an example of how integration strategy is said to be taking place. Another example is by taking over United Western Bank. This is a long back. This United Western Bank has been taken over by IDBI. By taking over United Western Bank, the IDBI has increased its retail network from 181 to 420 branches. So thereby it has gained access to low cost deposit rate. So through this example, what we try to find out is company has expanded or it has widened its customer groups. By widening its customer group, here says it has expanded its retail branches from 181 to 420 branches. Not only customer groups, it has also expanded its customer function. We mean to say, by taking over United Western Bank by IDBI, this IDBI has expanded its customer group. It has also expanded its customer function from 181 to 420 branches, and it has also gained access to low cost deposit rates. This is yet another example of how horizontal integration is being taking place. Second integration strategy that we have is a vertical integration strategy. See, the vertical integration strategies are two types. We have a forward integration strategy. We have a backward integration strategy. Best example is about Reliance Industries. See, Reliance Industries have started as a cloth manufacturing industry. Now, backward integration says it is moving backward in terms of reaching its supplier. when we say a company is moving backward, or when a company is implementing a backward strategy from its present position, then we mean to say company is moving towards its supplier. In this example, Reliance has went back from its present went back by implementing the backward integration strategy by moving towards the manufacturing filament yarn, petrochemicals and hydrocarbons also. What we mean to say is this filament yarn, petrochemicals and hydrocarbons are considered to be as one of the important material for cloth manufacture. So what the company has done is it has moved one step backward by moving towards the manufacturing of filament yarn, petrochemicals and hydrocarbons. Thereby, we mean to say company has a backward integration strategy implemented. Now let us look what is this forward integration strategy. Whenever we say a forward integration strategy, we mean to say the company has moved one step forward towards the customer. In this example, Reliance Industries have launched a garment manufacturing units and also started exporting ready-made garments also. So what we mean to say is, along with the garment manufacturing unit or cloth manufacturing unit, has also started to export ready-made for its customers. So what we mean to say is company has moved one step towards the customer. We mean to say it is a forward integration. So under this, so let us go back to find out what is this integration strategy. So integration strategy is widening the business in terms of either customer group, customer function, and alternative technologies, or in combinations also. So integration strategies are two types. We have a horizontal integration, we have a vertical integration. Under vertical integration, we have two types. We have a forward vertical integration, we have a backward vertical integration. Now let us look what is this horizontal integration. So horizontal integration is the firm is launching same type of product at same levels of production and at marketing process. What we mean to say is the best example is your IDBI Bank taking over Western Union Bank in terms of moving towards in terms of taking up, or in terms of servicing more customer groups from using 181 branches to 420 branches, and also taking up more customer functions for this 120 branches. It has also gained an advantage by having an access to low cost deposit rate. That is an example of how horizontal integration is taking. Next one is the vertical integration, as I have told just now. Vertical integration is of two types. We have a forward integration, we have a backward integration. In a single line, if we say what is this forward integration and backward integration is, forward integration says the company goes one step forward from its present position towards the customer. That is what we mean to say as a forward vertical integration. Second one is your backward vertical integration, or we call it as a backward integration. When we say a backward integration, then we mean to say company is moving one step backward by moving towards its supplier. That is what we mean to say as a backward integration. The best example is what we know about Reliance Industries. It is in the cloth manufacturer. As a backward integration, it went one step backward by integrating its businesses with the manufacturing of filament yarn, petrochemicals, and your hydrocarbons. As and back from forward integration, it started to integrate itself along with the garment manufacturing unit. It also went into exporting ready-made garments. So that is an example of your vertical integration. Next type of strategies that we have is a diversification strategy. As we have seen already, as I told previously, we will be seeing separately about this diversification strategies. See, there are two types of diversification strategies. First one is your concentric diversification. Second one is your conglomerate diversification. Under concentric diversification, or we call it as a related diversification. What does this mean by this concentric or related diversification? Now, when a firm's new business is anyway related to its existing business in terms of either customer groups, customer function, or alternative technologies, it is called as a concentric diversification. Now, what we mean here is, in your concentric diversification, the company might go into its new business, which might be somewhere related to its present customer group, somewhere related to its present customer function, somewhere related to its technology that it is using, then we mean to say it is a concentric diversification. I repeat it once again. Concentric diversification strategy says this is basically a diversification strategy where company tries to expand its business. Now, when the company tries to expand into its business by taking up new businesses, and this new business is somewhere somehow related to its existing customer groups, existing customer function, and alternative technology, then we mean to say it is a concentric diversification. This concentric diversification are three types. First one is your market related diversification. Second one is your technology related diversification. Third one is a combination of marketing and technology related diversification. Let us look into one by one with an example of what is this marketing related diversification, technology related diversification, marketing and technology related diversification. The first one, marketing related diversification type of strategy says, in this strategy, new or old products can be distributed through your same marketing channel. So what we have done is, under market related diversification, you are using the same marketing channel that you have been using for your already existing products. Now, when the company is taking up new product, it will try to use the same marketing channel to take up the products to reach this product to its customers. That is what we mean to say as a marketing related diversification. So under marketing related diversification, I repeat, you use the same marketing channel to make the products available to its customers, which will be an old product or it can also be a new product. That is about your marketing related diversification. Second one is your technology related diversification. Under technology related diversification, we use the same technology for your new or for your old product. This is known as a technology related diversification. Third one is your marketing and technology. This is a combination of these two. Here, the firm introduces similar products with the help of similar technologies. Best example that we have is LNG. LNG is basically an engineering and construction company. Gradually, it has diversified itself into related business like electrical, electronics, machinery, and industrial products. So this is what we say to be as an technology related diversification, marketing related diversification, and also a combination of these two. So under the example of this diversification strategy, we have an L&T. This is basically, and we know it is an engineering and construction company. Over a period of time, it started to diversify in terms of its related businesses like electrical, electronics, machinery, and industrial projects. This is what we mean to say as a marketing, technology, or marketing and technology related diversification strategy. Next one is your conglomerate diversification. See, in this strategy, there is a combination of two or more business which are not related by technology and marketing. So it means diversifying into unrelated business. As the term itself says, it is basically a diversification strategy whereby company tries to expand its business. Through this one, what the company does is it is going into a new business which is nowhere related to its existing technology or its existing market. So what this conglomerate diversification strategy says, this is basically a conglomerate of two or more businesses which is nowhere related to its technology, present technology, and for its present marketing that it is using. Best example is Tata Group. Tata Group is basically a conglomerate of 20 businesses, 20 or more businesses, right from salt to its software business. Tata is also operating into hotel, also operating into airlines. It is also operating into software. It is also operating into food and several other businesses, which is basically a conglomerate whereby it is nowhere related to its present business of technology and marketing. So the conglomerate diversification strategy says this is basically a diversification strategy whereby company tries to expand its business, but the underlying point here is it is expanding into its unrelated business, which is no unrelated here refers to not related to the technology or not related to the marketing of its present business. And conglomerate is also known as a combination of two or more such businesses, which is known as a conglomerate. Best example that we have is a Tata Group. Next type of strategy that we have is cooperation strategy. The term itself says it is a cooperation, or cooperating strategy says it is best strategy or explanation of the strategy that we have is it is when competing or rival firms get better benefits through mutual cooperation strategies, then the company goes for this four such cooperation strategies: strategic alliance, joint ventures, or we call it as JV, merger and acquisition (M&A). Then we have a cooperative strategies. So cooperation strategies is mainly it is a mutual cooperation of competing firms or rival firms in order to take up a strategic advantage that these two competing firms or rival firms have. Cooperation strategies can be taken up in the form of four such strategies. We have a strategic alliance, we have joint ventures, we have mergers and acquisitions, and finally we have cooperative strategies. Now, we are going to look into one by one what it is. The first one is your strategic alliance. The strategic alliance is a cooperative arrangement in which two or more independent firms combine their resources and capabilities for mutually agreed common objectives. So what we have here is it is a cooperative arrangement in which two or more independent firms, which is nowhere related to one another. These independent firms combine their resources and capabilities for having reach or to reach a mutually common objectives. We are going to see in detail about what is this. Now, what is this cooperative? What is this strategic alliance says? Now, here strategic alliance says two or more firms unite to pursue a set of common agreed goals, but they remain independent subsequent to the formation of alliance. So what we have here is some two or more firms unite on a set of common basic working agreed goals, but still they remain independent after the formation of an alliance also. The partnering firms share the benefit of alliance and control over the performance of assigned tasks. So the partnering firms have the benefit of the alliance by taking control over the performance of this assigned task. The partnering firms basically contribute on a continuous basis in key strategic areas like technology, like products, etc. Best example of this alliance is you have a Taj group of hotels. Taj group of hotels is having an alliance with British Airways. Taj group gives priority to its clients who are traveling by British Airways, and they also help in booking of Taj hotels as a priority basis. See, the example gives an understanding of the concept. See, Taj group and British Airways are separate businesses. These two separate businesses have joined together on a set of agreed goals known as giving priority for British Airways customers in Taj hotels, and Taj hotels in turn gives priority to British Airways customers. That is a set of agreed common goals. But still, this Taj group and British groups are said to be as an independent firms. They just join together based on a set of agreed goals. I repeat once again. This example, Taj Group and the British Airways, we all know, is a separate entity. But these two groups of or these two businesses have joined together on an set of, or these two groups have united together on a set of agreed goals. Goals are, one of the goals is Taj Group of Hotels gives priority to British Airways customers, and British Airways customers will also give priority to Taj Group of Hotel customers. So the priority is for these two groups of customers, but still Taj Group and British Airways Group are said to be as a separate entity. This is an example of this alliance. Second one is a Renault and Nissan. As of now, this is not there, but still, this is an alliance of 150 years. One where Nissan is giving technology for this Renault Nissan vehicles, and cash is from Renault's management. Or what we mean to say is Renault and Nissan has agreed on a set of goals, which is a 150-year alliance. Nissan's contribution is in terms of technology and cash, and Renault's contribution is on management of this business. So this is how this alliance is brought out. Next one. What are the reasons for this strategic alliance? There are four basic reasons. Or first one is the reason is to enter into new markets. Second one is to reduce manufacturing cost. Third one is to develop new products. Fourth one is to preempt competitions. I'll explain what it is one by one. First one is to enter new markets. So let me go back to the example as I told just now, British Airways and your Taj Group of hotels. See, British Airways has been nowhere accessible to Taj Group of customers, and also vice versa. By having the strategic alliance, British Airways has been exposed to Taj Group of customers, which is a new market for this, and it's also vice versa. That is an example of how this strategic alliance helps companies to enter into new market. Second one, it reduces manufacturing cost. Best example is what Renault and Nissan has done. Renault is only in the terms of cash, and Nissan is in the form of management. So manufacturing cost has been brought down for this Nissans. Third one is to develop new products. When these two Renault and Nissan has joined together, they have brought out a new product for customers. Fourth one is to preempt competition. To avoid competitions, companies join or they go for the strategic alliance. Types of strategic alliance. This strategic alliance are of 5 types. First one is technology development strategy. Second one is operational and logistics alliance. Third one is marketing, sales and service alliance. Fourth one is single or multi-country alliance. Last one is X and Y alliance. See, the 1 to 4 is a self-explanatory one. First, let me explain what it is. First one is a strategic alliance. See, under technology-related strategic alliance. Under technology-related strategic alliance, this alliance is basically to develop a new technology. Using this new technology, companies try to enter into new markets by providing new products for its customers. So under technology development alliance, companies join together to develop a new technology. Second one is operational logistic alliance. The two alliancing firms one might be strong in operations, another one might be strong in logistics. To take up the advantage of operations of one firm and take up the advantage of logistics of another, two firms join together. We mean to say it is an operational logistic alliance. Third one is marketing, sales and service alliance. One firm might be strong in marketing, another firm might be strong in sales and service alliance. So the companies, these two firms, which is strong, one is strong in marketing, another one is strong in sales and after sales service. Under these circumstances, these two firms will join together to form a strategic alliance to take up an advantage of marketing, sales and service alliance of one another. Last one is a single or multi-country alliance. See, single or multi-country alliance is basically an alliance whereby company tries to take advantage of entering into a country single country or entering into a multi countries through its strategic alliance, like what you have Renault and Nissan. And the last one is about X and Y alliance. This is something a new one. X alliance is when the partner performs a different activities. Y alliance where the partner has similar type of skills and performs similar functions. So that what X and Y alliance says, X is which is performing a different type of activity compared to Y, but Y is carrying out an activity which is similar to its skills and similar to its performing businesses that we have. So performing similar functions that it is already doing. Such type of alliance is known as an XY alliance. Next type of strategic the next type of cooperative strategies that we have is about this joint venture. So first we have seen about the strategic alliance. Next we are going to see about your joint venture, which is joint venture is considered to be as a type of cooperative strategy for organizations where firms can join together. No, joint venture says this is a new company formed jointly by two or more independent companies, and each partner contributes a distinctive competence such as finance, technology, and marketing expert. And joint venture is usually formed with two or more firms with complementary skills. The joint venture is primarily it is two or more independent firms joined together to form a new company, and each firm, like for example A or B, they contribute a distinctive competence either in the form of finance or technology or in the form of managerial expertise. This is known as a joint venture. Now this is joint venture is usually formed between two or more firms having complementary skills. One try to complement the other. Such type of ventures are known as a joint venture. We'll be seeing in detail about this one also. See, there are 5 types of joint ventures existing. First type of joint venture is a joint venture between two companies belonging to same country and same industry. Such type of joint ventures are, example, NTPC and Indian Railways. They have created a joint venture named as Bharatiya Rail Bijli Company, where NTPC is having 74% equity and your Indian Railways is having 26% equity. So this is a joint venture where two firms or two companies join together to create a new company. Here, NTPC and Indian Railways are two separate entities. They are joined together and they have created a joint venture named Bharatiya Rail Bijli Company Limited. In this, 74% equity is with NTPC and 26% equity is with your Indian Railways. These two firms joined together because they try to complement these two skills, or NTPC tries to complement Indian Railways skills and benefits, and Indian Railways tries to have takes to have a complementary benefits over Indian Railways. Then only we mean to say that is a joint venture. Second type of joint venture is between two companies belonging to different industries. For example, Nissan Motors and Renault's along with Mahindra and Mahindra. This is a joint venture to manufacture sedan tram cars in Chennai. See, this is a joint venture between two or more companies belonging to different industries. Now, Nissan is from Japan, Renault is from France, and Mahindra and Mahindra is from India. This is a joint venture between Renault, Nissan, and Mahindra to form sedan cars in Chennai. Third type of joint venture is between two companies from different countries, but they belong to same industry. For example, Hero Group from India and from Honda Motors from Japan, as we had earlier. Hero Honda vehicles. It is a joint venture between two companies belonging to same industry, but they belong to different companies, different countries. First one is your Hero Group, which is from India, and Honda Groups, it is from Honda Motors, it is from Japan. They join together to form a Hero Honda in India, which is a joint venture, between these two companies. Fourth type of joint venture that we have is a joint venture between two companies from different countries and different industries. Such type of joint ventures is the fourth one. And the last joint venture is a joint venture between Government of India and a foreign company. It is between a joint venture between a government and a foreign company. For example, Suzuki Motors of Japan and Government of India's Maruti Udyog Limited. This is a joint venture between Government of India and a foreign company. Such type of joint ventures is the fifth one. Now let us look into one by one. What are the 5 types of joint ventures that we have seen just now? First type of joint venture is between two companies belonging to same country and same industry. For example, Indian Railways and NTPC. They've joined together to form a new joint venture company known as Bharatiya Rail Bijli Company Limited, where NTPC has 74% equity and 26% equity is being held by Indian Railways. Next type of joint ventures that we have is a joint venture between two companies belonging to two different industries. It is between Nissan Motors from Japan, Renault from France, and Mahindra from industry. These companies joined together to form a sedan cars in Chennai. Third type of joint venture is a joint venture between two companies from different countries, but they belong to same industry. Hero Groups is motorcycle manufacturing company. Honda Motors is also in motorcycle manufacturing industry. So they belong to same industry, but they belong to two different countries. Hero Groups is from India, Honda Motors is from Japan. They joined together to form a joint venture. These two companies joined together to form a joint venture company known as Hero Honda Motors, which is having its production plant and operations in India also. Fourth one is a joint venture between two companies from two different countries and from two different industries. And the last type of a joint venture between Government of India and a foreign company. Government of India's Maruti Udyog Limited and a foreign company known as Suzuki Motors. These two companies have joined these two entities, like Government of India's entities Maruti Udyog Limited and a foreign entity Suzuki Motors. They joined together to form Maruti Udyog Limited, Suzuki Motors. These two companies joined together to form and started manufacturing Maruti in India. So these are the 5 different types of joint ventures cooperation strategy. Now let us take up the advantage of this joint ventures. See, there are 5 different advantages. First one is the technology related advantage that we have. One might have a high-ended technology. By taking the advantage of high-ended technology, another company, these two companies take up the advantage. Second one is a geographic advantage. It's a self-explanatory one. Third one is the regulations. These two companies might join together where one country's regulation might not allow the company to take up production activity or take up a marketing activity or take up a logistics activity. In order to overcome or to take the advantage of this regulations, these two companies might join together. Fourth one is sharing risk and capital. One company's risk is being shared with another company, and capital advantage that one company has is also taken up by the other company, which tries to overcome the risk of the company. Last one is an intellectual exchange, knowledge exchange that is taking place. So these are the 5 different types of 5 different advantages of joint venture. Next cooperation strategy that we have is a merger strategy. The merger refers to integration of 2 or more firms, where the combining firm lose their separate entities and they form a new and bigger firms. Let me explain this definition once again. Merger is basically an integration of 2 or more firms, and these firms combined together lose their separate identity and they form a new bigger firm. See, in this one, let me explain with an theoretical example. Consider that there are 2 firms A and B. These 2 firms merge together and form a new entity or a new firm, namely C, whereby entities of or the separate entity of A, separate entity of B is lost, and a new firm has been created, namely C, which is a new one and also a bigger one. See, unlike in the previous joint venture that we have seen, or unlike in your previous cooperation strategies that we have seen, like for example, your British Airways and your Taj Hotels. Even though these two firms joined together, their separate entity was restored or separate entity was not lost. But in this merger strategy, these two separate entities' identity is lost and a new identity or a firm is formed, namely C, which is a bigger one. Best example I could give you is ACC Cements, which was created through merger of 11 different cement firms of the country. So I repeat once again, in this merger strategy, the merging firm's entity is dissolved and a new firm is formed, which is a bigger one and new one, and a new entity is created. Such type of cooperation strategies are known as a merger strategy. See, there are three types of merger strategy. First one is your horizontal strategy. First one is your horizontal strategy, and which says, for example, two or more organizations who are in the same business combine together to form a new business, which is known as an ACC Cement. The second type of merger strategy is known as a vertical strategy. Here, two or more firms or organizations who are at different level of business but in the same industry, they might integrate and merge and they form a new business. Such type of merger is known as a vertical merger. For example, a footwear manufacturing company which is in leather tannery might merge with a chain of retail store firms selling footwear. Such type of mergers is known as a vertical business. For example, as the example, let me explain once again. The firm leather manufacturing tannery, which is in a separate level of business, and another firm which is strong in the retail store selling footwears. These two firms join together and they form a footwear company by losing its identity in terms of leather manufacturer or leather tannery manufacturing industry or firm. Retail store selling firm. These two firms' identity is lost or it is merged, and a new company is born known as a footwear manufacturing company. Third example or the third type of merger strategy that we have is a concentric merger. Under concentric merger, the combining or merging firms are related to each other either in terms of customer group, either or in terms of customer function, or in terms of alternative technology. For example, a footwear manufacturing company might merge with a hosiery firm manufacturing socks. So what actually a concentric merger says is two companies might merge based on having a same customer group or catering to same customers function or using a same technology. Such type of mergers are known as a concentric merger, or to say it in a still more understandable way, concentric merger is a merging firms might have either same customer group or they cater to using same customers function, or they have a same technology that we have. Such merging firms strategies are known as a concentric merger. Example is a footwear manufacturing company when it merges with a hosiery manufacturing company which is making a socks for its customers. The last type of merger strategy that we have is a conglomerate merger. Now it involves combining firms are totally unrelated to one another. Now what does it mean by unrelated? It means that the merging firms are nowhere related to one another. For example, a footwear manufacturing company might combine with automobile manufacturing company which is nowhere related or unrelated to one another. Such type of mergers are known as a conglomerate mergers. for example, is what ITC has done. ITC has formed, it is already in the form of in the businesses of, for example, cigarette business. It has ventured, or it has formed into, it has merged into its fold, namely the ITC hotels, which is nowhere related to one another. The next one is the opposite of merger. The four types of merger that we have is known as a demerger, or we call it a spin-off. I explained it once again. The merger, we have four types of merger that we have seen just now. Now, opposite of this merger is a demerger, or we call it as a spin-off strategy. Best example that we have is Z Telefilms has demerged into three separate firms, namely Z Entertainment Enterprises, Z News and Z Wires, and Wireless India Limited. All these are the demergers or spin-off from this Z Telefilms. The fourth type of strategy that we have is acquisition or turnaround strategy. Now, acquisition or turnaround strategy says when one company acquires the majority or full ownership and control of another company, then it is called as an acquisition. These two things are, there's a small difference between the acquisition and the takeover strategy. I'll explain what it is. The acquisition says when a company acquires majority or full ownership and control over the other company B, then we mean to say it is an acquisition strategy. But when this acquisition is taken through a mutual agreement between the two companies, then we mean to say it is a turnover strategy. Now, without the consent of the acquiring company, when an acquisition takes, then that is a purely an acquisition strategy. But when an acquisition is taking place with the agreement between the two companies in terms of, for example, resources, in terms of, for example, manpower, then we mean to say that is a friendly takeover strategy. But again, when it is acquired against its wishes, then we call it as a hostile takeover. So we have two types of takeovers here. We have a friendly takeover, you have an hostile takeovers also. When an acquisition is being taking place with a mutual agreement, then we mean to say it's a friendly takeover. When an acquisition is taking place against the wishes of the acquiring firm, then we mean to say it's at a hostile takeover. You have two good examples here. Tata Steel has acquired Core Steel from UK, and Jaguar Land Rover has brand cars of UK. Now, what we mean to say is Tata Steel has acquired Core Steel. This is again and friendly takeovers, or it can be an acquisition strategies also. Next one is Bharti Airtel has acquired Zain of South Africa. You can Google it to find out what is this business of Zain. So Bharti Airtel has acquired Zain of South Africa. This is also an acquisition strategy. The next type of strategy is known as a stability strategy. See, all type of strategies that we have seen just now is a growth strategies. The next major type of strategies that we have is a stability strategy. The stability strategy, it is adopted when firm attempts an incremental improvement or very small improvement in its functional performance by bringing out a small change in the customer group, customer function, and alternative technology, which can be either singly or collectively. Then we mean to say it as a stability strategy. So stability strategy has four major types of important points here. The stability strategies primarily gives you only an incremental improvement, a small improvement in its performance by bringing out small change in the customer group, small change in the customer function, or the alternative technologies. This can be single way, or this can be in the combination also. For example, customer groups and customer functions, customer groups and technologies, customer function and alternate technology. Any combination, you can bring out a functional performance, you bring out a small change in the functional performance, then we mean to say it as an incremental one. This is known as a stability strategy. See, there are three types of stability strategy. For example, a packaged tea company is providing a specialized service to its industrial buyers apart from its consumer sales in order to encourage bulk buy. So this, what we have, the example says is you have a tea manufacturing company which is taking up a special customer group known as industrial buyers, apart from its customer sales, which is a already existing customer group. What for? In order to encourage bulk buying. See, this is an example of how customer group can be taken up as an small incremental one in order to bring out a functional performance, in order to bring out a small change in the functional performance. That is an example. Now, there are three types of stability strategies: no change strategy, pause, proceed with caution strategy, and the third one is your profit strategy. We are going to look into one by one with an example of what it is. First type of stability strategy is a no change strategy. No. As a term of the strategy itself says is don't do anything to the present existing one. We mean to say is as no change strategy, which is nothing to do. So what do you mean by this nothing to do? See, nothing to do here refers to you are not going to bring out any change in your customer groups, any change in the customer function, or any change in the technology that we are using. Such type of strategies are known as a no change strategy. No change strategy is, as I told just now, is nothing to do with regard to customer group, with regard to customer function, with regard to the technology that you are using to cater to your customer. Second type of strategy, stability strategy that we have is a pause and proceed with caution strategy. Now, this is employed by the firm which wishes to test the ground before moving ahead with a full-fledged strategy. So, what the pause proceeds, the caution strategy says is this is primarily to test the strategy before implementing the strategy in a full-fledged one. Best example I could give you is in the year of 2000s, late 2000s, Bata and Liberty were basically the leaders in shoe business. But of late in the year of 2000, HLL started to produce shoes uppers for its export market. Sorry. So for its export market, HLL started to produce shoe and upper shoes for its export market. No, before exporting the product, what the HLL did was it started to slowly sell its shoes in its market to assess what is the reaction. This is known as a caution or pause, proceed with caution strategy. So I explained once again. See, in the late 2000s, Bata and Liberty were the team leaders in shoe markets. Bata and Liberty were in team leaders in or the leaders in this one, and of late 2000, HLS started to produce shoes and upper shoes in the export market. So it started to produce or started to sell shoes in the market in cities to assess the market reaction. This is known as caution and proceed with strategy. The third type of strategy that we have is a profit strategy. Now, profit strategy is basically a strategy where the firm is in a situation and a problem, and that firm is the problem is basically a novel, short-lived, and temporary one. In such type of situations, company try to go for a profit strategy. For example, selling off its lands which is available in its primary locality. What we need to say is companies try to sell off its lands which is available in the primary locality in order to overcome its situation or a problem which is a novel, short-lived, and temporary one. Such type of strategies are known as profit strategy. This is basically to bring out or basically to hook up or to make its balance sheet look glossy one. Companies tries to sell off its lands which becomes a part of its asset. You'll understand why the company is selling its land, thereby its asset gradually goes up. The third type of strategy that we have is a retrenchment strategy. Now, retrenchment strategy is basically the aim of the strategy is contraction of its activity by reduction or elimination of one or more of its business in terms of customer group, in terms of customer function, and on alternative technology. As the term itself says, it is a retrenchment strategy. So what the company does is it is retrenching its business, or it is contracting its business, or it is bringing down its activity. In what areas? Either in terms of customer group, or in terms of customer function, or in terms of technology that it is using. First example that we have in retrenchment strategy is a pharmaceutical firm might pull out from its retail selling to concentrate only on industrial selling. So what the company has done is it is slowly coming from out from the retail selling to have a concentration on industrial selling. So company is gradually moving, or it is contracting its activities of its customer group. Second example, a corporate hospital which is focusing only on specialized treatment might stop treating general cases. This is a customer function contracting activity where it is trying to concentrate only on specialty treatment. Third one, a training organization focusing only on distant learning systems and to discard face-to-face interaction. So what the company does is it is trying to stop its face-to-face interaction activity, and it is trying to focus only on distant learning systems. So what the company does is, or what the training organization does here is, it is trying to contract its customer function activity by using the technology that it is having. So that is an example of an retrenchment strategy. So the first example concentrates on contracting activity in terms of customer group, this pharmaceutical firm example. Second firm, corporate hospital, its example is in terms of contracting its activity in terms of customer function by stop treating general cases and treating only on focusing only on specialty treatments. And the last one is usage of technology by stopping face-to-face interaction and by using only distance learning systems. Next one is, what are the various types of retrenchment strategies? The first type of retrenchment strategy is a turnaround strategy. Now it means reversing a negative trend or converting an unprofitable or sick business unit into a profitable one. So what it means is, company is in the negative trend, or it is having an unprofitable or sick business unit which it wants to make it into a profitable one, which we call it as a turnaround strategy. Now, the action plan for this turnaround strategies are three things. First one is change in the top management. Second one is strategic turnaround. Or strategic turnaround says it includes or it involves increasing in market share by exiting from unprofitable business and focus only on niche markets. Such type of turnaround strategy is known as a strategic turnaround strategy. Or what we mean to say is, company tries to exit from its unprofitable business thereby, and also it tries to increase its market share by exiting from unprofitable business. Such type of strategies are known as a strategic turnaround strategy. Third type of a turnaround strategy that we have is an operating turnaround strategy. Now, operating turnaround strategy is, it involves cost cutting measures, revenue generation measures, and asset reduction measures. Now, next one is corporate restructuring. Now, it refers to restructuring of businesses. See, there are three types of restructuring its businesses. First one is an organizational restructuring. Now, it refers to change in the organizational structure such as the delayering, downsizing, redesigning managerial positions, and changing reporting relationships. It says you bring down the total number of layers of your business, like for example, top level management, middle level management, and lower level management. You have some 15 layers. You try to bring down from 15 to 12. That is what we call it as delayering. Second one says downsizing. You try to downsize your organization by bringing down the number of employees. You try to redesign your managerial positions. You try to bring down the total number of managerial positions, and also bring out change in the reporting relationship of this organization. Such type of restructuring is known as an organizational restructuring. Second one says about a financial restructuring. It refers to changes in the equity holdings, changes in the debt servicing schedule, altering debt equity ratios. All these are known as financial restructuring, like for example, changing the debt equity ratio, equity holdings, and debt servicing schedules. Third one is known as business restructuring. It refers to change in this company's portfolios to improve the profitability. What are the forms of corporate restructuring? Now, forms of corporate restructuring are joint ventures that we have seen just now, mergers and acquisitions. Also, we have seen just now portfolio restructuring that we have seen just now. split or spin-off of a division as a separate company, which I've seen just now, divestment strategy, buyback of shares, management buyout, rescheduling losses, and conversion of debt into equities. These are the various forms of corporate restructuring. The next one is your divestment strategy. Under the strategy, the organization sells a part of its business or major division that it cannot be turned around. For example, or under this divestment strategy, the company or the organization, it sells a part of its business which it finds that it cannot be turned around because it is eating large amount of its profits without large amount of its profit as its business without giving anything in return. Such type of organizations, what they do is they go to sell off a part of its business. For example, Government of India has divested its shareholding in Maruti Udyog Limited in favor of Suzuki Motors. Now that is yet another strategy of divestment. Last one is a liquidation strategy. Now liquidation strategy is closing down its entire company and selling off its assets. It says liquidation strategy is we stop all the operations of the company and we sell off the assets of the company. See, till now we have seen what are the various corporate level strategies or the top level strategy that are the strategies that has to be devised and implemented, strategies that has to be devised at the corporate level. Now, next one is your business level strategies. Now, these business level strategies are those that can be used by individual businesses within the organization. In the beginning of this video itself, I told you have a business level strategies and your corporate level strategies also. Now, this business level strategies are those strategies which can be implemented by individual businesses inside the organization. So, business level strategies focuses are on those course of action adopted by the firm for each of its business separately to serve identified customer group and to provide value to customers by satisfying their needs. So, this strategy is primarily to focus on its business separately and to serve these customers and to add value to its customers by satisfying those needs. Such type of strategies are known as, or such type of strategy is known as a business level strategies. Business level strategies are concerned primarily with positioning the business against competitors. Second one, anticipating change in the demand and other factors. Third one is influencing the nature of competition through strategic action. See, we will be seeing in detail about the business level strategies. First one is generic business strategy, or we call it as a business level strategy. Now, business level strategies are, it is a combination of competitive advantage and competitive scope. Generic business strategy, first one says is a cost leadership strategy. Now, when a product or services are low compared to competitors, then we go for a cost leadership strategy. Best example I could give you is we know about Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation. It is called the GCMMF. This is the company's largest milk federation corporate, which is having a corporate brand known as Amul. Now, it has achieved its cost advantage through chain of milk processing plants that is available throughout the country and also procuring milk throughout its network corporate societies which are located throughout the country, and it is also having an efficient distribution network. See, this Gujarat Cooperative Milk Federation has a brand name known as Amul. Now, this GCMFF has a very cost leadership advantage by having a chain of milk processing plants, and is also having a networked corporate societies through which it is procuring milk. It is also having an efficient distribution network. These three things make the Gujarat Marketing Federation a low-cost leadership strategy. These are considered to be has an inherent strength which it can use to gain a competitive advantage. This inherent strength includes this milk processing plants, network cooperative societies, and also an efficient distribution network. These three are considered to be as an inherent strength of this GCMFF. And this using these three things or using these three inherent strength, company can give a competitive advantage over its competitors. Second type of strategy, or how do companies achieve this competitive strategy? Now, or competitive advantage. Companies try to achieve this competitive advantage by understanding the value chain of the product or services of the chain and costs that are spread over this entire value chain and the activities to make use to making this product. So what the company does is it tries to find out what are the components of this value chain and what are the costs associated with the value chain for each activity in the value chain. And to achieve this competitive advantage, what the company does is it ensures that cumulative cost over the value chain at cumulative cost over the value chain is lower than its competitors. So what the Gujarat Marketing Federation does is it is trying to ensure that its cumulative cost over the value chain is lower than its competitors, because it is very much essential to analyze the cost drivers. Then only you will be able to identify the area of optimization of your cost, right? So this is how company tries to achieve advantage, competitive advantage. Second type of business strategy that we have is a differentiation differentiation business strategy. Now, when a firm has a special feature in its product or service which are demanded by customers, and these customers are willing to pay more for these products or service, then the strategy is known as a differentiation strategy. Or differentiation strategy is firmly carried out by the firms when the firm has a special feature in its products or service, and customers are ready to pay more for that particular firm's service or product, which is something different from the competitors. Then we mean to say the company is implementing a differentiation business strategy. And for this differentiated business differentiated service or for a differentiated product, companies will charge a premium price, and through that companies will get additional customers, and it also gets a customers loyalty. I'll explain this differentiation business strategy with an example. See, in the year 1985, Parley Agro introduced Fruity. The Fruity is basically a non-aerated natural fruit-based drink. I understand. I repeat, it is a non-aerated one, natural fruit-based drink. The Fruity was the first company to introduce Tetra packing into its packaging of its food. This Tetra packing is the first company, or the Fruity was Parley Agro was the first company to introduce this Tetra packing for its fruit juice, and this Tetra packing with a natural fruit flavor over the glass bottle. Glass bottle is the competitor. You know who is it, and it was priced at par with a popular aerated drink. So the Tetra packing was given over Tetra packing with a natural fruit over the competitor's glass bottle, which is an aerated drink, but Fruity having a non-aerated drink, but it was priced at par by the Parley Agro. Such such is an example of this one. Now, how do companies achieve the differentiation strategy? Now, in order to achieve differentiation strategy, in order to bring out differentiation strategy in your organization, company has to incorporate features and attributes at any point of value chain. It says that at any point of your value chain, you have to incorporate product or service features and attributes. This includes high quality raw material, superior process technology, speedy and reliable distribution, better after sales service in its value chain. So features and attributes like high quality raw material, superior process technology, speedy and reliable distribution, better after sales service, when companies try to introduce into a value chain, then we mean to say company has introduced or brought in differentiation strategy. Next, third type of strategy that we have is a focus business strategy. Now, focus business strategy says here the company cater to a narrow segment of market. Such strategies are known as a niche strategy. And I underline the word, it is a niche strategy. Best example is a branded jewelry of Titan, which is bringing Tanishq, which is a differentiation strategy which offers gold, pearl, diamond for both men and women. Why it is a differentiated one? Because the designs is a one-time design, and there is a continuous feedback from customers through retail outlets. Every quarter they collect the feedback, and best one is the product has a guarantee of purity from Titan Tata. And the last type of strategy that we have is ocean blue strategy. This is a new type of strategy. We'll come to an end of this session with this strategy. Now, ocean blue strategy is a new strategy called as which claims to make competition irrelevant in comparison to all the previous strategies that we have seen just now. Now, this was developed by Kim and McBride, which is based on the study of 150 companies in US. Now, what these companies created was a unique customer value by entering into uncontested business space. According to Kim Morgan, the business universe consists of two different spaces, red oceans and blue oceans. Now, what this one says is there is a blue ocean strategy where this strategies or blue oceans are oceans where there is an uncontested business space which no competitors have entered. Such type of spaces or oceans are known as blue oceans, and red oceans are oceans which have large number of competitors and most of the companies have entered into it. Let us look into still further what is this. Now, this red oceans are known as a market space consisting of all existing industries. Now, in this space, industry boundaries are well defined and accepted. Rules of the competition are also well understood. But here, firm tries to capture a greater share of existing demand by outperforming their rivals. As a result, space gets crowded. Competition becomes intense and prospects for profits and growth decline. I'll explain this red oceans in a short form. Red ocean is a market space where you have all the competitors who try to capture market share from their rivals. As a result, the competition becomes intense, prospects for growth and profits declines, and in this red oceans, there is an accepted rule of competition. These rules are well accepted, and industry boundaries is also there. This is about your red oceans. Let us look at what is this blue ocean. Now, blue ocean or blue space consists of all the industries that do not exist now. These constitute the unknown market space without competition. The firms in this space they fight the demand. In blue ocean or blue ocean strategy or blue space says firms are creating demand rather than fighting demand. So there exists a considerable opportunity for profits and growth. See, there are two ways by which you can create blue oceans. A firm can create a completely new industry. For example, how Ford replaced horse-drawn carriages with motor cars in US. Second example or second way is a firm that can create a blue ocean within red ocean by altering the boundaries of your existing industry. This is a most common method of creating blue ocean. I'll give an example for this. How your Tata is now creating a blue ocean into a red ocean in the car business. How Tata is creating battery operated, how your Tata is creating non-petrol, non-diesel running vehicles, how the company is creating a blue ocean within a red ocean. Now that is known as a blue ocean strategy, where you find there is a very good amount of market space, but very no competition. And here company tries to fight only not to fight the demand, but they create only demand. So through this blue ocean strategy, there is an opportunity for profit and growth. Now, how these blue oceans are created is you will create a new set of industries, or within the red ocean, you will create a blue ocean, like what Tata is doing with its battery operated cars. So that is about how this red oceans are and blue oceans are operated. Now, the upcoming strategies are this blue ocean strategies. Now, with this, I think I come to the end of your unit 3. Thank you. Sir, stop பண்ணிடலாம்ல?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
பண்ணிக்கலாம் சார். அவர் கனெக்ஷன் வந்துட்டாரு. அடுத்து ஆர்பி வந்துட்டாரு.
ஓகே சார், நான் எக்ஸிட் கொடுத்துறேன். Thank you.
கணேசன்.
Good morning, sir.
ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
ஓகேங்க சார். Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவுட் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்கல்ல, ஒருத்தவங்க வர்றாங்க, எங்கெங்க வருவாங்கப்பா? கியூயிங் சிஸ்டம் தெரியும்ல, அது கான்செப்ட மட்டும் சொல்லிடுறேன். கியூயிங் எங்க இருக்கும்? கியூ எங்க இருக்கும்? ஆல்பபெட்டிக்ஸ் இடையில இருக்குன்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது. கியூ கியூஇ கியூ கியூ எங்க இருக்கு? ஒரு பாட்டு சம் போறோம், அது கியூ.
ரயில்வே ஸ்டேஷன்.
அது கியூ. எங்க போனாலும் டெலிஃபோன் கால்ஸ் புக் பண்ணணும், அது பண்ணா கியூ. இப்ப சர்வர்ல என்ன இருக்கு?
1 minute, sir. Video.
சொல்லுங்க கணேசன்.
Okay, sir. கொஞ்சம் PPT stuck ஆச்சு. Okay.
ஓகே carry on.
Good morning, friends. So today we are going to discuss about the research methodology and management. Okay, last class we have discussed about the data collection. Okay, so today we are going to discuss about the model, research model. Okay, in the aspect of research methodology. So in the research methodology, the entire process we can comprise in the 4 stages. One is a specification of the model, estimation of the model, evaluation of the model, right? Then forecasting power of the model. Okay, these are the 4 stages. So the entire research methodology we can comprise in these 4 stages. Now we can see one by one. So the first stage, specification of the model. So in the specification of the model, after collecting the data, you have to identify the variables. So first we have to find out the variables of the model. There are 2 types of variables, dependent variable and independent variables. Here the Q is the quantity, it's in a dependent variable, and a price of other commodity, income, and taste. So P stands for the price, P was the price of other commodity, Y is the income, then T is the taste. So these are the independent variables, Q is the dependent variable. Okay, first you have to identify the variable. Which is the dependent variable and what are the independent variables. Then the second, after identifying the variable, you have to find the sign and the size of the parameter. Sign means it indicates the here see you can see that plus signs. Okay, so it indicates that there is a positive relationship between the dependent variable and the independent variable. So for an example, P, so the P is it has a relationship with the dependent variable in a positive manner. So price of other commodities also have a positive relationship with the dependent variable. Size, so the size it can be indicated by the this one beta naught. So beta naught, okay, beta naught, beta 1, beta 2, and beta 3. So it explains the size of the parameters along with the dependent variable. Okay, then mathematical form of the model. Okay, right. So it the model it should be explained in the form of mathematical form. Okay, so it's based on the theory. The second, sign and size of the parameter is related to the theory. Okay, the theory is converted into the mathematical form of the model. Okay, right. So the model may be a single equation or in simultaneous equation, right? So single equation means there is only 2 variables are there. Simultaneous equation means the more than 2 variables, 2 or more variables are involved in that analysis. Okay, this is a specification of the model. So after specify the model, so the second stage, the estimation of the model. So you have to estimate the model. So in the estimation of the model, you have to gather the data, collect the data. Okay, so in the last class we discussed about the collection, data collection. Okay, so gathering data. So data are the different types. So time series data, cross section data, panel data. Okay, so time series data means you are collecting the data from a particular time to the other period. Okay, so for an example, 21 2. Okay, so sorry, 2002 2020. Okay, that's the time series data. Then cross section data. So you can make an analysis. So the cross section data is used to make an analysis in a particular point of time. Particular point of time. Say for an example, 2020. Okay, so during the 2020, what is the performance of a particular student or particular group of people? Okay, right? So education, income. Okay, so many things we can do it in the cross section data. Then panel data. Panel data means a repeated survey related to a particular sample. Repeated survey. Say for an example, you can make a study about a company repeatedly, right? Or you can study a particular section in a company, production section. Okay, you're making an analysis for the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. Okay, so you can make an analysis about the particular section, production section, in each every quarter. What is the performance? Okay, so for that purpose, you have to collect the panel data. Then next, examination identification condition. So researcher must you must identify the dependent variable and independent variable. So that is very, very important. So once the identification is made in a proper way, the entire thing will go smooth. If it is any mistake committed to identify the variables, okay, so the entire process will go wrong. Okay, so it's very, very, very important one is identify the variable, especially the dependent variable. Which is the dependent variable? Okay, other variables are the independent variables. Okay, then examination of the aggregation problem of the function. Okay, right? So say for an example, if the data is making analysis about the total income, okay, it includes the total income, the data related to the total income, total output. Okay, right? So during that situation, whether all the income sources are included in the data collection or not, or the output from the each and every sector. Say for an example, if it is a macro level, production from the agriculture sector, production from the industrial sector, production from the service sector, so all the data should be included. So it has to be verified. Okay, so all the data are included or not. Then another one important thing is examination of degree of collinearity. Collinearity. Okay, there is a relationship among the independent variables. So okay, you have to check it. Is there any availability of collinearity among the independent variables? There is nothing but the relationship. Okay, a relationship among the independent variables. Okay, so there is an examination of degree of collinearity. The next one is choice of the appropriate technique. Okay, so based on the study, okay, you have to choose whether the model is a single equation model or a simultaneous equation model. Okay, so for example, a single equation, demand is a function of price. Demand is a function of price. At the same time, you can make an analysis if you make a study about the entire market. So both the demand and supply is it's functioning at the same time. Okay, so for the consumer side, that's a demand equation. For the supply side, there is a producer side, there is a supply function. Okay, both the demand and supply, those two activities are happening at the same time. Okay, so if you convert it into two things, is a simultaneous equation, demand and supply. Okay, if you convert it into equation, that is called simultaneous equation. So demand is a function of price and supply is also a function of price, right? So to estimate the equilibrium in the markets, you have to go for a simultaneous equation model. So based on the requirement, you have to select the choice of the technique, right? Next, third one. So third one is an evaluation of the model. Okay, evaluation of the model. First, there are three criteria in the evaluation of the model. Okay, yes, for this stage 3, a researcher must need the theoretical knowledge. Okay, so for the we have 4 stages. The 4 stages, A researcher must have the theoretical knowledge for the stage 1 and stage 3. For 1 and 3, a researcher must have a theoretical knowledge. Right? For the stage 2 and 4, a researcher must have the analytical skill. Okay, right? Analytical skill. Right. So we have specified the model, then estimate the model. After the estimation, it has to be evaluated in 3 aspects. So first one is management criteria. So here you have to check the management theory, right? So your theory, your data. So the data, it should be matched with the theory. Okay. Say for an example, you can take the demand theory. Okay. So the managerial economics. Okay. You studied the first semester managerial economics. Okay. Demand theory. So demand is a function of price. Demand is a function of price. The theory says that there is a negative relationship between these two variables. Negative relationship between two variables. If the price increase, demand decrease. If the price decrease, demand increase. The price increase, demand decrease. There is a negative relationship between these two variables of a demand and price. Okay. So the result, when you get the result, it should also have a negative relationship. Okay. Negative relationship. If it is just also okay. Right. Here is a positive sign. Okay. So for an example, I put a positive sign. Okay. So here it should be a negative 1. So according to the theory, right? Okay. If it is a match with the theory, you can accept, right? At the same time, you can check the that is the another one is the price of other product. Okay. So here the product is substitute product, the relationship is different. If the product is a complementary product, that is different. Okay. If it is a complementary product, it's also have a negative relationship. It is a substitute product. When the price increases of a particular commodity, right? So the substitute goods, the demand for substitute goods will increase. Okay. Right. Okay. So first you have to check the results along with the theory, management theory. Okay. If it is after finishing the fulfillment of the results match with the theory, you can move the second level, that is statistical criteria. So in the statistical criteria, you have to check it in with the you can calculate the R is a correlation coefficient. Then R dash, it's a rank correlation. It indicates for the rank correlation. And R square. Okay, R square. So the R square, it indicates the goodness of fit. Goodness of fit between these two variables. Okay, the independent and dependent variables. Okay, so it is used to test the goodness of fit. Okay, yes. Correlation. Okay. Yes, we will discuss in the forthcoming slides. Okay. So correlation, rank correlation, R square, and standard deviation. Okay. Standard deviation. So how the variables are deviated from the mean value. Okay. Right. So it's also called as a standard error. Standard errors. Okay. So how much the deviation is away from the mean value because of the so in the model we put it the random u. Okay, it's a u is a random variable. So in the model we are taking only 4 variables: price of other commodity, income, and taste. So apart from these 4 variables, there are number of variables are involved in the model. Okay, so it's also playing a very important role, that is called a random variable. So this random variable also making a influence on the dependent variable. Okay, so it can be estimated through the standard deviation. So because of the influence of the random variables, how this real value is deviated from the mean value. Okay, so statistical criteria. Okay, right. So once you finish the study, if it is fulfill the statistical criteria, we can move to the next one. That's econometric criteria. Okay, right. So here's some it has to be analyzed in the data, right? Already told you collinearity. Already told you collinearity, right? So we will discuss the collinearity, examination of degree of collinearity, right? Okay, so we have to check the collinearity. Collinearity means that, so assume that there are interrelationship among the independent variables. Okay, so here see the Q is a dependent variable, P is a P price of other commodity, income, taste. These are the independent variables. Assume that there is no relationship among the independent variables. Okay, it's an assumption. But in the real case, there may be a possibility to have the interrelationship among the independent variables. Okay, so for example, say income and taste. We can say that when the income increases, the taste of the consumer may also increase. Okay, right? So if they are having a low level of income, they will get will consume the low or tasted food also. If their income is high, they will prefer a high taste. The taste will be high level. Okay, they may go for a star hotel, 5-star or a 7-star hotel for getting a better taste when we compare with the or maybe small hotel. Okay, so automatically, so this income is having a relationship with the taste. Okay, so each and every variable, prices making influence on demand, price of other commodities also making influence on demand, income is also making influence on demand, taste also making influence on demand. At the same time, these two, income and taste, also making a interrelationship with each other, and they are jointly making influence on the demand. Okay, so this case will make a problem in the calculation that is called multicollinearity. It's called a multicollinearities. Okay, so there are some methods are there to solve this multicollinearity. Okay, yes, usually usually the macro variables are moving in the same direction. It will create a problem of multicollinearity. There are some steps are there. Okay, if there is a multicollinearity, what happened are the consequences are results. The results will be a biased one. Okay, you cannot get it unbiased one. Okay, so multicollinearity. It can be identified by using the Durbin-Watson test. There's a test is that Durbin-Watson test. Okay, if the value is more than 2, by using the Durbin-Watson test, it indicates that there is an availability of multicollinearity. Okay, so to avoid the multicollinearity, you can find the less important variables in the model. Okay, less important variables. Some of the variables, it won't make much influence on the dependent variable. Okay, you can simply remove from the model. That is a solution for the multicollinearity. Then heteroscedasticity means that so the variance of the random variable. I told you the random variable means a random variable. Okay, so the variance of the random variable, it should be constant. If it is not constant, automatically it will create a problem that is called multicollinearity. Okay, it should be constant. The variance of the random variable, it should be constant. If it is not constant, it will create a problem. Heteroscedasticity, right? If it is constant, that is called homoscedasticity. It is called as a homoscedasticity, right? Okay, so it can be also identified through some methods, right? Okay. So same by using the Durbin-Watson test, you can identify that. Okay. So the problem may be occur. The problem of heteroscedasticity may be occurred due to the misspecification of the model, then error of measurement. Okay, when you calculate the data collection, if there is any mistakes in the data collection, or the misspecification of model, it will reflect in the analysis, okay, results, heteroscedasticity. Right? So if the model is properly identified, if the random variable is truly identified, we can avoid the problem of heteroscedasticity. Then autocorrelation. Okay, autocorrelation. Autocorrelation means that relationship between the successive value of the same variable. Okay, right? Okay, that is successive value of the same variable. Same variable. Okay, you can take the say income. Okay, so the demand is a function of price of other commodity, income, and taste. So the income is making an influence on the demand. Okay, here you can get a point that so the demand is not only based on the current income, not only based on the current income, it's also based on the previous income. Okay, so previous income means, okay, suppose if you want a product, if you want to buy a product, okay, with the help of the current income you may not be able to buy the product. Okay, so you can get you can buy the product with the help of the previous income that some portion of amount you may kept in the form of savings. Okay, right? So the current consumption or the current demand is decided by the not only by the current income, it's based on the previous income. Okay, that is called, we call it it's y of t, that is y of t minus 1. So the previous income, right? Okay, so the relationship. Okay, so relationship between the successive values, that is so y previous income, y of t minus 1, y of t minus 2, t minus 3. Okay, that is a previous income. So there is a relationship between the successive value of the same variable, that is called autocorrelation. Okay, right? So these are the things will be happen in the when we make an analysis. So all the problems can be rectified by using some methods. Okay, right? The next one is evaluation. Okay? Evaluation of the forecasting power of the model. Okay, right. So all the things is, so the thing is, the ultimate aim of the research methodology is to forecast the future. So this is the current demand of your company. So what will be in future? Okay, that's the main duty of the CEO of any concern. Okay, so what they are doing mainly, they are doing the job of forecasting. If you are very powerful in the forecasting, like in astrology, okay, right? It's in a scientific way. Okay, astrology means that I'm getting, okay, so this is a scientific one. Okay, right? So through the scientific method, if you are forecast, okay, right? So the company will reach a better position and you will become a number one in the market. Okay, right? So there are two ways in the forecasting. Means one is the same data. What are the data is available in your hand? What are the data is available from the data sources? By using the data sources, you can estimate and you can make an analysis. Based on that, you can predict the future. Okay, so based on the prediction, you can make other steps. Then second thing is additional data. Okay, so you can collect the additional information. So what are the data available to your hand? At the same time, you can collect the additional information from the other sources. Okay, right? So usually the second way is a better one when compared with the previous one. So in these two ways, you can forecast the future, right? So this is a methodology of the research: specification, estimation, evaluation, and forecasting. Okay, right? Yes. So a model should be an effective one. That is a very important one. Okay. So model should be an effective one. So what are the desirable properties of an effective model? Okay. Yes. So the properties maybe, or first one is theoretical possibilities. A model, it should be matched with the theory. It should be matched with the theory. Theoretical possibility should have, right? Okay. Then explanatory ability. A model should have the explanatory ability, right? It should be understood by each and everyone first. Then it must give a clear picture. Clear, okay? So clear picture. Okay, say for okay, you can take this the same one. So here, so the beta 1, so the beta 1 explain the contribution of price, the variation of the quantity demand. Okay, beta 2, it explain the contribution of price of other commodity to the particular demand for the quantity. Okay, Q. Okay, right. Then beta 3, it's explain the making influence or the contribution of income for the total variation what is happening in the quantity demand. Likewise, beta 9, beta 4, it's also indicates the contribution of taste for deciding the demand. Okay, so a model must have the theoretical possibility, and it must have the explanatory ability. It should be clearly explained what are the parameters, how much is making an influence on the dependent variable. Okay, then accuracy of the estimates of the parameter. It should be accurate. It should give accurate results, right? So when you include the random variable in the model, if you specify the true random variable in the model, so the result you will get the accurate. You can get the accurate, right? Yeah. The next one is forecasting ability. Forecasting ability. So a model must have the forecasting ability. So see I already told you one way and two way that by getting the additional information, you can estimate the future. Okay, so forecasting ability, it must have a forecasting ability. Then another one is simplicity. A model should be very, very simple. It should be very, very simple to understand, and a model should be very simple to apply. That's very important. The model should not be a complicated one. Okay, researcher must have the simple model. Okay, to apply and to find the solution for the problem. Okay, right. So the research is meant for to find some solution for the problem. Okay, so it should be very simple. Okay, so these are the properties of an effective model. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Next, we move to the statistical application. So still we discuss about the methodology. What is the entire thing? Okay. Right. Okay. Some of the techniques we are using the statistical application in the analysis. Right. So the statistical here we have given a few statistical application. Right. So these are all the very important, and also okay. One is correlation. Okay. Correlation, regression, analysis of variance, standard error, then factor analysis. Okay, so these are the predominant important application, statistical application in the research. Okay, right. Okay, we can see one by one. Right. First, we'll see the correlation. Okay, right. So what is correlation? Correlation is a relation. Okay, it's a relationship between the two variables. The degree of relationship between two variables. Okay, relationship. Right. So here there are two variables x and y. The degree of relationship between two variables. Okay. So this correlation have the different types. different types. We can see the types. First one is simple correlation. Simple correlation. It means that there's a relationship between only two variables. Only two variables are in the model. Okay, that is called simple correlation. So, for example, x and y alone, x and y are alone in the activities. Okay, research activities or in the data collection. It is called the simple correlation. Okay. The next one is the multiple correlation. Multiple correlation. So here, variables are more than two. Okay, if it is more than two variables are involved in the analysis. That's called multiple correlation. Okay. Yes. The next one is partial correlation. Partial correlation. That means that here more than three variables are there. Three or more variables are involved in a model. Okay, three or more variables. Okay, assume that there are three variables. Okay, right, for our simple understanding, there are three variables in the model. Here we can make we can calculate the relationship between the two variables. So, for an example, x, y, z. So x, y, z. There are three variables in the model. Okay, here you can calculate the partial correlation between the. You can find out the relationship between the x and y. X and y. Right. Then z is keeping as a constant. Z is keeping as constant. The third variable of z is keeping as constant. Likewise, x, you can make a relationship, you can find a relationship between the x and z. Here, in this case, the second variable of y is keeping as constant. Okay, right? That is partial correlation. Okay, among the three variables, you can find the relationship between the two variables, and third variable is keeping us constant. Then fourth one is rank correlation. Rank correlation. Generally, the data is divided into two categories. One is quantitative data and qualitative data. Quantitative data and qualitative data. Okay. So for the quantitative data, we can use simple, multiple, and partial correlation. Okay. For the qualitative data, okay, to find the relationship between the qualitative variables, we have to use the rank correlation. Right. So, so qualitative variables are profession, education, okay, then religious. Okay, so these are all things are considered as the qualitative variable. Okay, right. The next one is perfect correlation. Perfect correlation. What is perfect correlation? So there is a strong correlation relationship between two variables. Okay, right. So here, so the value, you must know the value of the correlation. So the correlation value should be 0 to 1. The value, the range of the value of the correlation coefficient is 0 to 1. So R is the correlation coefficient. So small r is used to indicate the correlation coefficient. Okay, so the value should be 0 to 1. Okay. Suppose the value is 1. So the value is 1, exactly 1. That means there is a strong relationship between the two variables of x and y. So here the correlation is called as perfect correlation. Perfect correlation. Okay. Right. Yes. Then another one is positive correlation. Positive correlation. So the relationship between the two variables x and y is a positive relationship. There is a positive correlation. So for an example, a person is food habits and body weight. Okay, if you are taking more more food items. Okay, right? Automatically, so the weight of the human being will increase. There may be a positive relationship between these two variables. Okay, right? So in the previous case, what we discussed here, right? So income and quantity demand. Okay, so this is a regression. Okay, so income and quantity demand. When the income increase, the quantity demand will also automatically increase. When your income is reduced, so the quantity will also reduce. Okay, right. So we have a strong evidence during the COVID period. Okay, so the many people lost their job, so the consumption, the demand also reduced. Okay, so we have practical evidence. Okay, when right when the one variable is moving one direction, okay, the another variable if also moving in the same direction, it indicates the positive relationship. Right. That's a, another one is negative correlation. Negative correlation. So there is a two variables. There's a relationship. So the relationship between the negative. You can take the yeah, you studied in the managerial economics, demand theory, right? So here there is a negative relationship between these two variables of demand and price. And the price increase, demand decrease. When the price decrease, demand will increase. There is a negative relationship. Okay, so it indicates the negative correlation. It is called a negative correlation. Okay, right. Another one is zero correlation or null correlation. Okay. So there is no relationship between two variables. Okay, right? There's no relationship between two variables. So those who are eating well, suppose you are making analysis about uh, number of hours spent to studying, okay, right? The height of the student. Okay, so there is no relationship between the number of hours spent for preparation, study, and height of the students. There is no relationship. Okay, right? That's called the zero correlation or null correlation. Right. Yes, another one is spurious. Spurious correlation. Okay, spurious correlation. It's also called as a chance correlation. It's another name for this is chance correlation. Okay, if there are two events, okay, by chance there may be a correlation between the two variables. Okay, so for example, if I'm walking in the road, uh, suppose the 500 rupees may be on the road. Okay, so nobody is there. Okay, yeah. So the person will take 500 rupees. Okay, the second day is going, the day same day also he is getting 500 rupees, right? So based on that, can we come to the conclusion that okay, if he is going a particular time, he will get an amount? No. Okay, if you pass the information to the others also ready to walk during the same time. Okay, let that happen. Okay, right? So so getting some amount and that's one factor. Okay, walking of a particular person. Okay, there is another factor. Okay, right. So if a person is crossing on the road getting the money, these two variables, the relationship is happening by chance. There is no any intention. It's not a planned one. Okay, it's by chance there is a relationship between the two events. Okay, so that is called chance correlation or spurious correlation. Okay. Yes, the next one is autocorrelation. Okay, autocorrelation. Yes, just now we have discussed the autocorrelation, right? So autocorrelation means that there is a relationship between the successive values of the same variable. Successive value of the same variable. Okay, suppose you can take the demand also. Demand. So your demand is not only influenced by other factors, it's also influenced by itself. Itself. Okay. A current demand is influenced by the previous demand. Yes, it's influenced by the same variable of the demand. Okay, right. Suppose you want to buy a product, any product, or if you want to have some food items. Okay, right. Okay, you may suggest or you may go the next time to the same field or same hotel. Okay, right. So because of the experience, previous consumption, your previous demand or previous consumption is making a influence on the current consumption, not your current demand, right? Okay, so based on the previous experience, so definitely there is a relationship between the current consumption and the previous consumption. Okay, that is an experience. Okay, right. So based on the previous experience, you are ready to buy the same product in that particular location or particular shop. Okay, right. That is autocorrelation. So relationship between the successive value of the same variable. Right. And then another one is a linear correlation. Linear correlation. Okay. That means that if the variable is moving direction, okay, the another variable, suppose x is moving in an increasing way, the y is also it's also increasing the same direction. Okay, if the two variables are moving the same direct, not only the same direction, a proportionate change. Okay, a proportionate change. The proportionate change is happening in both the variables of x and y. Okay, right. So here the you can get the relationship between the two variables in the form of linear. Okay, in the form of linear. Okay, right. So proportional change will happen in both x and y. Okay. Yes. Another one is non-linear correlation. Non-linear correlation. So here, yes. So the linear, for the example, for the linear, if you study the this one demand curve, you may have a straight line. Okay, you can see the straight line, a downward sloping curve. It's a straight line. It is a straight line that is called a linear relationship between the two variables. Okay, linear, non-linear. So here, the variables are having the relationship, that may be a positive relationship or a negative relationship, right? But there is no proportional change. There's no proportional change. Okay, if it is having a proportional change in the x and y, that is called linear correlation. If it is not having a proportional change, it is called non-linear correlation. Non-linear correlation. Okay. Okay, so these are the types of correlation: simple correlation, multiple correlation, partial correlation, rank correlation, perfect correlation, positive correlation, negative correlation, zero or null correlation, spurious correlation, auto correlation, linear correlation, non-linear correlation. Okay, right. Okay, now we can see a simple example. Okay, so the calculation of correlation. Okay, here now we can see it. Okay, yeah, this is a formula to find out the correlation coefficient. So R is indicate the correlation coefficient. Okay, the summation of the formula is to calculate the correlation coefficient is summation of xy divided by root of summation of x square and root of summation of y square. Okay. Right. So by using this formula, you can get the correlation coefficient. Okay. Right. Now we can see an example. Right. Yes. See here. So there's a table. It indicates that the estimation of a correlation coefficient. Okay, it's estimation of correlation coefficient. Okay. So the first column. Okay. So the first column it indicates the observation. So there are 10 observation. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's an n. So n is 10. Then second y. Y is a variable. Y is a variable and x is the another variable. Okay, so the y variable is it has an increasing values 10, 20, 50, 40, 50, 60, 80, 90, 90, 120. Okay, right. Then another variable of x, okay, there is it's also increasing value 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. Okay, right. So when you have a look, so both the variables values are increasing. Both are increasing. Okay, right. So this is the data we have. Okay, so with the help of the data, we have to make a analysis. Right. Okay. So in the formula, we need a summation of x, y, and root of summation of x square and root of summation of y square. Okay, this is a small x, it's a capital X. Okay, okay. See, there's a capital Y and there's a capital X, right? And here you have to find out the small x and small y. There is nothing but the deviation. Okay, deviation. So how this particular here value is deviate from the mean value. Okay, mean value is nothing but the x bar. Okay, x bar. So you know very well about to find out the x bar, that is summation of y. So in this case x. Okay, summation of x is 110 divided by number. Okay, number of observation. Right. So the capital X total is 110 and divided by 10 you will get a 11. Okay, 11. So 11 is the mean value. 11 is the mean value of X. Okay, right. So the small x, it's a deviated value. So how much this variable x is deviating from the mean value. Okay, right. So the first observation value is minus 9. Minus 9. Okay, so the mean value is 11. So it's deviate, the actual is 2. Okay, the mean value is 11. So it's deviate from the mean value of minus 9. Okay. So likewise, minus 7, minus 5, minus 3, minus 1. Okay. Then after that, plus 1. Plus 1, plus 3, plus 5, plus 7, plus 9. Okay, right. So always the mean value. Okay, so average value of the mean value or the summation of the mean value will become 0. Okay, if you are getting else apart from 0, it indicates that there may be a chance for the mistakes. Okay, in the measurement error. Okay, right. So likewise, the next one is y, you can take the small y. Okay? That is y minus y bar. Y minus y bar. Okay. Right. So here the total summation of y is 610. 610. So the number of observation is 10. Okay. Right. So summation of y divided by n is equal to, you will get a y. Okay. Right. That is y bar. Okay. You will get a y bar. That is an average value of variable y. Okay. That is here it is. The value is 61. Is 610 divided by 10. Okay, so the value is 61. Okay, so y minus y bar. Y minus y bar. So 10 minus 61, 51. So 20 minus 61 is 41. 50 minus 61, 11. 40 minus 61, minus 21. Okay, likewise minus 11 minus 1. Okay, right. From the observation 7 onwards, it has the positive value of plus 19 plus 29, again plus 29 and plus 59. Okay, so the summation of a small y is also 0. Okay, right. Okay, so in the formula we need the square, x square and y square. So we need the to square the value, deviate value. Okay, so the another column is x square. Okay, that is 9. 9 into 9, 81. 7 into 7, 49. 5 into 5, 25. 3 into 3, 9. Then 1 into 1, 1, 1 into 1, 1. Okay, 3. 3 into 3, right? So 9, 5 into 5, 25, 7 into 7, 49, 9 into 9, that is 81. We will get to the x square. So likewise, we have to do the y square also, right? Here we can get the summation of x square, that is 330, then summation of y square, summation of y square. Okay, that is called. Okay, so the total value is 10,490 and x square is 330. Right. One more thing we need in the formula, that is summation of xy. Summation of xy. Okay. So here it is a small case. Right. X and y. So 9 into 51. Okay. X, y. Means 9 into 51, that is 459. 7 into 41, that is 287. And 5 into 11, 55. 3 into 21, it is 63. 1 into 11, 11. 1 into 1, here is plus value and here is minus value. Okay, so 1 into 1, so 1. So minus 1. So when you calculate, when you make a multiplication of the calculation, so the sign is very, very important one. Okay, so you must be take care of that sign. Okay, so the sign is playing a very important role since they are relationship. We are measuring the relationship, right? Then 3 into 19 is 57. So 5 into 29 is 145. 7 into 29 is 203. 9 into 59 says the value of 531. Okay. So in total, the summation of small xy value is 1810. Okay. Right. So up to this, enough for calculating the correlation coefficient. Okay, so these columns are, we can calculate the correlation coefficient without taking the deviation. Okay, right. Okay, so up to this level, that's enough to calculate the correlation coefficient, right? Okay. So in this way, you have to calculate the correlation coefficient. The value should be 0 to 1. If the value is okay, close to 1, so here the formula is summation of xy. Summation of xy is 1810 and divided by summation of x square, that is 330. Okay. And summation of y square, that is 10,490. Okay, right? So by calculating correlation coefficient by using this formula, okay, so the answer will be 0.975. 0.975. Okay, so you'll get the correlation coefficient. As I said, that is a 0.975. So if you are getting the estimated values closer to 1, it indicates that there's a strong correlation. There's a strong correlation between the two variables. Okay, so in this case, the estimated value of the correlation coefficient is 0.975. So it indicates there is a strong correlation. It's a strong correlation between the variables of x and y. Okay, if you see the raw data, so both the variables are moving, okay, in the same direction. Both are increasing. Okay, it also roughly indicates the positive relationship. When you make it a scientific calculation, you will get this one. Okay, right. So this is correlation, right? Yes. Next one, another important statistical application for the research is regression. Okay, right? Regression. So the correlation shows only the relationship between the two variables, whereas the regression, it explains the it's also explains the relationship between the two variables. So the difference is functional relationship. It explains the functional relationship between the two or more variables. Functional relationship. Okay. In the correlation, we can say that the two variables x and y are the variables. Okay. So here the variables are named as dependent variable. One is dependent variable, another one is independent variable. Okay, so which variable is acting independently? That's independent variable. Okay, so when the independent variable is making an influence on the another variable, that is called dependent variable. Okay, so here y is a function of x. Y is a function of x. Okay, so if y is a dependent variable, x is an independent variable. F, that's a functional relationship. So x is making an influence on the dependent variable of y. Okay, right. So there's a relationship, functional relationship between the two variables. That's called regression. So there are two types of regression. Is there? One is simple regression and another one is multiple regression. Simple regression and multiple regression. Okay. If there is only two variables, there is a functional relationship between two variables, that is called simple regression. So here is only one independent variable. Okay. Right. Suppose if the independent variables are two or more, that is called multiple regression. Okay. So here Independent variables for x1, x2, x3 are making influence on the y. Okay, right? Yes, we have seen the previous case. Right? See, so this is a multiple regression. So here there are four independent variables: price and price of other commodity, income, and taste. Okay, right? So there are four variables involved in the model. So it is called a multiple regression. Okay, right. So there are two types: simple regression and multiple regression. Okay, okay. Here we can have a formula to estimate the regression analysis. Um, yeah, so in the previous case, you can see the beta naught, beta 1. Okay, right. So we have to calculate the beta naught and beta 1. Okay, so for to find out the beta naught, the formula is y bar, y bar minus. Okay, so the multiplication of beta naught into x bar. Okay, x bar. Okay, so you have to subtract the value of multiplication of beta 1 into x bar from the y bar, you will get the beta naught value. Okay, right. So beta 1. So beta 1. Here there are two variables, only two variables. Okay, so beta 1. The two variables as x and y. Okay, so we have to find out the beta 1. So to find out the beta 1, so the formula is summation of xy divided by summation of x square. Okay, this is a formula to calculate the beta naught and beta 1 in the regression analysis. Okay, yeah. This is a example. Okay, work out the sum for the estimation of supply function of a commodity. Okay, right. So you can see here, like in the previous case, n is the number of observation. So here the observation is from 1 to 12. So there are totally 12 observations. There are totally 12 observations. Okay. Y is a quantity. Y is a quantity, and X is a price. Okay, so here y is a dependent variable, x is an independent variable. Okay, right. So it's a supply function. It's a supply function. So quantity supply. Y stands for the quantity supply, and x is the price. Okay. The quantity supply starts from 69, 76, 52, 56, 57, 77, 58, okay, 67, 53. Okay, there is a fluctuation, and there is a fluctuation in the quantity supply data. Okay, and the price. Okay, so it's also having a flexible trend: 9, 12, 6, 10. Okay, right, it increased initially 9 to 12, it increasing, then after that it reduced to 6, it again increasing 10, and reducing 9, okay, 10, and 7, 8, okay, so 12, okay, from 7, 8, 12, it's an increasing trend, then after that 6, then 11, 12. Okay, right. So the price also having a fluctuation trend. Okay. So we have to, so in the formula we need summation of small xy and small x square, right? Okay, you can see this the column, sixth column, it is a small y, a small y, right? Small y, it indicates a y minus y bar. So y bar value is 63. Y bar value is 63. There is nothing but the mean value of the quantity supply. Okay, mean value of the quantity supply is 63. Okay, right. So by using the mean value, okay, you can find the deviation of each observation in y. Okay, See the first one, that is 69. Here is 63. Okay, 69 minus 63, so 6 plus 76 minus 63, so remaining is 13. So see the next one, it's a negative value, minus 11. Okay, so because here the quantity supply is 52, so the mean value is 63. Okay, so this particular observation is deviating more in the negative. Okay, then minus 7, minus 6, plus 14, plus, sorry, minus 5, minus 8, okay, plus 4, minus 10, minus 9, sorry, plus 9, plus 1. So it has a positive, the deviation. So the deviation of the actual value of the mean is, it has the positive value and negative value. Okay, right. Likewise, the x variable is it's also deviating from the mean value. Okay, see the first observation, the mean value is 9, the observation value is also 9, so there is no deviation, it's 0. Okay, so the 0, it indicates that there is no variation, there is no deviation, there is no variation. Okay, right. So the particular observation is exactly match with the average value. Okay, right. So 9, okay, you can find the plus value and minus value. Okay, then you will get the x and y. Okay, so the multiplication of deviation value of the x and y, you will get the value. Okay, so at the end you will get the summation of x y, that is 156. Right. For the now you get the summation of xy. Okay, so for the formula you need a summation of xy, you got it. Another required value is summation of x square. Okay, so you have to calculate the x square, right? So this column it indicates the small x square, right? So it is a square value of the deviation of x value, that is price. Okay, so that is 48. This value is 48. Okay, right. When you use the formula by using the value, okay, so here you can get the beta naught value and beta 1 value. Okay, right. Right, so the beta 1 value is 3.25, and the beta naught value is 33.75. Okay, right, so 33.75, and beta 1 value is 3.75. What it means? Okay. So when you make a change, if there is any change in the price, what will make the effect on the quantity supply? Okay, quantity supply, right? So the independent variable of price is making influence on Y. Okay, right? So independent variable of price, that is X, making influence on Y. Okay, so how much? That is 3.25. If there is a change in the price of X, variable X, 1 unit change, it will make a influence on Y of the dependent variable of the quantity supply, that is 3.25 units. 3.25. Okay, 1 unit change in price will make a influence on the quantity supplies 3.25 units. Okay, right. So the correlation shows the relationship. Yes, there is a positive relationship between the x and y. But whereas the regression, it explains the influence. how much the independent variable is making an influence on the dependent variable. So it can be explained by the beta 1 value. Okay, beta 1 value. Okay, right. So this is a simple regression. Okay, if you see this one, okay, there is a multiple regression. Okay, so here just now we have seen the price. Okay, so price, so it has a positive relationship. When the price increase, the quantity supplied will also increase. That's why we have a plus sign. Okay, then price of other commodity, we are taking the price of other commodity, then income, taste. This is a multiple regression. Okay, so there is a separate formula for the multiple regression. Okay, so here the each and every variable, the beta 1, so beta 1, it indicates the influence of price on quantity supply. This beta 2 is indicating the influence of price of other commodity on quantity demand. So likewise the beta 3 and beta 4 is explaining the influence of income and taste on the quantity supply respectively. Okay, right. So this is a multiple regression. So regression analysis is very, very fundamental one. Okay, for any analysis. Okay, right. Okay, so here only you can find the problem of that one, multicollinearity, heteroscedasticity. Okay, right. Then autocorrelation. Okay, so so in the simple regression, you can't find the problems. Okay, when you use the multiple regression, so in the multiple regression only you can find the problem of multicollinearity, heteroscedasticity, and autocorrelation. Okay, right. Yeah. Okay, yes. Then another one statistical application is that ANOVA. ANOVA is analysis of variance. Okay, analysis of variance. Okay, yeah. In the regression, we speak about the variation. It is okay. Small x. Small x. It indicates the variation of the x variable. Variation of the x variable from the mean value. Okay, mean value. So right, okay, that variation can be analyzed. Okay, whether the variation is variation, that is the deviation of the actual values from the mean value, is whether it's statistically significant or not. Okay, statistically significant or not. Okay, so the deviations can be estimated through the standard error also. Okay, whether it's an error, okay, whether the error can be acceptable or not. Okay, right. So yes, it's another statistical application is analysis of variance. Okay, right. So this table, it indicates the analysis of variance for a simple model. Okay, here there is only okay, only one independent variable, that is x1. Okay, so this is a standard table. Okay, so the first column is a source. First column is a source. The source is x1, that is x variable. Okay, then residual is nothing but the random variable. So apart from the x variable, there are a number of variables are responsible for making a changes on the dependent variable. That's called the residual. Okay, and there's a total. Right, so the second column, it indicates a sum of squares. Okay, there is summation of y square we used in the formula. Okay, sum of x square. Okay, likewise sum of y square. Okay, sum of y square, and summation of e square. Okay, so this is the estimated value. Okay, see the variation, that is summation of y square, it's a total variation. Summation of y square is a total variation. Okay, so this total variation is divided into two, that is explained variation and unexplained variation. Okay, this summation of y cap square is the explained variation. Summation of e square is the unexplained variation. Okay, so you can see in this table in the regression analysis. Okay, see here y cap. Okay, so e means y minus y cap. Okay? Y minus y cap. Okay, so y cap is an estimated value. Okay, it's an estimated value. Okay, so this e square, you see this is an e square, that is an unexplained variation. Okay, unexplained variation. Right, so y cap square, it's an explained variation. Summation of e square is a unexplained variation. So if you put it total, that is summation of y square is a total variation. Right, so the third column is the degrees of freedom. Okay, so for this case, here is only one independent variable. So k means a number of variables in the model. So in this model, there are two variables, x and y. X and y, there are two variables in the model, that is k, then minus 1 equal to 1. So the degrees of freedom for this model is 1. Okay, for this case x, for the variable x. Okay, so for the residual, the degrees of freedom is n minus k. N minus k. Okay, so here there are total observation is 30. Number of observation is 30. There is 0. Okay, k is two variables, y and x. So 30 minus 2 will get it 28. Okay, right. For the total n minus 1. Okay, n minus 1, that is 30 minus 1 will be 29. Okay, right. Then the next column is mean square error, MSE, mean square error. Okay, right. So this mean square error can be calculated by using these two columns, by using the sum of squares and the degrees of freedom. Okay, so if you divide the sum of square by using the degrees of freedom, okay, that is summation of y cap square divided by k minus 1, you will get the mean square error for the independent variable of x. Okay, right. In values, you can see the value 845 divided by 1. Okay, that is sum of square 845 divided by degrees of freedom 1. So the value is 845. That is mean square error for this variable x. Okay. For the unexplained variation, that is sigma e square. So the same procedure. Okay, mean square error for the summation of e square is 33 and divided by degrees of freedom. Okay, degrees of freedom. Okay, that is 28. So 133 divided by 28, you will get the 4.75. Okay, there is a mean square error. Right. Okay, then you have to find out the f value. Okay, that is f static. Right. So why we put it f? Because this ANOVA concept is developed by Fisher. ANOVA concept is developed by Fisher. That's why by its name it indicates that the f, it's mentioned in the letter f. Okay, f star. Okay, here you can find the f value or f static. It's also called as f static. Okay, here the mean square error of the independent variable divided by the random variable. Mean square error of the random variable, you will get the f star. Okay, that is 845 divided by 4.75, you will get the f value, f star. Okay, right? So here value is 177.8. Okay, so this is the analysis of variance for the simple regression. Okay, see the second table, it is for the multiple regression. So here is there are two variables, x1, x2, x1, x2, right? So the source is x1, x2, and random variable. Okay, so here see the sum of squares for the summation of y cap square is 873, right? Um, so here you are including, you are introducing a second variable. You are introducing a second variable in the model, that is x2. Okay, so here the explained variation is increased by introducing the second variable in the model. Okay, so it is increased from 845 to 873. Okay, at the same time the unexplained variation is also reduced from 133 to 105 because of the introduction of the introducing the second variable in the model. Okay, so you can see this degrees of freedom to the independent variables. So x1, x2 is here. See, k, here's k is 3. K is 3, x1, x2, then y. So k is 3. 3 minus 1 is 2. Okay, so number of observation 13. So 30 minus 3, that is 27 degrees of freedom is 27. So mean square error. Mean square error for the multiple regression of x1, x2 is 873. The sum of square, here sum of square is 873 divided by 2. That is 50 degrees of freedom 2. So is equal to 436. So the mean square error for this multiple regression of x and y is 436. Okay, then mean square error for this unexplained variation is 3.9. Okay, you just compare these two till mean square error of the first table and second table. So the mean square error is reduced. See, in the first case, that means if there is only one variable, 845. So here, when you introduce a second variable in the model, so the mean square error is reduced. Error is reduced. Okay, its value is 436. Okay, right? Likewise, the unexplained variation error is also reduced from 4.75 to 3.9. Okay, so here the f static is 436 divided by 3.9, you will get 112.7, right? Okay. So the basic thing is the estimated value of f, it should be greater than the table value. Okay, if it is greater than the table value, the estimation is treated as a significant one. Okay, so here the table value in the first case is simple regression. The table value at the 5% level of significance is 4.20. Okay, so the f star value is 177. So 177 is greater than the 4.2. Okay, so the estimated value is greater than the table value at 5% level of significance. So it is called significant in the simple regression. Okay, you can take the multiple regression. So here is also the table value at 5% level, that is 3.35. Okay, because here is a two variable in the model. Okay, right? So here the f static value is 112.7. So it is greater than the table value of 3.5 at 5% level of significance. So here it's also significant. So the estimate is statistically significant. Okay, so by using this analysis of variance in the regression analysis and the research, you can estimate the you can check your estimates are statistically significant or not. Okay, right? So Oh, so based on that, you can accept the hypothesis or reject the hypothesis. Okay, right. So if the values, okay, if the value is statistically significant, okay, so it's statistically significant, okay, you can uh, accept the hypothesis or you can reject the hypothesis. Okay, so based on that results, you can accept or reject the hypothesis. So this ANOVA is this F static is used to test the hypothesis. Okay, right. So with this, we finished this session. Okay.
கணேசன் முடிச்சிட்டீங்களா?
Yes, sir. We will see the remaining things in the next class. Finish money, sir.
ஓகே.
Okay, sir. See you, sir.
ஓகே, see you.
Okay, thank you.
சார் ஒரு பையன் வந்தான், முஸ்லீம் பையன் வந்தான், பாத்தீங்களா?
எது லைன்லயா இல்ல வீட்டுக்கா?
ஃபோன் பண்ணாங்களா?
ஏதோ ஒரு பொண்ணு தான் போன் பண்ணுச்சு.
இல்ல ஒரு பையன் கூட வந்தான்.
ஆ
வந்து இந்த மாதிரி அசைன்மெண்ட் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு.
சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க சார்.
நான் வந்து இல்லப்பா நீங்க கோவிந்தராஜ் சாரை ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டுங்க, இல்ல 2 மணிக்கு ஆன்லைன்ல வருவாரு, அவர்கிட்ட பேசிங்கன்னா. இல்ல நாங்க ஃபோன் பண்ணி பேசிக்கிறோம். நானுங்க பேசுனாங்க
இன்னும் பண்ணல. பட் 16ஆம் தேதி லாஸ்ட் டேட்னு அவங்க கொடுத்தத நம்ம கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர்ல கொஞ்சம் ஹெவியா இருந்தனால 10 நாள் தள்ளி போட்டோம்.
ஆமா.
அத வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப்ல எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கும் இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணியாச்சு.
ஆமா.
ஒரு சிலர் இன்னைக்கு வந்துட்டு நான் வீட்ல இருந்து ஆன்லைன்ல பாத்துட்டு இருக்கிறேன். அங்க காஜாமலைக்கு 2 பேர் வந்துட்டு சார் உங்களை பார்க்க வந்திருக்கோம் அப்படின்னானுங்க. இது மாதிரி நிறைய தொந்தரவு பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருக்கானுங்க. சரி நான் சொல்லிக்கிறேன், வந்தாங்கன்னா சொல்றேன்.
ஓகே ஓகே சார், ஓகே சார்.
நான் பேசிக்கிறேன். அப்ப அவரு டேனியல் வரன்ட்டாரு.
ஓகே.
அடுத்தது வந்து இவரு சுரேஷ் எம்சிஏ
சுரேஷ்
வந்துட்டாரா? ஓகே. அடுத்து செகண்ட் ஹவர் நானு. அடுத்து மத்தியானம். குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் சார். காலையில ஒரு 45 பேர் இருந்தாங்க ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ். இன்னைக்கு மத்தியானம் லஞ்சுக்கு போயிட்டாங்க. வந்துருவாங்க. ஓகே. இன்னும் ஒரு 5 மினிட்ஸ் இருக்கு. 4 நிமிஷம். சார் டேனியல் வணக்கம்.
சார் குட் மார்னிங் சார். குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் சார்.
குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன்.
ஆரம்பிக்கலாம் சார். சரி ஸ்டார்ட் சார். சார் குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன் சார்.
குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன். ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கீங்க.
ஓகே சார். ஓகே தேங்க் யூ சார்.
சுரேஷா நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க, வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டேன். ஓகே ஓகே சார்.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can we start the class? Okay. Fine. Last class நம்ம என்ன பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா கேம் தியரி பார்த்தோம். கேம் தியரியில வந்து அடுத்த கான்செப்ட் நம்ம என்ன பார்க்க போறோம் அப்படின்னா டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி அப்படிமா. Solve the following game. Okay, 3 - 2 - 2 5 கேம் தியரி. லாஸ்ட் கிளாஸ்ல கொஞ்சம் அப்சர்வேஷன் இல்லாதவங்க திருப்பி சொல்றேன். வாட் இஸ் மீன் பை கேம் தியரி அப்படின்னா கேம் தியரி ஆஃப் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் பாயிண்ட். அதாவது வாட் இஸ் மீன் பை கேம் தியரி அப்படின்னா ஒரு இதில் சப்போஸ் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் டைமிங் நடக்குது. சப்போஸ் வந்து ஒரு பேட்மிண்டன் விளாடுறாங்க அப்படின்னா எந்த பேட்டர்ன் வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றாங்க, ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண எந்த வேல்யூ வந்து சீக்கிரம் நமக்கு முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பார்க்க கேம் தியரியும் போகும். அதே மாதிரி தான் செஸ் காயின் பண்றப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னா ஒயிட் காயின் டாஸ் வின் பண்ணாங்க, ஒயிட் காயின் எடுத்தாங்க அப்படின்னா எந்த கேம்ல எந்த பாயிண்ட்ல ஜெயிக்கலாம், வின் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பார்க்கறதா தட் இஸ் கான்செப்ட் ஆஃப் கேம் தியரி. தட் கான்செப்ட் ஆஃப் த ஃபாலோயிங் கேம் தியரி அப்படிம்பாங்க. ஓகே, திஸ் இஸ் சொல்றப்ப என்னன்னா இதுல வந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ண முடியாது அப்படின்னா சேடில் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிங்க. லாஸ்ட் கிளாஸ்ல பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னா நம்ம சேடில் பாயிண்ட் வச்சு நம்ம பார்த்தோம். இதுல சேடில் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது. அப்போ இதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி அப்படின்னா என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா இதுல நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், கன்சிடர் ஏ பி சி டி. ஏ அதாவது ஏனா 3, பினா -2, சி -2, டி வந்து 5. டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு ஒரு ஃபார்முலா இருக்கு. ஒரிஜினல் ஃபார்முலா அப்படின்னா SA ஈக்குவல் A1 பிளேயர் 1, ஓகே, அதுதான் பிளேயர் 2 ன்னு சொல்றாங்க. A2 P1 P2. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா B1 B2 Q1 Q2. ஓகே, இந்த கான்செப்ட் என்ன சொல்றோம் அப்படின்னா பிளேயர் 1க்கு நம்ம சொல்றப்ப இது பார்க்கணும் நம்ம. ஓகே, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃபார்முலா நம்ம பார்க்கறப்ப என்ன சொல்லுவோம் அப்படின்னா பிளேயர் 1க்கு வந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா P1 ஈக்குவல் டு D minus C divided by A minus B minus C plus D. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இதுல D minus C னா ஆல்ரெடி நம்ம சொல்லியிருக்கோம். A equal to 3, B equal to -2, C equal to -2, 5 equal to D. அப்போ இது ஃபார்முலா நம்ம அப்ளை பண்றோம், அவ்வளவுதான். வேற கான்செப்ட் ஒன்றும் இல்லை. ஃபார்முலா நம்ம அப்ளை பண்ண போகிறோம். ஃபார்முலா அப்ளை பண்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா பிளேயர் 1க்கு என்ன கொடுத்துருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா D equal to 5. நம்ம அதான் எடுத்து வைப்போம். D equal to 5, C equal to இதுல மைனஸ் இருக்கு, C equal to -2. அப்போ ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா +2 மாறிடும். மைனஸ் மைனஸ் பிளஸ் ஆயிடுது. டிவைடட் பை 3, A equal to 3. அடுத்து மைனஸ் B சொல்றாங்க. மைனஸ் Bனா ஏகே மைனஸ் இருக்கு, மைனஸ் வந்து ஈக்குவல் டு இதுல வந்து -2 இருக்கு நமக்கு ஆல்ரெடி. அப்ப மைனஸ் மைனஸ் பிளஸ் ஆயிடுது 2. அடுத்த வந்து என்ன இருக்கு, சிக்கு வந்து -2 தான் நம்ம பார்த்துருக்கோம். அப்ப -2 வர்றப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா மைனஸ் மைனஸ் பிளஸ் ஆயிடுது. அப்ப ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா திருப்பி ஆகி +2. லாஸ்டா வந்து D5. ஓகே, அப்ப இதெல்லாம் ஆட் பண்ணுங்க. 5 + 2 7, 3 + 5 5 + 10, 10 + 2 7. ஓகே, அப்ப எவ்வளவு வருது 7/12. என்ன வருது 7/12. ஓகே, அடுத்ததுல பாக்குறீங்க அப்படின்னா அடுத்த வழியில நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், அடுத்து D minus B, அடுத்த ஃபார்முலா D minus C பார்க்க போறோம் அப்படின்னா பிளேயர் 2 கோட வேல்யூ பார்க்க போறோம். அதுக்குள்ள ஃபார்முலா என்னன்னா D minus D minus B, A minus B minus C plus D. ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? D minus B னா அதே ஆல்ரெடி நம்ம என்ன பண்ணிருக்கோம், இதுல வந்து 3 பார்த்துக்கோங்க. A equal to 3, B equal to -2, C வந்து எவ்வளோனா -2, D equal to 5. ஓகே, அப்போ ஏற்கனவே சொன்ன லாஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் சொன்ன மாதிரி என்ன கேம் தியரி 3 மெத்தட்ல நம்ம சால்வ் பண்ணலாம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து நம்ம ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நம்ம காலம் வைஸ் ரோ வைஸ் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி பார்ப்போம். ரோ மினிமம் லோ மினிமம் நம்ம பார்ப்போம். அடுத்து என்ன சொல்லுவோம் அப்படின்னா காலம் மேக்ஸிமம். அதை பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா லாஸ்ட் கிளாஸ்ல பார்த்துருப்போம், சேடில் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிச்சிருப்போம். இப்போ சேடில் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் அடுத்த கான்செப்ட் நம்ம என்ன பார்க்கணும் அப்படின்னா திஸ் இஸ் சால்வ் ஆஃப் கேம் தியரி. அப்போ இது நம்ம லாஸ்ட் கிளாஸ்ல பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 4x4 மேட்ரிக்ஸ், 4 காலம் 4 ரோ இருக்கணும், 5 காலம் 5 ரோ இருக்கும். அப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ரோ வைஸ் மினிமம், காலம் வைஸ் மேக்ஸிமம் பார்ப்போம். ஓகே, D minus B divided by A minus B minus C plus D equal to நம்ம என்ன கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம், சேடில் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். சேடில் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிக்கிற போறோம். அப்ப என்ன வரும் அப்படின்னா 3 minus 2, A equal to 3, B equal to -2, C equal -2, D equal to 5. ஓகே, இப்போ இதுல சேடில் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்ப டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி நம்ம சொல்லியிருக்கோம். டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டில வந்து 2 மெத்தட் ஃபாலோ பண்றோம். டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி கேம் தியரியில வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து நம்ம ரோ வைஸ் காலம் வைஸ் பார்க்கணும். அப்புறமேட்டு செகண்ட் நம்ம என்ன பார்க்குறோம் அப்படின்னா டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி யூஸ் பண்றோம். இதுலயும் நமக்கு சால்வ் ஆகல அப்படின்னா கிராஃபிக்கல் மெத்தட், சிம்பிளஸ்ட் மெத்தட் நம்ம இதில் பார்க்குறப்ப சிம்பிளஸ்ட் மெத்தட்ல பார்த்துப்போம் நம்ம. ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே, அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இப்போ இதுல சால்வ் பண்றோம். D ஈக்குவல் டு என்ன இருக்கு 5 மைனஸ் பினா +2 -2 இருக்கு. ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நம்ம ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் என்ன ஆகுது, திருப்பி அகைன் +2 மாறும். ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க, அடுத்து என்ன இருக்கு, போனாட்டி A minus B, D minus D, இதுல வந்து D minus C வருது, இது D minus B வரும். ஓகே, பிளேயர் 1 பிளேயர் 2ல அப்ப என்ன இருக்கு, இதுல பாருங்க A minus B, ஏக்கு என்ன வேல்யூ இருக்கு 3, B ஓட வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு -2. ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நம்ம +2 மாறிடுது. செகண்ட் வேல்யூல பாருங்க, தேர்ட் வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு C அகைன் -2, ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா +2 -2 பிளஸ் ஆகுது, அதெல்லாம் +2. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா D ஈக்குவல் டு +5. ஓகே, அப்போ 7/2. ஓகே, அது 5 + 2 3 + 2 5 பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 5 + 10 10 7/2. ஓகே, இப்போ பிளேயர் 2க்கு என்ன ஆகுது 7/2 வருது. இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், A ஈக்குவல் டு நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், A ஈக்குவல் டு த வேல்யூ ஆஃப் கேம் பார்க்க போறோம். வேல்யூ ஆஃப் கேம் என்ன பார்க்க போறோம், இந்த சேடில் பாயிண்ட் பார்க்கறப்ப நம்ம வேல்யூ பார்க்கறப்ப ரெண்டு மெத்தட் ஃபார்முலா தான் இருக்கு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 2 ஃபார்முலா அப்ளை பண்ணுவோம். தேர்ட் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் ஃபார்முலா அப்ளை பண்றப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா இந்த கேம் தியரி. அப்ப Q ஈக்குவல் டு 5/12 A1 A2 7/12 5/12 7/12 5/12. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா A into B minus B into C divided by A minus B minus C plus D. A into B எப்படி பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா A into B, A ஓட வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு 3, B D ஓட வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு D ஓட வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு 5. 3 into 5 A ஓட வேல்யூ பார்த்துக்கோமா, திருப்பி உங்களுக்கான கன்ஃபர்மேஷனுக்காக எழுதிக்கிறேன். 3 minus 2 5. அப்ப இது A B C D. அப்ப நம்ம வேல்யூ என்ன பார்க்க போறோம் 3 இருக்க போகுது. 3ல நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், இந்த A into B அப்பனா 3 into 5 15 minus B into C B into C என்ன வேல்யூ வருது, B into C A B into C 2 2 4 மைனஸ் மைனஸ் பிளஸ் ஆயிடுது, அப்போ 4 டிவைட் பை அடுத்து A minus B minus C plus D. ஓகே, அப்போ 3 B ஓட வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு நமக்கு மைனஸ் B வந்திருக்கு. நம்ம ஆல்ரெடி நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், B வந்து வேலைக்கு -2 மைனஸ் மைனஸ் பிளஸ் ஆயிடுது, அப்போ +2. C என்ன இருக்கு AB 2 again +2 +5. ஓகே, அப்போ ஈக்குவல் டு 11/12. The count of the value of game என்ன இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா the value of game for 11/12. ஓகே, சொல்ல புரியுதாமா? டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியில நம்ம என்ன பார்க்க போறோம் அப்படின்னா, டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியில ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கேம் தியரியில பார்க்குறப்ப ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ரோ வைஸ் காலம் வைஸ் ஸ்கேனிங் பார்க்குறோம். ரோ வைஸ் காலம் வைஸ் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி பார்த்ததுல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சேடல் பாயிண்ட் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். இதுல வந்து நீங்க ரோ வைஸ் காலம் வைஸ் ஸ்கேன் பண்ண முடியாது. ரோ வைஸ் காலம் வைஸ் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்க வச்சுக்கலாம், நம்ம இதுல என்ன இருக்கும் பாருங்க, அது நமக்கு சேடல் பாயிண்டே வராது. நமக்கு என்ன பார்ப்போம், திருப்பி அங்கே நீங்க செக் பண்ணி கூட பார்க்கணும் நம்ம. ஓகே, ரோ மினிமம் அப்பனா இது ரோ இதுல மினிமம் -2 வரும். இதுல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ரோ மினிமம் சொல்றப்ப இங்க -2. காலம் மேக்சிமம் பாக்குறது ஏன் அப்படின்னா, காலம் மேக்சிமம் எனக்கு இதுல 3, இதுல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா காலம் மேக்சிமம் 5. ஓகே, ஒரு சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள் எழுதி காட்ட பாருங்க. ரோ மினிமம் அப்படி சொல்றப்ப -2 மினிமம், இதுல வந்து மினிமம் சொல்றப்ப -2. காலம் மேக்சிமம் பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 3, இதுல 5. அப்போ நமக்கு சேடில் பாயிண்ட் ஒரே ஈவனா வராது. போன சமல காலமும் மேக்சிமம் காலம் ரோ ஸ்கேனிங் பாக்குறப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு வேல்யூ வந்து கரெக்டா ஈவன் வந்துடும். அப்ப அதான் இந்த வேல்யூ ஆஃப் கேம் நம்ம சொல்லுவோம். இதுல பண்ண முடியாது, அதனால டாமினன்ஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி. இப்ப இதுலயும் ஃபாலோ ஆகல அப்படின்னா நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா கிராஃபிக்கல் மெத்தட் நம்ம பார்த்து பண்ணுவோம். ஓகே, சோ டு யூ அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட்? புரியுதாமா? ஓகே, அடுத்ததுல யூனிட் 5ல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், பர்ட் ஆர் சிபிஎம் பார்க்க போறோமா. பர்ட் ஆர் சிபிஎம் சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத் மெத்தட். ஓகே, கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத் மெத்தட் சொல்றப்ப என்னன்னா டிரா த டயக்ராம் மட்டும் நம்ம பண்ணுவோம். பெர்த் சொல்றப்ப யூசிங் இந்த பெர்த் சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா, நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ஒரு சப்போஸ் ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் இருக்கு, ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா எவ்வளவு மினிமமா நம்ம என்ன பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னா, அதாவது இப்பனா ஒரு வேல்யூ ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஒரு பில்டிங் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் பண்றாங்க. பில்டிங் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் பண்றப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்ண முடியும், எவ்வளவு சீக்கிரமா வேல்யூ வந்து சீக்கிரம் முடிக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்லி பார்க்கறது தான் கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத் மெத்தட் சொல்லுவோம், சிபிஎம் அப்படி சொல்லுவோம். பெர்த் சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங், வாட் இஸ் த கான்செப்ட் ஆஃப் பெர்த் அப்படி சொல்றப்ப என்ன கான்செப்ட் அப்படின்னா, பெர்த் சொல்றப்ப இந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிவியேஷன் அப்படி சொல்றப்ப என்னன்னா, இப்போ ஒரு ஒரு இதுல வேரியன்ஸ் பார்ப்போம். வேரியன்ஸ் பார்க்கறப்ப அந்த வேரியன்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஒர்க்ல வந்து எப்ப முடிய போகுது, அதாவது என்ன கான்செப்ட் அப்படின்னா, ஒரு 3 to 5, அதாவது எப்படின்னா ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் இருக்கு. ப்ராஜெக்ட் இருக்கப்ப பிளஸ் ஆர் மைனஸ் வரும். ஒரு 15 வருது அப்படின்னா பிளஸ் ஆர் மைனஸ் 3 வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா அது 12யும் முடிக்கலாம், அதே அகைன் வந்து 18 டேஸும் முடிக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்ல முடியும். ஓகே, நம்ம பர்த்து பார்க்கறப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் பார்ப்போம். இப்போ பர்த்து சிபிஎம் மட்டும் பார்க்குறோம். சிபிஎம் என்ன பார்க்குறோம் பாருங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்ன சொல்றாங்க, ஆக்டிவிட்டி ஃபாலோயிங் டேபிள், த ஃபாலோயிங் சிபிஎம் கிரிட்டிக்கல் பார்ட் மெத்தட். ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், த ஃபாலோயிங் டேபிள் கிவ் ஆக்டிவிட்டி கண்டிஷன் ப்ராஜெக்ட் அதர் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். ஓகே, ஆக்டிவிட்டி, அடுத்து வந்து டியூரேஷன் ஆஃப் டேஸ், ஆக்டிவிட்டினா 1 2 டேஸ்ல வந்து நமக்கு என்ன இருக்கு 20, 1ல இருந்து 3, 25, 2ல இருந்து 3, 10, 2ல இருந்து 4, 12, 3ல இருந்து 4, 6, 4 to 5, 10. அப்போ என்ன கான்செப்ட் அப்படின்னா, ஆக்டிவிட்டி அப்படின்னா ஒரு ஆக்டிவிட்டி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி வந்து 5th வரைக்கும் போகுது. அதுக்கான டியூரேஷன் வந்து என்ன சொல்றேன் பார்க்க போறோம். 1ல இருந்து 2 வருது அப்படின்னா 1ல இருந்து 2 வரப்ப என்னன்னா அதுக்கு டியூரேஷன் டேஸ் வந்து 20 டேஸ் ஆகுது. இதே அடுத்து 1ல இருந்து 3 போறதுக்கு 25 டேஸ் ஆகுது. 2ல இருந்து 3க்கு போறதுக்கு 10 டேஸ் எடுத்துக்கிறாங்கிறாங்க. அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 12 டேஸ் எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க. 3ல இருந்து 4 போறதுக்கு தட் இஸ் வந்து 6 டேஸ். 4 to 5 10 டேஸ். இப்போ விச் இஸ் கான்செப்ட் கிரிட்டிக்கல் பார்த்தோம்னா எப்ப அந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்து எவ்வளவு சீக்கிரம் முடிய போகுது, ஹையஸ்ட் டியூரேஷன். அதுல என்ன கேட்பாங்க அப்படின்னா, draw the network diagram கேட்பாங்க. நெட்வொர்க் டயக்ராம் நம்ம டிரா பண்ண போறோம். அடுத்து டியூரேஷன் ஆஃப் டேஸ் வந்து என்ன இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா, இந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் டியூரேஷன் எப்ப முடிய போகுது அப்படி சொல்லி பார்ப்போம். ஓகே, இப்போ இதை வச்சு நம்ம ஃபாலோ பண்ணி ஒரு சின்ன கான்செப்ட் நான் வரைய போறேன். நீங்க பார்க்கறப்ப உங்களுக்கு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணும். இப்போ பாருங்களா, இப்போ 1ல இருந்து 2 போகுது, 1ல இருந்து 3. அப்ப நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன், இது ஸ்டார்டிங் வந்து இந்த வேல்யூ வந்து ஸ்டார்டிங் பண்றேன். ஓகே, அப்போ இது 1 நான் வச்சுக்க போறேன். 1ல இருந்து 2 போடணும், 1ல இருந்து 3 போடணும். ஓகே, அப்போ நான் என்ன பண்றேன், இது 2ன்னு வச்சுக்கிறேன், இது 3ன்னு வச்சுக்கிறேன். 1ல இருந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்ன சொன்னாங்க, 1ல இருந்து 2க்கு 20 டேஸ் ஆகுது. 1ல இருந்து 3 ஆஃப் டேஸ் 25 டேஸ். அது ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஒர்க் ஒன்று நடக்குது அப்படின்னா, ஒரு கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் ஒர்க் நடக்குது அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டக்குன்னு நமக்கு வந்து கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் ஆகி வீடா கிடைக்காது. நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவோம். ஓகே, சொல்ல புரியுதாமா? ஓகே, 1ல இருந்து 2. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 1ல இருந்து 2 போதும், 1ல இருந்து 3. அடுத்து 2க்கு வரணுங்கிறாங்க. ஓகே, 2ல இருந்து 3 அப்படின்னா டைரக்டா 2ல இருந்து 3. அடுத்து பாருங்க 2ல இருந்து 4. ஓகே, 2ல இருந்து 4 அப்படின்னா இங்க 4 நம்ம வச்சுக்க போறோம். அடுத்து 3ல இருந்து 4 வரணும். அப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், 4 இங்க கான்ஸ்டன்டா நான் வச்சுக்கிறேன். அப்ப 2ல இருந்து 4 போகணும், 3ல இருந்து 4. அடுத்து 4 to 5 வரணும். ஓகே, 3ல இருந்து 4 வச்சாச்சு, 4ல இருந்து 5ன்னு வச்சுப்போம். 4ல இருந்து 5. இந்த டிரா த டயக்ராம் பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இந்த கான்செப்ட் வந்து வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு அப்படின்னா இந்த வேல்யூ இப்படி தான் வரும் நமக்கு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பாருங்க, நல்லா டூ அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், நல்லா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. 1ல இருந்து 2 பிறகு டியூரேஷன் வந்து 20. 1ல இருந்து 3 வரணும் அப்படின்னா நம்ம கான்ஸ்டன்டா நம்ம வரைஞ்சி டிரா பண்ணதான் நமக்கு தெரியும். அப்ப 2ல இருந்து 4 வருது, 3ல இருந்து 4 வருது. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 4ல இருந்து 5 ஓகே. அப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், டியூரேஷன் ஆஃப் டேஸ் நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், தட் இஸ் கால்குலேட் பண்ண போறோம். ஓகே, டியூரேஷன் டேஸ் என்ன பண்ண போறோம், இப்போ 1ல இருந்து 2 போறதுக்கு 20, 1ல இருந்து 3 போறதுக்கு 25, அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 3 போறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு இருக்கிறது 10 days எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க. அதாவது ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் இருக்காங்க 1ல இருந்து 2 ஒரு ஒர்க்ல இருந்து ப்ராசஸிங். ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஆஃப் டியூரேஷன் அந்த அப்சர்வேஷன் புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்கம்மா. அதாவது எப்படின்னா ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் ஒரு மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் கம்பெனி இருக்காங்க, ஒரு சப்போஸ் ஒரு ஃபோர்ட் கார் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா இந்த கார் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு லக்ஸுரி கார்னா சில கார்னா ஒரு மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் ஒரு கார் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் ஆக 6 months எடுத்துக்கும் அப்படிம்பாங்க. அப்போ இந்த டியூரேஷன் என்னன்னா இந்த ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு ஜாப் செய்யறாங்க அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ராசஸும் செகண்ட் ப்ராசஸ் போகுது, ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து 3யும் வரணும். ஓகே, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இருந்து போறதுக்கு 20 days எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க, 1ல இருந்து போறதுக்கு 25 days, 2ல இருந்து 3 போறதுக்கு 10 days, 2ல இருந்து 4க்கு போறதுக்கு டியூரேஷன் எவ்வளவு அப்படின்னா 12, 3ல இருந்து 4க்கு போறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு டியூரேஷன் எடுத்துக்கிறாங்கன்னா 6, 4ல இருந்து 5க்கு போற டியூரேஷன் 10. ஓகே, இது நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா இந்த கிரிட்டிக்கல் பார்த்து பாக்குறப்ப என்ன கான்செப்ட் அப்படி பார்க்க போறோம் பாருங்க. இந்த வேல்யூ பாக்குறப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா எந்த வேல்யூ ஹையஸ்ட் வேல்யூ வருதுன்னு சொல்லி பார்க்க போறோம். ஓகே, எந்த வேல்யூ வந்து பாருங்க, இந்த கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாக்குறப்ப பாக்குறங்க 1ல இருந்து 2 போகணும், அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 3 போகணும், அடுத்து பாருங்க 3ல இருந்து 4 போகுது, அடுத்தது 4ல இருந்து 5. ஓகே, இப்போ 1ல இருந்து 2 போறதுக்கு டியூரேஷன் இருக்கு 20, அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 3 போறதுக்கு 10, 3ல இருந்து 4 போறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு இருக்கு 6, அடுத்து 4 to 5 10. அப்போ 20 plus 30, 30 plus 40, 46. அப்போ இதுக்கு எவ்வளவு வருது 46 டியூரேஷன் வருது. அப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்ண எப்படி 1ல இருந்து 2, அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 3, 3ல இருந்து 4, 4ல இருந்து 5. இப்ப இந்த ஒரு பாத்து அடுத்த இதுல பாருங்க, அடுத்த பாத்து எப்படி வருது பாருங்க, 1ல இருந்து 3, அடுத்தது 3ல இருந்து 4, அடுத்தது 4 to 5. இப்ப இந்த பாத்தோட ஆன்சர் பண்ணுங்க 25 டியூரேஷன் ஆட் பண்ணுங்க, 3 plus 6 வந்து என்ன இருக்கு 6, அடுத்து பாருங்க 4 to 5 10. இப்போ 25 plus 10 எவ்வளவு இருக்கு 35, 30 plus 6 41. அப்போ எந்த வேல்யூ ஹையஸ்ட் வேல்யூவோ இந்த மினிமம் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ பார்ப்பாங்க. நம்ம வேல்யூ நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம் இந்த காஸ்ட் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ காண்டி நம்ம பார்க்கலாம். அடுத்து எப்படி பார்க்கறோம் பாருங்க, தட் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் கேம் பார்க்கறப்ப ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க இதுல என்ன இருக்கு இந்த வேல்யூவும் போலாம் 1ல இருந்து 2, 2ல இருந்து 4, 4ல இருந்து 5. ஓகே, அப்ப அடுத்தும் எடுத்து எழுதிக்கிறோம் நம்ம 1ல இருந்து 2, அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 4, அடுத்து 4ல இருந்து 5. ஒன்ல இருந்து 2 போறதுக்கு 20, 2ல இருந்து 4 போறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு இருக்கு 12, இதுக்கு 10. அப்ப ஆட் பண்ணி பாருங்க 20 plus 10 30, 30 plus 10 42. அப்போ இந்த 3 வேல போறப்ப எந்த வேல்யூ ஹையஸ்ட் வேல்யூ சொல்லி பார்க்கணும், 1ல இருந்து 2, 2ல இருந்து 3, 3ல இருந்து 4. இப்போ இந்த 46 டேஸ் தான் நம்ம பார்க்க போறோம். அப்போ என்ன பண்ணுவோம் 1ல இருந்து 2 போறதுக்கு டபுள் ஷேடோ, 2ல இருந்து 3 போறதுக்கு டபுள் ஷேடோ, 3ல இருந்து 4க்கு டபுள் ஷேடோ பண்றாங்க, அடுத்து 4ல இருந்து 5. நீங்க நல்லா ஒர்க் அவுட் பண்றதா உங்களுக்கு இருக்கு, நீங்க நல்லா நீட்டா பிரசன்ட் பண்ணுங்க நல்லா. ஓகே, சொல்ல புரியுதாமா கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத். இதுலயே நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம் அப்படின்னா கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத்லயே நம்ம வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவோம் இஎஸ்டி இஎஃப்டி எல்எஸ்டி நம்ம கண்டுபிடிப்போம். பாருங்க அடுத்த ஒரு சம பார்க்கறப்ப இந்த கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத் இது ஒண்ணு. ஓகே, சில டியூரேஷன் வந்து இதுல வந்து நம்ம என்ன சொல்றோம் நல்லா அப்சர்வேஷன் புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்கம்மா. 1ல இருந்து 2 போது 20, 1ல இருந்து 3 25, 2ல இருந்து 10, 2ல இருந்து 4க்கு 12. சில இதுல ப்ராசஸிங் என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க ஏல இருந்து பி, பில இருந்து சி, சில இருந்து ஏ அப்படின்னு இருப்பாங்க. அப்ப அதுவும் ஒரே வேல்யூ ஆஃப் கான்செப்ட் தான். ஒரு ப்ராசஸ் ஏன்றாங்க, அடுத்து பிங்கிறாங்க, அடுத்து சிங்கிறாங்க, சில இருந்து டிங்கிறாங்க. அப்ப அந்த ப்ராசஸிங்கும் சேஞ்சஸ் மாறலாம். ஏல இருந்து பி, பில இருந்து சி, சில இருந்து ஏ அப்படி மாறலாம். ஓகே, 1ல இருந்து 2 தான் போகணும் அவசியம் இல்லை. சில சம்ஸ்ல கொடுக்குறப்ப ஏ இருந்து பி அப்படியும் மாறலாம். ஓகே, அப்ப அடுத்த வருஷம் பார்க்க போறோம். இப்ப அடுத்து ஏபியில தான் பார்க்க போறோம். ஏன்னா டியூரேஷன் உங்களுக்கு ஒரே சம பார்த்தா உனக்கு அப்சர்வேஷன் புரியாதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு. A project has the following. Okay, activity, duration. Okay, activity duration. ஆக்டிவிட்டிக்கு என்ன வருது பாருங்க, ஏ பி சி, டியூரேஷன் வீக். ஏல இருந்து 6 ஆகுது, பில இருந்து பாருங்க 8, சில இருந்து 4, டில இருந்து 9, ஈல இருந்து 2, எஃப்ல இருந்து 7. இது டியூரேஷன். இப்ப அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா அந்த ப்ராசஸ் என்னன்னா ஏழு ஒண்ணுமே போல. செகண்ட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா பில இருந்து ஏக்கு வரணும், அதனால என்ன கான்செப்ட் அப்படின்னா பில இருந்து ஏக்கு வர போகுது. ஓகே, சில இருந்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ஏ, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா டில இருந்து பி, ஈல இருந்து சி, எஃப்ல இருந்து டி. சொல்ல புரியுதாமா? சொல்ற கான்செப்ட் புரியுதா? 1 செகண்ட்மா. தெளிவா இருக்காமா? இப்போ டிரா த டயக்ராம் நம்ம பண்ண போறோம். எப்படி டிரா டயக்ராம் பண்றோம் பாருங்க. ஆக்டிவிட்டி டியூரேஷன். ஓகே, இப்போ நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன், இதுலயே நான் சும்மா எழுதிக்க போறேன் என்னோட ஃபார்மாலிட்டிக்காண்டி. ஓகே, ஆக்டிவிட்டி இப்போ நான் டிரா பண்ண போறேன். எப்படி டிரா பண்ண போறேன், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ஏல இருந்து போறப்ப நன் ஒன்றும் போல. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா பில இருந்து போறப்ப என்ன கான்செப்ட் அப்படின்னா 2ல இருந்து 3. ஓகே, அப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து என்ன பண்றேன், ஒரு சின்ன இது வச்சுக்கிறேன் டம்மியா. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ஏல இருந்து நன் போல. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா பில இருந்து எதுக்கு போதுமா? ஓகே, நான் இதுல சும்மா ஒரு வேல்யூவா நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன் அப்படின்னா இது நானே எழுதிக்கிறேன். 1ல இருந்து 2 போகுது. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 2ல இருந்து 3. நான் இது 1 2 3 நான் வச்சுக்கிறேன், நானே ஒரு அசம்ப்ஷன் வச்சுக்கிறேன். அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 2ல இருந்து 4. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 3ல இருந்து 5. 4ல இருந்து 6, அடுத்து 5ல இருந்து 6. ஓகேம்மா, இப்ப நான் என்ன பண்ண ட்ரா பண்றப்ப என்ன பண்றேன், 1ல இருந்து என்ன பண்ண போறேன், இதுக்கு 2ன்னு வச்சுக்க போறேன். அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 2ல இருந்து என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, 3. ஓகே, 2ல இருந்து 3, 2ல இருந்து 3. ஓகே, அடுத்து என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, 2ல இருந்து 4ன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. 2ல இருந்து 4, அப்ப 2ல இருந்து இது 1, இது 2, இப்ப 2ல இருந்து 4. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க 2ல இருந்து 4. அடுத்து என்ன சொல்றாங்க, 3ல இருந்து 5. இதுதான் ஏபிசி நம்ம வச்சிருக்கோம், அவ்வளவுதான். ஓகே, 3ல இருந்து 5, அப்ப 3ல இருந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், அடுத்த கான்செப்டுக்கு 5 இங்கே கொண்டு வந்தா வச்சுப்போமே, ஒரு சின்ன அசம்ஷன் 5 இங்கே கொண்டு வந்துட்டேன் அப்படின்னா 5ல இருந்து 6 வரணும். அப்ப 5ல இருந்து 6னா என்ன பண்ணணும், அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 4 to 6 இருக்கு. அப்ப நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன், 5 வந்து நான் ரிமைனிங் மேல வச்சுக்க போறேன். இப்ப 3ல இருந்து 5க்கு வந்து ஓகே. அடுத்து பாருங்க 4ல இருந்து 6க்கு வரணும். 4ல இருந்து 6, 4ல இருந்து 6 வரணும், 5ல இருந்து 6க்கு வரணும். அப்போ 5ல இருந்து 6க்கு வரணும், 4ல இருந்து 5ல இருந்து 6க்கு வரணும். அப்போ 6க்கு நான் இங்க வச்சுக்கிட்டேன் அப்படின்னா 4ல இருந்து 6க்கு டைரக்டா 6. ஓகே, அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட், புரியுதாமா? இதுக்கு நம்ம இப்ப கொடுத்துக்கலாம், இ இதுன்னு கொடுத்துக்க போறோம். ஓகேவா, இனா இ, எஃப், டி, இதுக்கு நான் வச்சுக்கிறேன், அவ்வளவுதான். அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இது பி, ஓகேம்மா. இப்ப டியூரேஷன் அதே மாதிரி பண்ண போறோம். டியூரேஷன் என்ன கூட இருக்குன்னு பாருங்க. இதே வேல்யூ எப்படி பண்ணலாம், 1ல இருந்து 2 போலாம், 2ல இருந்து 5 போலாம், 5ல இருந்து 6 போலாம். இதுல 2ல இருந்து 4, 4ல இருந்து 6. அப்ப டியூரேஷன் நீங்க ஆட் பண்றப்ப நம்ம பார்த்தா தான் தெரியும். ஓகே, டியூரேஷன் இருக்கு 1ல இருந்து போறதுக்கு 6. அடுத்து பாருங்க 2ல இருந்து 3க்கு போறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு இருக்கு, 3. அடுத்தது 3ல இருந்து 5 போறதுக்கு எனக்கு 9. நான் டியூரேஷன் வந்து ரெட்டிங்ல கொடுக்குறமா மார்க் பண்றேன். ஓகே, ஓகேவா. அடுத்து பாருங்க 5ல இருந்து 6 போறதுக்கு டியூரேஷன் 7. அடுத்து பாருங்க 4ல இருந்து 6 போறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு டியூரேஷன், 2. 2ல இருந்து 4 டியூரேஷன் எல்லாம் 4. அப்போ 1ல இருந்து 2 போறதுக்கு 6. அப்ப இதுலயே பாருங்க டியூரேஷன் எவ்வளவு கூட போகுது, 1ல இருந்து 2 போகுது, 2க்கு போறதுக்கு 6, 6 + 3 9, 9 + 9 18, 18 + 7 எவ்வளவு இருக்கு, 18 + 9 எவ்வளவு மாறுது, 30 வரும் கரெக்டா. இதுல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 6 + 4 10, 10 + 2 12 தான் வரும். அப்போ ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா இதுதான் ஹையஸ்ட் வேல்யூ. நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், டியூரேஷன் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ வந்து கூட இருக்கனால இந்த வேல்யூக்கு தான் நம்ம ஷேடோ பண்ணோம், டபுள் லைன் கொடுக்குறோம். ஓகேம்மா, ஓகே, டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட், புரியுதாம்மா? அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா ஆக்டிவிட்டி, அதாவது கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத்துலயே வந்து ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் நமக்கு சொல்றப்ப அந்த வேல்யூ நம்ம பண்ண போறோம். எப்படி பண்ண போறோம், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பாருங்க ஆக்டிவிட்டி என்ன இருக்கு, ஏ பி சி டி இ எஃப். டியூரேஷன்ல பாருங்க 6 8 6 8 4 9 2 7. ஓகே, 297. ஓகே, இப்போ நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், இயர்லிஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் இஎஸ்டின்னு சொல்லுவோம். இஎஸ்டி அப்பனா நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன் அப்பனா இதுல நானே ஒரு வேல்யூ கொடுத்துருவேன். 1ல இருந்து 2, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 2ல இருந்து 3, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 2ல இருந்து 4, 2ல இருந்து 4, அடுத்து 3ல இருந்து 5, அடுத்து வழி 4ல இருந்து 6, அடுத்து 5ல இருந்து 6. ஓகே, இப்போ நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், சார்ட்டை பார்த்து நம்ம போட போகிறோம். இஎல்எஸ்டி ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், இஎஸ்டில வந்து ஸ்டார்டிங் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ நம்ம பார்க்க போறோம். எப்படி ஸ்டார்டிங் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ பார்ப்போம், இதில் நல்லா பார்த்துக்கோங்க. இஎஸ்டி சொல்றப்ப இஎல்எஸ்டி ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் எப்படி பண்ண போறோம், 1ல இருந்து 2 போக போறோம், 2ல இருந்து 3 வர போறோம், 3ல இருந்து 5, 5ல இருந்து 6. அந்த டியூரேஷன் தகுந்தப்ப நம்ம எழுத போறோம். ஓகே, இஎல்எஸ்டி ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து இதுல 0ல ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். ஓகே, 0 + 6 என்ன வரும் அப்படின்னா இங்க 6. ரெண்டு வேலையை பிரிச்சுக்கோங்கம்மா. ஒன்று வந்து ஓப்பனிங் டைம், திருப்பி ரிட்டர்ன்ல வரப்ப ரிவர்ஸ் டைம் நம்ம சொல்லுவோம். ஓகே, ஒன்று வந்து அடுத்து என்ன சொல்லுவோம் அப்படின்னா லாஸ்டிங் டைம். ஓகே, இதுலயே நம்ம என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னா நம்ம 0 பண்ணிக்கலாம். இப்போ இதுல வந்து நான் என்ன பண்றேன் அப்படின்னா 2 வேலையை போட்டுக்கிறேன். இதுல பக்கத்துல ஸ்டார்டிங்க்கு நான் இதுல வந்து நான் என்ன பண்றேன், கீழே பெரிய இதாக பண்ண போறேன். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ உனக்காண்டி நான் சப்டிவிஷன் பிரிக்கிறேமா உங்களுக்கு. நீ வந்து என்ன பண்ணலாம், நான் பென்சிலை போட்டு நான் எரேஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஓகே, 0 to 6னா 6. ஓகே, இப்போ மிட் ஆன் வேல்யூவில் நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா இங்க ஒரு என்ன இருக்கு, இங்க 10 இருக்கு. ஓகே, 6 to 4 10. இங்க பாருங்க 6 to 3 என்ன இருக்கு, 6 to 3 என்ன இருக்கு, சரி 6 to 8, 6 to 8. ஓகே, 3 சாரி 8, 8 plus 6. ஓகே, 8 தான் இருக்கு, 2 to 3 கரெக்ட். 6 to 8 வந்து 8 plus 6 வந்து 14. ஓகே, 14 plus 9 என்ன இருக்கு, 14 plus 9 23. 14 plus 3 23. அடுத்து பாருங்க, இதுல 4 to 2 வந்து 10 plus 2 வந்து 12 வருது. ஆனா இங்கேயே வந்து 23 plus 7 நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், ரெண்டுத்துல ஈவனா வருது. இது நல்லா அப்சர்வேஷன் பார்த்துக்கோங்கம்மா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், நல்லா அப்சர்வேஷன் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. இதுல பாருங்க, (23 plus 7 30) இங்க வருது. ஓகே, 20 plus 3 30. இதுல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 10 plus 2 12. அப்ப எந்த வேல்யூ போடணும் அப்படின்னா எந்த ஹையஸ்ட் வேல்யூ அதான் போடணும். அப்ப 30 தான் வரணும். நீ 10 plus 2 12 போட்டக்கூடாது. எங்க ரெண்டு மிட் ஆன் வேல்யூ இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகுதோ, அந்த இன்டர்செக்ட் ஆகுதோ, அந்த வேல்யூ ஹையஸ்ட் வேல்யூ தான் போட போறோம். அப்ப இஎஸ்டி சொல்றப்ப இயர்லிஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் தான் போட போறேன். இப்ப எந்த வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு, இதுல இது நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இதை மறைச்சுக்க போறேன். இங்க மறைக்கிறப்ப இங்க என்னென்ன வேல்யூ இருக்கோ அதை போட போறேன். 1க்கு என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு பாருங்க, நான் இதை அப்படியே நான் ஷேர் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். 1க்கு என்ன வந்திருக்கு, இந்த வேல்யூல கரெக்டா பாருங்க, 1க்கு 0 பாருங்க. இதை நான் இது ஸ்ட்ரைக்கர் பண்றதுக்காண்டி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்லிஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் நான் மறைச்சிருக்கேன். 2ல என்ன டியூரேஷன் வந்திருக்கு பாருங்க, 2ல என்ன வந்திருக்குமா 6. அப்ப நான் இங்க 6 எழுதிக்கிறேன். இங்க 2ல அகைன் 6, ஏன்னா 2ல அதான் 6 தான் வந்திருக்கு. அடுத்து 3ல பாருங்க, 3 எது, 3 தான் 3. 3ல என்ன வந்திருக்கு 14. அப்போ இங்க 14. இங்க என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு அதான் போடுறோமா. 4ல என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு 10. இந்த 10 போட்டுக்கிறோம். 5ல என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு, 5ல என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு இங்க பாருங்க, 5ல 23. அப்போ இங்க 23. சொல்ல புரியுதாமா, இஎல்எஸ்சி ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம்ல இதான் நம்ம பண்றோம். நல்லா ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. இஎல்எஸ்சி அப்ப இஎல்எஸ்சி ஃபினிஷிங் டைம் வந்து இதை மறைச்சுக்கிறோம், இதை மட்டும் எடுத்து எழுதுவோம். எப்படின்னு பாருங்க, இஎல்எஸ்சி ஃபினிஷிங் டைம் பாக்குறப்ப திருப்பி இப்ப நம்ம ரிவர்ஸ் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். ரிவர்ஸ் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறப்ப இங்கே 30 தான் வந்திருக்கும். நான் இது பிளாக்ல எழுதுறேன். லோவஸ்ட் ஆஃப் டேர்ம் 30. 30 மைனஸ் 2 போட்டீங்க அப்ப என்ன இருக்கணும்? இங்க 28. ஏன்னா இங்க 30 தான் வந்திருக்குமா. 30 இருந்து 2 லெஸ் பண்ணா 28. இங்க 30 இருந்து 7 லெஸ் பண்ணா என்ன இருக்கும்? 23. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் வந்து ரெட் இங்க்ல போட்டிருக்கேன். இயர்லஸ்ட் ஃபினிஷிங் டைம் வந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ணா பிளாக்ல எழுதுறேன். ஓகே, இயர்லஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் வந்து ரெட் இங்க், ரிவர்ஸ்ல வரப்ப நான் பிளாக் எழுதியிருக்கேன். 23 மைனஸ் 9 என்ன வரும்? 14. அகைன் 14. ஓகே, ஏன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் வரப்ப இதே வழியா வரும். இப்ப இதுல பாருங்களா 28 4 இருக்கு. 28ல 4னா 26. ஆனா இங்க பாருங்க 14 மைனஸ் 8 என்ன பண்ணும்? அப்ப ரெண்டு இன்டர்செக்ட்ல எந்த வேல்யூ நம்ம டபுள் கிளாத் காட்டுதோ இதான் ஹையஸ்ட் பார்த்துருக்கனால இந்த வேல்யூ என்ன வரும் அதான் படுக்கணும். 14 மைனஸ் 8னா 6 தான் வரும். அப்ப 6 மைனஸ் 6 0. டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட்? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்கம்மா. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்ஸ் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் அப்படின்னு சொல்றப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 0 0 பிளஸ் 6 6 6 பிளஸ் 8 14 14 பிளஸ் 9 14 பிளஸ் 9 என்ன இருக்கும்? 23 23 மைனஸ் 7 13 எழுதிருப்போம். இதுல வரப்ப என்ன பண்ணிருப்போம்? 0 பிளஸ் 6 6 6 பிளஸ் 4 10 10 பிளஸ் 2 12 வரும். ஆனா நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம்? 30 ஃபில் பண்ணுவோம். ஏன்னா எந்த வேல்யூ பார்த்துல ஹையஸ்ட் வேல்யூ வருதோ அந்த வேல்யூ தான் நம்ம எழுதுவோம். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்கோங்கம்மா. சொல்ற புரியுதுலம்மா? இப்போ இஎஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். இயர்லஸ்ட் ஃபினிஷிங் டைம் இஎஃப்டி. இஎஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். இஎஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுனா இந்த டியூரேஷனை வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து நம்ம செகண்ட் வேல்யூ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம்? ஹிடன் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு பார்த்தோம். இதுக்கு வந்து என்ன பண்றோம்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வேல்யூ ஹிடன் பண்றோம். இதுல என்ன வேல்யூ இருக்கோ அதை பண்ண போறோம். 2ல என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு? இதுல ரிவர்ஸ்ல இருந்து வர செகண்ட் ஸ்கோர் தான் பார்க்கணும். 2ல இருந்து 6 வந்திருக்கு. அப்ப 2ல இருந்து இஎஸ்டிக்கு 6. அடுத்து என்ன இருக்கு? 8க்கு என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு பாருங்க. 8 எங்க? சரி, 3 எங்க இருக்கு? 8 இல்லாம 3. 3 வந்து எவ்வளவு வேல்யூ இருந்திருக்கு? இங்க பாருங்க 3ல 14. அப்போ 14. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க 4ல என்ன இருக்கு? 28. 4ல 28. சரி, 2ல அகைன் 14 தான். சரிம்மா, 2 ஏன்னா இதான் ஹிடன் பண்ணி தானே பார்க்குறோம். 2ல 14. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க 3ல என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு? சரி, 2ல வந்து அகைன் 6 தான். 2ல 6மா, 2ல இந்த வேல்யூ 6, இதுக்கும் என்னன்னா 6 தான். 3ல என்ன வந்திருக்கு? 14. அடுத்து பாருங்க இங்க 4ல என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு? 4ல 28. 5ல என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்கு? 30. 30. ஓகே, டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட்? புரியுதாமா? ஓகே, இஎஸ்டி இஎஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கோம். அடுத்து என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? லாஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம். ஓகே, எல்எஸ்டி. ஓகே, எல்எஸ்டி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். எல்எஸ்டிக்கு என்ன வேல்யூ அப்படின்னா நல்லா புரியுதாமா? இஎஸ்டி இஎஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டோம். ஓகே, அடுத்து எல்எஸ்டி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். எல்எஸ்டி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறப்ப என்ன பண்ண போறோம் அப்படின்னா எந்த வேல்யூ இருக்கோ அந்த வேல்யூ நம்ம கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம் பாருங்க. 410 1 second ma. ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், இஎஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். ஓகே, எல்எஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிக்கும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எல்எஃப்டி கண்டுபிடிக்க எப்படி பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா, சிக்ஸ் 14 28 அடுத்து 23 30 30. ஓகே, இது எப்படி கண்டுபிடிப்போம் அப்படின்னா, டியூரேஷன் இருக்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, டியூரேஷன். ஓகே, இந்த டியூரேஷன் இருக்கு எல்எஃப்டில 6 இருக்கா. இந்த டியூரேஷன் நம்ம என்ன எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம் பாருங்க. டியூரேஷன் கண்டுபிடிப்பா 6 14 அடுத்து 4 24 28 9 10 23. ஓகே, இப்போ எல்எஃப்டில வந்து என்ன பண்றோம், 6 டோட்டல் ஃப்ளோட்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. டோட்டல் ஃப்ளோட் எப்படி சொல்றேன் பாருங்க. டோட்டல் ஃப்ளோட்ல ஓகே, இப்போ 23 பாருங்களா. இந்த அதாவது இஎஸ்டி இஎஸ்டி லெஸ் பண்றப்ப 23 0. 10ல இருந்து 28 லெஸ் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 18. 14ல இருந்து 14 லெஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா 0. 6ல இருந்து 24 லெஸ் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 18. 6ல 6 லெஸ் பண்ணா 0. 0 லெஸ் பண்ணா 0. சொல்ல புரியுதாமா? டோட்டல் ஃப்ளோட் எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. 23 மைனஸ், அடுத்து 10 28 18, 14 14 0, 6 24 18, 6 6 0 0 0 6. ஓகே, இப்போ இந்த வேல்யூ என்ன பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா டோட்டல் ஃப்ளோட். இப்போ அடுத்த வேல்யூ கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். டியூரேஷன் நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா, ஓகே, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு வேல்யூல என்ன பண்றோம், 0 இருக்கு. 0 வந்து ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் வேல்யூ கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். இஎல்எஸ் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். இஎல்எஸ் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் கண்டுபிடிச்சு அந்த வேல்யூல இருந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் போறோம். அடுத்து என்ன பண்றோம், ஆட் பண்றோம். ஓகே, இஎல்எஸ் ஸ்டார்டிங் டைம் இஎஃப்டி. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா அடுத்து எல்எஸ்சி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா, ஓகே, இப்போ இந்த கிரிட்டிக்கல் பார்த்து எந்த வேல்யூ இருக்கு, எந்த வீக்ல முடிய போகுதுன்னு பாக்குறப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவோம்னா 30 வீக்ஸ். அதுதான் மெயினுமா. இந்த வேல்யூல எந்த வீக்ல சீக்கிரம் முடிக்கிறாங்கன்னா 30 வீக்ஸ் வரும். ஏன்னா 30 வீக்ஸ். ஓகே, 30 வீக்ஸ் எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா டபுள் கோத்துல வரதை நம்ம என்ன சொல்லுவோம் அப்படின்னா, அப்போ அந்த கிரிட்டிக்கல் பார்த்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா, அந்த கிரிட்டிக்கல் பார்ட் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா a minus b minus e f. ஓகே, அப்போ எவ்வளவு வீக் வருது, 30 வீக். அப்ப 30 வீக்ல என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னா இந்த டியூரேஷன் வந்து முடிக்கலாம் அப்படின்றாங்க. ஓகே, இதுல சில வேல்யூல எடுத்துக்கிறப்ப ஈஸியா வருமா, ஆக்டிவிட்டி டியூரேஷன் இருக்கும். டியூரேஷன் வந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம் அப்படின்னா வேல்யூ வந்து என்ன பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா ஆட் பண்ணிக்கிறோம். ஓகே, சொல்ல புரியுதாமா? ஓகே, அடுத்து பர்த் பார்க்க போறோமா? பர்த். ஓகே, பர்த் சொல்றப்ப இதே டாத டயக்ராம் இருக்கும், ஆனா அதுக்கு ஒரு ஃபார்முலா அப்ளை பண்ணுவோம். பர்த் கொஞ்சம் என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு ஃபார்முலா அப்ளை பண்ணுவோம். ஃபார்முலா அப்ளை பண்றப்ப என்ன வேல்யூ வரும் அப்படின்னா அந்த டியூரேஷன் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னா ஆட் பண்ணிப்போம். அந்த டியூரேஷன் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிவியேஷன் வந்து கண்டுபிடிக்கிற வேலைக்கு தான் பார்ப்போம் பர்த். ஓகே, அது அது அந்த டியூரேஷன் ஈஸி தான்மா. நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், வேரியன்ஸ் கண்டுபிடிக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும் நம்ம பர்த் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறப்ப. ஓகே, இந்த ஆக்டிவிட்டி ஆஃப் டியூரேஷன் சொல்றப்ப 1 செகண்ட்மா. நம்ம ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல்ல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா சம் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க, நீங்க அதை வேணா ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க, பாக்குறப்ப உங்களுக்கு ஈஸியா இருக்கும். பேஜ் நம்பர் சொல்றேன், நல்லா நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. பேஜ் நம்பர் 42ல இருக்குமா? பேஜ் நம்பர் 42ல வந்து டியூரேஷன் கொடுக்கல. ஓகே, அந்த அந்த பர்த் சிபிஎம் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க நமக்கு, அந்த லாஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் ஏஎல்எஸ் ஸ்டார்டிங் கொடுத்தாங்க. பேஜ் நம்பர் 44ல நம்ம ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் அந்த பாஜாஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டியில கொடுத்துருக்க வேலையில பேஜ் நம்பர் 43ல கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. டியூரேஷன் டேபிளைசேஷன் ஆஃப் ஆக்டிவிட்டின்னு சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஓகே, அது பர்த் மட்டும், அது சிபிஎத்துக்கு மட்டும் சிபிஎம் கிரிட்டிக்கல் பார்ட் மட்டும் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. பர்த்துக்கு வந்து தியரிட்டிக்கலா கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஓகே, பர்த்துக்கு நம்ம ஒரு சம் மட்டும் பார்த்துடலாம், சம் பார்க்குறப்ப ஈஸியா இருக்கும். ஓகே, ஓகே, இதுல என்ன ஆப்டிமஸ் டைம், மோஸ்ட் லைக்லி டேஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, அடுத்து பெஸ்டிமேட்டிக் ஆஃப் டைம் அப்படிம்பாங்க. மூணுத்துக்கு நமக்கு ஒரு ஃபார்முலா இருக்குமா, அந்த வேரியன்ஸ் கண்டுபிடிச்சு, அதாவது எப்படின்னா போனதுல வந்து கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத் மெத்தட்ல நமக்கான டியூரேஷன் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க. அந்த டியூரேஷன் கொடுத்தது நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நம்ம விசாரிச்சு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா நம்ம வந்து நம்ம டிரா பண்ணிட்டு நம்ம ஆன்சர் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா கண்டுபிடிப்போம். பட் ஆனா இதுல என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நம்ம டியூரேஷன் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். நம்ம டியூரேஷன் நம்ம தான் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது, இதுல பாருங்க. 1 செகண்ட்மா. நான் ஒரே ஒரு சம் மட்டும் நான் உங்களுக்கு ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்றேமா, அதை மட்டும் பாருங்க, உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். ஓகே, ஓகே, இதுல புரியுதுலாமா? Draw the following table. The following table list of the jobs of network the time of estimated. ஓகே, ஜாப் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஜாப் 1 to 2, 1 to 6, 2 to 3, 2 to 4, 3 to 5, 4 to 5, 6 to 7, 5 to 8, 7 to 8. Up to optimize of time, அடுத்து duration of most likely, அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா pessimistic of time அப்படிம்பாங்க. ஓகே, இந்த pessimistic of time சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா, இந்த வேல்யூல வந்து ஆப்டிமஸ் டைம் வந்து 3 இருக்கு. இந்த 1ல இருந்து 6 போறதுக்கு ஆப்டிமஸ் டைம் வந்து 2, 2ல இருந்து போறதுக்கு 3க்கு போறதுக்கு 6, 2ல இருந்து 4க்கு 2, 3ல இருந்து 5க்கு 5, 4ல இருந்து 5க்கு 3, 6ல இருந்து 7க்கு 3, 5ல இருந்து 8க்கு 1, 7ல இருந்து 8க்கு 4. மோஸ்ட் லைக்லிக்கு என்ன இருக்கு? 1ல இருந்து 2க்கு போறதுக்கு என்ன இருக்கு? 6. 1ல இருந்து 6க்கு எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? 1ல இருந்து 6க்கு போறதுக்கு 5, 2ல இருந்து 3க்கு போறதுக்கு 12, 2ல இருந்து 4க்கு போறதுக்கு 5, 3ல இருந்து 5 போறதுக்கு 11, 4ல இருந்து 5 போறதுக்கு 6, 4ல இருந்து 6ல இருந்து 7 போறதுக்கு 9, 5ல இருந்து 8 போறதுக்கு 4, 7ல இருந்து 8க்கு 19. அடுத்து பெசிமிக் ஆஃப் டைம் என்ன இருக்கு? 1ல இருந்து 2 போறதுக்கு என்ன இருக்கு? 15, 1ல இருந்து 6 போறதுக்கு 14, 2ல இருந்து 3க்கு 30, 2ல இருந்து 4க்கு 8, 3ல இருந்து 5 போறதுக்கு 8, அடுத்து 4ல இருந்து 5க்கு 15, 6ல இருந்து 7க்கு 27, 5ல இருந்து 8க்கு 7, 7ல இருந்து 8க்கு 28. ஓகே, அப்போ இந்த ஃபாலோயிங் டேபிள் ஆஃப் நெட்வொர்க் எஸ்டிமேஷன் வந்து இதுக்கு என்ன சொல்றாங்க அப்படின்னா, இந்த லார்ஜஸ்ட் கிரிட்டிக்கல் பாத் சொல்றாங்க. இதுக்கு வந்து எஸ்டிமேஷன் வந்து 10 கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். 10 கண்டுபிடிக்க என்ன பண்ணலாம்? இது போனதாட்டி நம்ம டியூரேஷன் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. இந்த ஃபார்முலா வச்சு நம்ம கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டு மோஸ்ட் ஸ்பெசிபிக் ஆஃப் டைம் கண்டுபிடிச்சு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா டிரா த டயக்ராம் போடுவோம். அதே டயக்ராம் தான். இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணலாம்? டிரா த டயக்ராமுக்கு என்ன பண்ண போறோம் அப்படின்னா இந்த வேல்யூ வச்சு கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். ஓகே, சொல்ல போய்க்காமா? இதில் பாருங்கம்மா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? ஜாப், அடுத்து டி, அந்த 3 வேல்யூ, அதாவது எப்படின்னா அதை பார்த்துங்க, T0 TP + 4 × TM, இதுதான் நம்ம கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். ஓகே, எஸ்டி என்ன சொல்றோம்னா ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிவியேஷன் சொல்லுவோம். ஓகே, இப்போ ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா 1ல இருந்து 2க்கு என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? நான் வேல்யூ வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எழுதிக்கிறேன். 1ல இருந்து 2, அடுத்து 1ல இருந்து 6, அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 2ல இருந்து 3, 2ல இருந்து 3, அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 4, 3ல இருந்து 5, ஓகேமா? 1ல இருந்து 2, 1ல இருந்து 6, 2ல இருந்து 3, 2ல இருந்து 4, 3ல இருந்து 5, 4ல இருந்து 5, 6 to 7, 5 to 8. இப்போ ஆப்டிமைஸ் ஆஃப் டைம்க்கு என்ன ஃபார்முலா சொல்றாங்க? இந்த டோட்டல் டியூரேஷன் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு இதுல பாருங்க, T0 = TP + 4 × TM / 6. ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம ஒவ்வொரு வேரியன்ஸும் நம்ம கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம். என்ன கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோம்? இப்போ 3த்தையும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நான் T0 ஆப்டிமைசேஷன் என்ன இருக்கு? 3 + 6 என்ன இருக்கு? 3யும் 6 ஆட் பண்ணா வேல்யூ வரும். ஏன்னா இந்த வேல்யூ ஃபார்முலா பாருங்க, 3யும் 6 ஆட் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 9. ஓகே, இப்போ இதுல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இங்க 9 + 4 TPMன்றாங்க. அப்போ 9 + 4 என்ன இருக்கு? 4 × ஆஸ்மிட்டர் 15. ஓகேவாமா? 12 24 15 20. ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், அந்த வேல்யூல பண்றப்ப வேல்யூ மட்டும் கண்டுபிடிக்க போறோமா, இந்த ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் ஆஃப் டைம் சொல்றப்ப என்ன சொல்லுவோம் அப்படின்னா T0 மட்டும் நான் தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் ஆஃப் டைம், ஆப்டிமைஸ் ஆஃப் டைம் சொல்றப்ப என்ன பார்ப்போம் அப்படின்னா எது T ஆஃப் வேல்யூ நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். ஓகே, ஆப்டிமைஸ் ஆஃப் டைம் சொல்றப்ப T0, ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் ஆஃப் டைம் வந்து TP. ஓகே, ஓகே, மோஸ்ட் லைக்லிக்கு வந்து TM. ஓகே, மோஸ்ட் லைக்லிக்கு வந்து TM. இப்போ இந்த மூணுத்தையும் ஆட் பண்ணி இன்ட்டு எம்ஆல நீங்க என்ன பண்ண 4 ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் ஓகே மைனஸ் TN. ஓகே, TN டிவைடட் பை 6. TN டிவைடட் பை 6. ஓகே, இப்போ மோஸ்ட் லைக்லி டைம்க்கு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணோம், டியூரேஷன் மோஸ்ட் லைக்லி ஆஃப் டைம் என்ன, டியூரேஷன் ஆப்டிமைஸ் பண்ணா 42 டிவைடட் பை 6 வரும். 42 டிவைடட் பை 6 பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 7. அப்போ ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டிவியேஷனுக்கு நான் என்ன சொன்னேன், டிபி என்ன வேல்யூ இருக்கு, டிபி நம்ம கணக்கு 6. ஓகே, அப்போ 6 இருக்கு அப்படின்னா 6 மைனஸ் 12 டிவைடட் பை 6 பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 2. அப்போ நம்ம வேரியன்ஸ் என்ன வரும் அப்படின்னா வேரியன்ஸ் 4. ஆனால் நமக்கு என்ன டியூரேஷன்னா 1 to 2 டியூரேஷன், இந்த 7 கண்டுபிடிச்சா நமக்கு போதும். ஓகே, ஆப்டிமைஸ் டைம், ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் டைம், மோஸ்ட் லைக்லி நம்ம பார்க்குறப்ப இது தெரிஞ்சா நமக்கு போதும். ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க 1லேருந்து 6 போகிறப்ப நம்ம சம் டியூரேஷன் நீங்கள் பார்க்குறப்ப பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 1 6 2 5 14 சம் ஏற்கனவே நம்ம ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணோம், அதில் பார்த்துக்கோங்கம்மா 2 5 6. ஓகே, இப்போ 2 5 6க்கு என்ன இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா நம்ம ஆட் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 2 5 5 36 36 டிவைட் பை 6 வரும். ஓகே, 36 டிவைட் பை 6 பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 6 வேரியன்ஸ் வந்து எவ்வளோ வரும் அப்படின்னா டியூரேஷன் வந்து 6 கண்டுபிடிப்போம். அப்போ இதுல வேரியன்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா அகைன் என்ன இருக்கும், 12 டிவைட் பை 6 பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா அதே அகைன் 2 வரும். 12 டிவைட் பை 6. ஓகே, அடுத்து தேர்ட் ஆஃப் வேல்யூல என்ன இருக்கு பாருங்க, 6 12 30. 6 12 30. ஓகே, 6 12 30. ஓகே, நமக்கு எனக்கு ஆப்டிமைஸ் டைம் டோட்டலுக்கு 3 ஆட் பண்ணி இன்ட்டு 4 மல்டிப்ளை பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 84 divided by 6 equal to 12. ஓகே அம்மா, 86 4 divided by 12. அடுத்து பாருங்க 84 divided by 6, இதுக்கு என்ன வரும் அப்படின்னா 24 divided by 6. 24 divided by 6 4. வேரியன்ஸ் என்ன இருக்கும், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இதுக்கு வந்து 6 + 2னா என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா 4 வேரியன்ஸ், இதுக்கு 16. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க தேர்ட் ஒன்னுக்கு என்ன இருக்கு, 2/4 இருக்கு. 30 divided by 6. 30 divided by 6 5. இதுல என்ன இருக்கும் 66 divided by 6 11. சம்ம நம்ம கால்குலேட் பண்ணோமா, மோஸ்ட் லைக்லி ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் அந்த டைம் படி நம்ம கால்குலேட் பண்றோம். ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க அடுத்த வேலையா என்ன இருக்கு, அடுத்ததுல பாருங்க 66 divided by 11. அடுத்ததுல பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 42 divided by 6. 42 divided by 6 பண்ணீங்கன்னா 7. அடுத்ததுல 6 to 7க்கு என்ன வேல்யூ வரும் அப்படின்னா 3 ஆட் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 66 டிவைடட் பை 6 பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா அகைன் 11. ஓகே, அடுத்ததுல பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 24 divided by 6 4. அடுத்ததுல 108 divided by 6 18. ஓகேம்மா, சொல்ல முடியுமா? இப்போ இந்த டியூரேஷன் 7க்கு 8க்கும் 16, 6 5க்கு 18 4, 6 to 7க்கு 11, 4 to 5க்கு 7, 3 to 5க்கு 11, 2 to 4க்கு 5, 2 to 3க்கு 12, 1 to 6க்கு 6, 1 to 2க்கு 7. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 24 divided by 6. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க வேரியன்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? வேரியன்ஸ் என்ன சொன்னா TP minus T0 divided by 6. ஓகே, TP minus TPN. TP னா என்ன சொன்ன? TP னா ஸ்பெசிபிக் டைம், TN என்ன சொன்ன? TN என்ன சொன்ன? மோஸ்ட் லைக்லி டைம். ஓகே, அடுத்துல பாருங்க 6 divided by 6 பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 1 வரும். அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 12 divided by 6 2. அடுத்து 12 divided by 6 again 2. அடுத்து 24 divided by 6 4. 6 is 1. 24 divided by 6 4. ஓகே, சரி புரியுதாம்மா? இப்போ டியூரேஷன் வச்சு நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம்? ட்ரா பண்ண போகிறோம். ட்ரா த டேபிள் என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம்? திருப்பி அகைன் இது பண்ண போகிறோம். பாருங்க, கண்டுபிடிச்சிட வேலையை பார்த்துக்கோங்க. 1லேருந்து 2க்கு போகிறதுக்கு இது 7 6 4 5 11 12. ஓகே, இப்போ ட்ரா த டைம் என்ன சொல்கிறோம்? 1லேருந்து 2 போகிறதுக்கு என்ன இருக்குது? 1லேருந்து 2 போடணும், 1லேருந்து 6 வரணும். 1லேருந்து 2 1லேருந்து 6, 1லேருந்து 2 1லேருந்து 6. ஓகே, 1லேருந்து 2 1லேருந்து 6 போகணும். அப்போ ஸ்டார்டிங் 1 1லேருந்து 2 வரணும். அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்புறம் 1லேருந்து 6. 1லேருந்து 2 வந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம்? 2 இது 6. அப்போ என்ன பண்ணுறேன்? 2 வேல்யூ கொண்டு வரேன். ஓகே, அடுத்து 1லேருந்து 6. அடுத்த வேல்யூ என்ன கொடுத்துருக்காங்க பாருங்க, 2லேருந்து 3 வரணும். 2லேருந்து 3 வரணுங்க. 2லேருந்து 3. அப்போ 3 கொண்டு வரேன். இப்போ இது 1 வச்சுக்கிறோம். 1லேருந்து 6 லாஸ்ட் வேல்யூவா இருக்கனால நான் 6 கொண்டு வரேம்மா இங்க. அடுத்து பாருங்க 2லேருந்து 3னா 2லேருந்து 3. அடுத்து என்ன இருக்கு பாருங்கம்மா, 2லேருந்து 4 வரணும். 2லேருந்து 4, 2லேருந்து 4. அடுத்து பாருங்க 3லேருந்து 5, 3லேருந்து 5. அடுத்து என்ன வேல்யூ இருக்கு? 3லேருந்து 5. அடுத்தது 4லேருந்து 5, 4லேருந்து 5 வரணும். 4லேருந்து 5னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் 4லேருந்து 5. அடுத்து பாருங்க 6லேருந்து 7 வரணும். 6லேருந்து 7. அப்போ 7 இங்கே இருக்கு. அப்போனா 6லேருந்து 7. அடுத்து என்ன பாருங்க 5லேருந்து 8 வரணும். 5லேருந்து 8. அடுத்து பாருங்க லாஸ்ட் வேல்யூ 7லேருந்து 8. 7லேருந்து 8னா இங்க. இப்போ ட்ரா த டேபிள் பார்த்தீங்களாம்மா? சொல்ல புரியுதாம்மா? 1லேருந்து 2, 2லேருந்து 4, 3லேருந்து 5, 3லேருந்து 7, 7லேருந்து 8. அப்போ இது 3 பாத்துல போகுது. எப்படி? 1லேருந்து 2, 2லேருந்து 3, 3லேருந்து 5, 8. 1லேருந்து 2, 4, 5, 8. அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 1லேருந்து 6, 7, 8. 3 பார்த்து வருது. அப்போ டியூரேஷன் நம்ம ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக நம்ம கால்குலேட் பண்ணணும். எப்படி பண்ணுவோம்? 1லேருந்து 7க்கு வந்து எவ்வளோ பாருங்க, 1லேருந்து 2க்கு போகிறதுக்கு 7. அடுத்து பாருங்க டியூரேஷன் பிளாக்ல போகிறோமா டியூரேஷன். அடுத்து 2லேருந்து 4க்கு 5, 1லேருந்து 6க்கு 6. அடுத்து 6லேருந்து 7க்கு 11, 7 இருந்து 8க்கு 8. 5ல இருந்து 8க்கு என்ன இருக்கு? 4. 4ல இருந்து 5க்கு டியூரேஷன் 7. 2ல இருந்து 3க்கு 14. 3ல இருந்து 5க்கு டியூரேஷன் 11. ஓகேம்மா, இப்போ டியூரேஷன் நம்ம ஆட் பண்ண போறோம். எந்த டியூரேஷன் அதிகமா இருக்குன்னு பார்க்க போறோம். ஓகேம்மா, எந்த வேல்யூ டியூரேஷன் வந்து அதிகமா இருக்குன்னு பார்க்க போறோம். ஓகே, இதுல பாருங்கம்மா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வேல்யூ என்ன பண்ணலாம்? the path of value, the path. ஓகே, 1ல இருந்து 2 போகுது. 1ல இருந்து 2 வரலாம். அடுத்து 2ல இருந்து 4 வரலாம். 4ல இருந்து 5 வரலாம். 5ல இருந்து 8 வரலாம். அடுத்து இன்னொரு பாத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 1ல இருந்து 2, அடுத்தது 1ல இருந்து 3, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 5, 8. இதுல 36. அடுத்து 1ல இருந்து 2, அடுத்து 3, அடுத்து 5, 8. ஓகே, ஆட் பண்ணி பாருங்க. 7 + 4 எவ்வளோ? 21. 7 + 4 21. 21 10 பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 32. 32 + 4 36. ஓகேம்மா, அப்போ இதுக்கு 36. இதில் பாருங்க 6 A 17. 17 + 18 36. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க 1ல இருந்து 2 7. 7ல இருந்து 5 வந்து 7 + 12. 12 + 7 19. 19 + 4 23. 23 ஆஃப் வேல்யூ வந்துருது நமக்கு. ஓகேம்மா, டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பர்த் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ. இதை நம்ம பார்க்குறப்ப இதாம வேல்யூ பத்துக்கு வந்து என்ன பண்ணோம்? இந்த பர்த் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா கண்டுபிடிக்கிறோம். அடுத்து நம்ம அதை பார்த்தா 10 CPM பார்த்துக்கோம். இது வரைக்கும் நம்ம என்னென்ன பார்த்துருக்கோம்? நார்த் வெஸ்ட்கான லீஸ்ட் காஸ்ட் மெத்தட் பார்த்துருக்கோம். டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷன் மெத்தட் பார்த்தாச்சு. அடுத்தது என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா கம்ப்யூட்டர் என்ன பண்ணுறோம்? பர்த் CPM பார்த்துருக்கோமா? பர்த் CPM பார்க்குறோம். அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா டிசிஷன் தியரி பார்க்கணும். அப்புறம் கியூயிங் தியரி. ஓகே, அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா கியூயிங் தியரி. கியூயிங் தியரி பார்க்க போகிறோமா? ஓகே, அது ஒரு சம் பார்த்துருவோமா? சிமுலேஷன் பார்க்க போகிறோமா? ஓகே. இந்த சிமுலேஷன் சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் பண்ணோம்னா, ஓகே இத பாருங்களா, தெரியுதாமா இதுல? ஓகே, அது என்ன சொல்றாங்க, a bakery of storekeeper of popular of brand of cake is the daily of demand based on past experience is given below. டெய்லி டிமாண்ட் வந்து 0, ப்ராபபிலிட்டி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க 0.001, 15, 25, 35, 45, 55. Probability 0.01, 0.15, 20, 50, 0.50, 7, 0.12, 0.002. They using the following random numbers 48, 78, 09, 51, 56, 77, 15, 14, 68, 9. The simulation of demand for next 10 days. Okay, following the store simulation of if any bakery, okay, own the bakery of decide of make 35 cake per day. ஓகே, அப்ப அதுல என்ன மீனிங், அப்ப ஒரு நாளைக்கு வந்து மொத்தம் ஒரு 35 கேக் டெய்லி பண்றாங்க. ஓகே, 35 கேக் பண்றாங்க. ஓகேவா? அப்ப எஸ்டிமேஷனா எவ்வளவு டிமாண்ட் இருக்கும், ஒரு நாளைக்கு வந்து எவ்வளவு டிமாண்ட் இருக்கும், ஒரு நாளைக்கு வந்து அவன் கன்ஃபார்மா எவ்வளவு பண்ணிருக்கணும் அப்படின்னா 35 அவன் பண்ணிருக்கணும். ஓகே, 35 பண்ணிருக்கணும். 35 பண்ணாம போயிட்டான் அப்படின்னா அவன் வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா டிமாண்ட் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா வந்துடும். ஓகேவா? அப்ப எவ்வளவு டிமாண்ட் வந்து ஒரு நாளைக்கு வந்து டிமாண்ட் ஆக போகுது, அதான் சிமுலேஷன் நம்ம பார்க்க போறோம். சிமுலேஷன், வாட் இஸ் தி மீனிங் ஆஃப் சிமுலேஷன் சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா, ஒரு பேக்கரியில வந்து என்ன பண்றாங்க, ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, எவ்வளவு இருந்தா ஒரு டிமாண்ட் இருக்கும். நம்ம டிமாண்ட் நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நம்ம நடந்துட்டு இருக்கோமா, ஒவ்வொரு வேலைக்கும் டிமாண்ட் நடக்கும். டிமாண்ட் நடக்கிறப்ப நமக்கு என்ன ஆகும் அப்படின்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா நடக்கும். ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம அதே இதுல பண்ணா நம்ம பாக்குறப்ப சம் பாக்குறப்ப ஈஸியா தான் இருக்கும். அதை பார்ப்போம், ஈஸியா தான் சார். ஓகே, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் வேல்யூ நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், சிமுலேஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண போறோம். ஓகே, டெய்லி டிமாண்ட். ஓகே, டெய்லி டிமாண்ட் நம்ம ஆல்ரெடி கொடுத்துட்டாங்கம்மா 0. அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 15, அடுத்து 15, அடுத்து 25, 35, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 45, அடுத்து 55. டெய்லி டிமாண்ட். ப்ராபிலிட்டி என்ன கொடுத்துருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா ப்ராபிலிட்டி 0.01, அடுத்து 0.15, அடுத்து 0.20. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க 0.50, அடுத்து பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 0.12, அடுத்து 0.02. ஓகே, குமுலேட்டிவ் ஆஃப் ப்ராபிலிட்டி அடுத்து குமுலேட்டிவ் பண்ண போறோம். 0.01, 1ஐயும் 15 ஆட் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 0.16, 16ஐயும் 20 ஆட் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 36, 36 50 ஆட் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 0.86, 0.8 12 ஆட் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 0.98. ஓகே, 98ம் 2ம் ஆட் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா 1 வந்துடும். மொத்தமா ப்ராபிலிட்டி ஆட் பண்ணா 1 வரணும். ஓகே, அடுத்து குமுலேட்டிவ். ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் ஃபார் அசைன்மெண்ட். ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் அப்படி சொல்றப்ப ரேண்டம் என்ன பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னா 0, இதுல இருந்து என்ன வேல்யூ வந்திருக்குன்னு பார்க்க போறோமா, 0, 0, ஏன்னா முன்னாடி எதுவும் இருக்காது. அந்த 15 வந்திருக்கு அப்பனா, இங்க 15 வந்திருக்கு அப்பனா நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போறோம், 0ல இருந்து 1ல இருந்து 15 வரைக்கும் வந்திருக்குன்னு அர்த்தம். ஓகே, நான் சொல்ற புரியுதா? இங்க 16 வந்திருக்கு அப்படின்னா இப்ப 16ல இருந்து இது எவ்வளவு வழி முடியுது? 16ல இருந்து எவ்வளவு வழியுமா இருக்குமா? 16ல இருந்து நம்ம பாத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 16 minus 35. ஓகே, 635. இப்போ 35, இப்போ 35 என்ன 36 இருக்குமா நமக்கு? இங்க 36, இங்க 86. ஓகே, 36 85னா 36 வந்து 85 இருக்கும். அப்போ ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் நம்ம சொல்றப்ப என்ன மீனிங் அப்படின்னா 36 இருந்து 85 வரும். அடுத்த வேல்யூ பாக்குறப்ப என்ன இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா அந்த கம்யூனிட்டிவ் வேல்யூ இருக்கு, இங்க 12 இருக்கு, சரி 98 இருக்கு. இப்போ 85ல இருந்து என்ன சொல்றோம் அப்படின்னா 97 வரைக்கும் இருக்கும். அப்ப 86ல இருந்து 97 வரைக்கும் இருக்கும். அப்ப ப்ரீவியஸ் எந்த நம்பர் இருக்கோ அந்த நம்பர் வரைக்கும் நம்ம ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுவோம். அடுத்த வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு பாருங்க, 98ல இருந்து 1. அப்போ 98 99. ஓகே, அப்போ இது நம்ம என்ன சொல்றோம் அப்ப ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் ஆஃப் அசைன்மெண்ட். ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், ஏற்கனவே நம்ம சம்ல பார்த்தபடி என்ன இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா டெய்லி ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் 10 days இருக்கு. டெய்லி ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் என்ன இருக்கு? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் நமக்கு ஆல்ரெடி நம்ம அசைன்மெண்ட் பண்ணிருக்கோம். ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் என்ன இருக்கு? நம்பர்ஸ் சம் பார்க்குறப்ப 48 ரேண்டம் நம்பர் 48 ஏற்கனவே ஸ்க்ரீன் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணி காட்டினோமா? 48 78. அடுத்து பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா 09 51 56 77 68 9. ஓகே, சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட். சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் என்ன இருக்கு? சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் நமக்கு என்ன இருக்கு? ஒரு நாளைக்கு நமக்கு என்ன பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா 35 கேக் வந்து என்ன பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா per day வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் பண்ணும். அப்ப சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் என்ன இருக்கு பாருங்க, இங்க 48னா எந்த வேல்யூல 48 இருக்குன்னு பாருங்க. 48 இந்த டிமாண்ட் பாருங்க, இங்க 48 எதுக்குள்ள வருதுன்னு பாருங்கம்மா. இந்த 48 சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் 48 இந்த 35குள்ள, அப்ப இங்க 35. அப்ப என்ன பண்றோம், இங்க 35. அடுத்து 78 எங்க இருக்கு? 78 எங்க இருக்கு பாருங்க, 86 97. ஓகே, இதுல தான் நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம் அப்புறம் சரி 36 35. ஓகே, 36 வந்து 85குள்ள இருக்கணும். அப்ப அதுக்கும் 35. அடுத்து பாருங்க 9 இருக்கு. அப்ப 9 எதுக்குள்ள வரும்? 15. அப்ப சிமுலேஷன் டிமாண்ட் எது பார்த்து போறோம், இதுல வச்சு நம்ம பார்க்கணும். ஓகே, அடுத்து 51 இருக்கு. அப்ப 51 எந்த வேல்யூல வரும்? 36ல இருந்து, அப்ப 35. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க எவ்வளவு வேல்யூ இருக்கு? இங்க 56 இருக்கு. அப்ப 56 அப்பனா சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் நம்பர் ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் பாருங்க. 56 எங்க இருக்கு? 56 எங்க இருக்குமா? இத பாருங்க, 56 இங்க இருக்கு. அப்ப வேல்யூ என்ன இருக்கு? 36ல இருந்து 80 85 ரேண்டம் நம்பர்ஸ் ஆஃப் பிட்வீன். ஓகே, அப்ப 35 அகைன் 35. ஓகே, அடுத்து பாருங்க 77. அப்ப 77 எங்க இருக்கு? 87. ஓகேவா, 86ல இருந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம் அப்படின்னா எதுல இருக்கு? 85ல இருந்து 36. 36ல இருந்து 85 பிட்வீன்ல இருக்கும். ஓகே, அப்ப நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், அதுக்கு ஒரு சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் இருக்கு 35. அப்ப 15 ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா 15 இருக்கு. 1 to 15 டிமாண்ட் எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? 15. ஓகே, அப்ப ஆல்ரெடி 15. 68னா நமக்கு எவ்வளவு வேல்யூ இருக்கும்? 35. ஓகே, அடுத்து 50. இப்ப சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், இதெல்லாம் ஆட் பண்றோம். 5 5 5 10 15 20 35 30 30 70 0 270. அப்ப 270 இருக்கு. ஓகே, இப்ப சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் டிமாண்ட் ஸ்டாக் பார்க்க போறோம். ஒரு நாளைக்கு கம்பல்சரியா அவன் எவ்வளவு வச்சிருக்கணும் அப்படின்னா 35 வந்து டிமாண்ட் இருக்கணும். அப்ப 35னா நில் வந்துடும், இதுக்கும் நில் வந்துடும். ஏன்னா 35 ஸ்டாக் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா ரிமைனிங் கான்செப்ட் இருக்கா நம்மள்ட்ட. ஓகே, அப்ப 35னா நில். 15 இருக்கு அப்படின்னா டிமாண்ட் ஆஃப் 20. ஏன்னா ஆல்ரெடி அவன் எவ்வளவு இருக்கணும், நமக்கு 35 இருக்கணும். அப்ப 20 வந்துடும். அப்போ டிமாண்ட் எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? 20. அப்ப அவன் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங்கே 15 பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னா 20 டிமாண்ட் ஆயிரும் உங்களுக்கு. அப்ப எதுலன்னா பாருங்க, அடுத்ததுல பாருங்க 35னா என்ன இருக்கும்? எவ்வளவு இருக்கு பாருங்கம்மா, 20 அகைன் 20 40 60 60 80. ஓகே, அப்போ எவ்வளவு கேக் பர் டே பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா அவங்க எவ்வளவு பண்றாங்க பாருங்க, 270 டிவைட் பை 10. அப்போ ஆவரேஜா அவங்க எவ்வளவு கேக் பண்ணணும், 27 கேக் பர் டே அவன் என்ன பண்ணும் அப்படின்னா மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் பண்ணாதான் அவங்களுக்கு சிமுலேஷன் ஆஃப் ஸ்டாக் இருக்காம இருக்கும். இது ஆட் ஆகிட்டே வந்துருமா, அதுல நமக்கு சிமுலேஷன் சொல்றப்ப என்னன்னா அதேதான், ஒவ்வொரு வேல்யூலும் நமக்கு டிஃபரன்சியேஷன் மாறும் நமக்கு. ஓகே, சொல்ல புரியுதா? 27 கேக் வந்து என்ன பண்றாங்க பர் டே அவன் வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் பண்ணாதான் அவனுக்கு டிமாண்ட் வந்து இல்லாம இருக்கும் அவனுக்கு. ஓகே, ஓகேமா சார்? சார் ஓகே சார்.
சார்
ஓகே
சொல்லுங்க, முடிச்சிட்டீங்களா?
சார், முடிஞ்சுச்சு சார், முடிஞ்சுச்சு சார்.
ஓகே ஓகே, அவர்கிட்ட சார்ட்ட சொல்லிருங்க, அடுத்து அவங்க வந்துருக்கோம்.
சார் ஓகே, அடுத்து வந்து நீங்க தானே சார்?
இல்ல, எம்சிஏவுக்கு நானு, இது எம்பிஏவுக்கு லட்சுமி பாலா, தஞ்சாவூர்.
லட்சுமி பாலா முடிச்சிட்டாங்க, அநேகமா அவங்க ஜெனிட்டாவா இருக்கும்.
ஜெனிட்டாவா இருக்குமா? எனக்கு அந்த கன்ஃபியூஷன் தெரியல. எம்சிஏக்கு நான் தான்.
எம்சிஏக்கு நீங்க அவரு முடிக்க போறாருன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
நான் எல்லாம் இருக்கேன், ரெடியா தான் இருக்கேன்.
ஆமா,
நீங்க எம்பிஏ கொஞ்சம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணீங்க சார், நான் எம்சிஏக்கு போயிடுறேன்.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே
ஓகே ஓகே
சார், தேங்க்யூ சார்.
தேங்க்யூ டேனியல்.
சார் தேங்க்யூ சார்.
ஹலோ மேடம், குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன்
சார். ஆல் சார், தேங்க்யூ சார்.
தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச்.
தேங்க்யூ சார், தேங்க்யூ சார்.
தேங்க்யூ மேடம், நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணலாம். ஜெனிட்டா மேடம், மேடம், ஹலோ ஹலோ மேடம், நாளைக்கு எல்லாமே டிக் பண்ணி ஒரே ஒரு டிக். மேடம், வந்துட்டாங்க. ஹலோ ஹலோ மேடம், ஹலோ வெளியே போயாச்சு. செக் பண்றாங்க. ஹலோ மேம். சார் ஹலோ மேம். மேடம் ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க.
ஓகே சார். ஓகே. சார் ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் ஆகுதுன்னு பார்த்துக்கோங்க.
சவுண்ட் இல்ல.
சவுண்ட் இல்லையா?
ரொம்ப ஃபீபிளா இருக்கு.
இந்த ஒரு விஷயம்.
பேசுங்க, இப்ப பேசுங்க.
இப்ப பாருங்க சார்.
இப்போ ஃபீபிளா இருக்கு. ரொம்ப பக்கத்துல பேச வேண்டியதா இருக்கு. மைக் எங்க வச்சிருக்கீங்க?
மைக் வயர்லெஸ் தான் இருந்துச்சு. ஒரு செகண்ட். சார் இப்போ
இப்போ ஓகே.
சரி.
சவுண்ட் விட்டு விட்டு வருது மேடம். வீடியோ ஓகே. சவுண்ட் இல்ல மேடம், சுத்தமா சவுண்ட் இல்ல.
சார் கேக்கலையா?
பக்கத்துல பேசுறது கேக்குது. இந்த மாதிரி கேமரா வேண்டாங்கன்னா ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. Okay. டேக் யுவர் டைம் மேடம். சுத்தம் ரொம்ப ஒண்ணுமே இல்ல, வாய்ஸே இல்ல. நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதா?
இப்ப கேக்குதா சார்?
இப்ப கேக்குது. உங்க மைக்க இந்த மைக்க புடிச்சிட்டு பேசுங்க. இல்ல, காலர் மைக்க புடிச்சிட்டு பேசுங்க. கழுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்க மைக்க கழுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்க மைக்க உங்க கை இருக்குங்க. அதை பார்த்துட்டு பேசுங்க பக்கத்துல. இல்ல
சார் இப்ப கேக்குதா?
இப்ப கேக்குது.
இப்ப கேக்குதா?
கேக்குது.
ஓகே, எனக்கு தான் கேக்கல, சுத்தமா எனக்கு கேக்கல.
நான் பேசுறது கேக்குதுல?
எனக்கு எதுவுமே கேட்கல.
சரி, நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க. இப்ப நீங்க பேசுறது கேக்குது.
ஒரே செகண்ட், எங்கேயோ ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கானே, எங்கே ப்ராப்ளம்னு எனக்கு தெரியல.
இல்ல, இப்ப நீங்க பேசுறது எனக்கு நல்லா கேக்குது. யூ கேன் கண்டினியூ. எனக்கு கேக்குற அவசியம், உங்களுக்கு கேக்குற அவசியம் கிடையாதுல?
உங்களோட லிப் மட்டும் தான் தெரியுது, தவிர எனக்கு ஒண்ணுமே கேட்கல. எனக்கு
திருப்பி ஜாயின் பண்றாங்க. ஆன் எடுக்க வர்றவங்க கரெக்டா இருக்கும். இந்த கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல வந்தாங்களா?
இப்ப எது கேக்குதுங்களா சார்?
ரொம்ப ஃபீபிளா இருக்கு.
சார் இப்ப கேக்குதுங்களா? ஒண்ணுல சார், அந்த இது வயர்லெஸ் இயர் டிராப்ஸ் கனெக்ட் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கு ப்ளூடூத்தோட. எனக்கு அதான் பிளாங்கா இருந்திருக்கு. ஐம் சாரி.
ஓகே. யூ கேன் கண்டினியூ.
ஓகே, தேங்க் யூ சார். சார் ஸ்கிரீன் ஃபுல்லா வியூ ஆதான்னு பாத்துக்கோங்க சார்.
ஓகேமா, ஜஸ்ட் ஓகே.
நான் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணது, ஏன்னா லாஸ்ட் டைம் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணது இதாகவே இல்லை, அதான் இப்ப மாறுதா சார்?
இது பண்ண வரல. நீங்க இது பிரசன்டேஷனே கொடுக்கல போல இருக்க. ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணல போல இருக்க.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க சார், ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க.
அந்த சார் இப்போ ஸ்கிரீன் தெரியுதுங்களா?
இல்ல, ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணவே இல்ல நீங்க.
ஷேர் அதல ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க சார், ஒரு செகண்ட்.
அப்படியே மினிமைஸ் பண்ணுங்க, பிபிடி மினிமைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க.
இப்போ பாருங்க.
இல்லையே, இப்பதான் வருது.
ஓகே. இப்போ ஸ்லைட் மூவ் ஆகுதான்னு மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் பாத்துருங்க சார். ஒரு செகண்ட். சேஞ்ச் ஆகுதா சார்?
நீங்க இல்லையே. ஓகே, இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன் போயிருக்குப்பா. ஓகே, சேஞ்ச் ஆகுது.
ஓகே. Thank you sir, thank you. Good afternoon my dear marketing managers. It's my pleasure to see you all in this online channel. And in the previous last 2 classes we have seen about the marketing concepts and in that we have seen many topics related to the marketing, which is like concepts, evaluation of marketing, functions of marketing, and so on. We have seen in the last classes, okay, right? And in the unit 2 also, we have seen about the 4 pieces of marketing, and in that we've seen about the product, and later on we have seen about this marketing planning process and so on. And in the third unit, one second. And in the third unit, we have seen about product concept, where we have seen how to plan a product, what sort of process are there, what sort of types are evaluating the product. So all these concepts which we have seen in the previous classes, okay. And now we have to see about the next P of the marketing called promotion. Okay, so this promotion is also one of the one type of piece which is a major thing in the marketing. So among the 4 pieces of marketing, we have seen about the product, we have seen that the price also, and now we have to see about the promotion topics. Okay, so in the previous I hope that my slide is visible in your end also. So this in that promotion, we have seen how promotion work is carried out in the marketing field. So this promotion is we have to promote a product from one end to the another end. That is, the one end we call it as a manufacturing end, and the another end we call it as a customer end. So this traveling journey should be done by the manufacturer side only. The manufacturer has to promote the product from his end and to the sides of the customer. Okay, in that we have seen promotion mix. We have five things are in the promotion mix. One is advertising, second one is personal selling, third one is sales promotion, fourth one is public relation, and fifth one is direct marketing. So these 5 are considered to be the promotion mix for the promotion. So using these 5 only, the manufacturer side is promoting their product to the customer. Using these 5 things only, the manufacturer is pushing the product from their end to the customer end. Okay, so this we call it as a promotional mix, and we in that promotion mix we have to think about a concept called how the marketer, or sorry, how the manufacturer has to decide what sort of promotion which will be applicable to their product. Okay, so the manufacturer has to consider some factors before choosing their promotional mix. So we have 7 more factors. So these factors are the things to be considered by the manufacturer while choosing the promotion mix. Okay, so while choosing the promotional mix, manufacturer has to think about the nature of the product. So he has to think about the nature of the market. He has to think about the product cycle. See, this product cycle which we have seen in the last class itself. So in that product cycle, we have seen that each and every product has to cross 4 stages. So starting from introduction, the product has to go to the growth stage, then it has to go to the maturity stage, and it has to go to the growth stage, and at the last it should be decline. So these 4 stages, and each and every product should get crossed. Okay, so this we call it as an product life cycle. So based on the product stage also, the manufacturer has to decide what sort of promotion mix will be worked out. Okay, then the manufacturer has to think about the availability of funds. Without funds, they cannot do promotion. So each and everything bears a cost. Okay, for that the manufacturer has to think about the fund available also. So based on the availability of fund, the manufacturer has to think about this promotion mix. Then we have seen what sort of promotional strategy is available at the manufacturer end. So based on that only he can choose the promotion mix. Then he has to see about the readiness of the buyer. Then we have seen about advertising concept also in the last class. So advertising, what I said is advertising is a paid form of communication. Why we are using the word called paid form means here the manufacturer is spending the money for promoting their goods. So advertising is one form of promotional activity where the manufacturer has to paid for that promotional activity, and then only he can promote their product. So advertising, we can say that it is a paid form of a promotional mix. So in advertising, we had in the slide itself, I have mentioned that it is a means of communication, the users of product and service. So if a manufacturer who wants to market the product in the market, means he has to communicate to the environment. He has to communicate to the environment through any form. So in that case, the manufacturer has to choose what sort of advertisings are available, and in that he has to think about which form of advertising will be applicable for their product. So before choosing what form of advertising, the marketer has to read the market, and based on that only he can choose the advertising form. So we have seen about the objectives of advertising. Why for the marketer is the manufacturer is doing advertising, means in order to introduce a product in the market, the manufacturer has to do this advertising activity. And if he wants to introduce a particular brand in the market, means he has to do the advertising action. Then if the marketer wants to create an awareness about the particular product, means he can he can choose this advertising form. Then when the manufacturer wants to acquire the customer, see here, customer means new customer, and also if he wants to retain the existing customer also, he has to do this advertising activity. Okay, so in these ground only the manufacturer will think about this advertising activity. So the main objective for doing the advertising is in order to introduce a product, in order to introduce a brand in the market, in order to create an awareness about the particular product or particular service, means they'll be doing the advertising. Okay, so then if they want to acquire new customers, and also at the same time, if they want to retain their old customer also, they need to do the advertising. And the core thing for doing the advertising means it is what to increase the sales. So if the manufacturer wants to increase the sales, he will be doing this kind of activity, that is this advertising. Okay, so these are the things where the advertising is being carried out by the manufacturers. Then we have seen about 5 N's of advertising. See, these 5 N's seems to be the elements of advertising. Okay, without these 5 elements, the manufacturer or the advertising company cannot do the advertising. So in that we have seen what is the advertising company or the manufacturer should think about the mission. Okay, should think about the mission of their company. And second thing is they have to think about the money, that is the fund availability. Then there should be a proper message for that. Then the manufacturing company should choose what sort of media can be applicable, or what sort of media can be available for them. Then after doing all these things, there should be a control activity, which we call it as a measurement. Okay, so these 5 M's are considered to be the core elements of the advertising. Then we have seen about different forms of advertising, where we have I have clearly explained you about this printed form of advertising, broadcasting advertising, public service advertising, digital advertising, celebrity advertising, all these. Okay, see, all these things were seen by us in the last class itself. Now and then we have seen an important concept called ad copy. It is a written format where it should consist of certain things. That is, it should be very simple, and it should have a salient feature. See, if an advertisement company or the manufacturer wants to do an advertisement, means they need to frame a written copy for them. That copy should be a simple one, and that copy should be a suggestive one. That copy should convey the message to the customer, and the information which they want to deliver should be a true one also. Okay, so the advertisement copy should be consist of all these things. without any this salient features, the advertisement company or the manufacturer who is preparing the advertisement will not be an effective one. Okay, so while preparing the advertisement, these things are or the things should be stricken in the minds of them. Okay? All these things we've seen in the last class. Then we have seen about the that ad company also. Then we have seen how the advertisement budget is being framed by them. Then we have seen about the media strategies. Then after that we have seen one more promotion called sales promotion. Then we have seen about the differences between that is personal selling and publicity, where personal selling means that is selling the product at the door ends of the customer. So without any channel, the manufacturer wants to sell the product through any sales representative or any agents like that. Brokers means that form of selling we call it as a personal selling, where the products will be reached at the door ends of the customer. Now we have to see about unit 4. See, in unit 4 you have a concept called public distribution. Then you have a concept called the distribution mix. Then we are having a concept called managing channel intermediaries, transport, warehousing, distribution strategies, and distribution cost analysis. Okay, so these are the things which are included in your unit 4. See, first thing is why physical distribution. That is, physically we are going to distribute the products to the customer, from manufacturer side to the customer. So in my slide I have just explained you that how the product is getting delivered from the producer to the customer. See, while seeing the chart itself, you can see that when a producer wants to sell the product to the customer directly, means they can do that. That is also one form of physical distribution, that we call it as a personal selling. Or else the producer can choose the resellers and then they can do their exchange function. So this is the entire process of physical distribution. So what they are doing is, from the producer side, the goods or the services getting transferred to the customer through a channel, means that we call it as a distribution channel. That for this process we call it as a physical distribution process. Okay, then so how we can define a physical distribution is, it's a set of activities concerned with the efficient movement of finished goods from the end of production to the consumer. That is, it's a complete process. This physical distribution is a complete process where we can see the movement of the finished goods. That is, from the end of producer to the end of customer. So that process we call it as a physical distribution. It's a complete set. So from the doors of producer, it reaches to the doors of consumer, means that process we call it as a physical distribution. So we can define this physical distribution as a set of activities concerned with the efficient movement of finished goods. See, finished good only, not it is a raw material, finished good. See, from the producer side, the finished goods is getting transferred to the consumer side. So that process we call it as a physical distribution. In that process, what we are doing is, we are involving the handling and moving of raw materials and finished products from the producer to the consumer via an intermediary. This can be done with the help of, this transformation work from the producer to the consumer. This transformation work is being carried out with the help of channel members, means we call that process as we call this physical distribution with intermediary channels. We can also see the producer can also distribute their product to the consumer through agents, through brokers, or through channel members. Later on in the slides we can see who are those channel members. Okay, so this is also one form of physical distribution. The thing is, how the producer is distributing the products from their side to the consumer side, that we call it as a physical distribution. So why this producer is doing this physical distribution is the main objective for doing this physical distribution is in order to maximize their profit. See, the products which are finished in their manufacturing site should be transferred to the consumer so that the producer can earn profit. If the products are retained in the manufacturing site itself, means that product cannot be consumed by the consumer, and that stage the producer cannot yield any profit. So if the manufacturer or the producer wants to do this transformation process, means they are in need of physical distribution process. So the main thing for doing this physical distribution is in order to maximize the profit and also in order to get the customer satisfaction. Okay, so this is the two main objective for doing this physical distribution. The main objective for doing this physical distribution is one is profit maximization, and another one is consumer satisfaction. Apart from these two objectives, the producer is carrying out this physical distribution because of some reasons. One is these four are also considered to be the objective for doing this physical distribution. See, objective is for what reason they are doing, that we call it as an objective. So the main objective, see, in Tamil we used to say that nokam. Why for we are doing this physical distribution is in order to enhance the profit and also in order to maintain or in order to get the customer satisfaction only this producer is doing this physical distribution. And apart from these two, the producer is doing this physical distribution for the reasons of called to make available the right goods in the right quantity at right time and at right place at least cost. Okay, so the main thing for doing this physical distribution is the producer wants to transfer their goods in a right quantity and also at the right time and also at the right place. So for all these things only this physical distribution is carried out. So apart from customer satisfaction, apart from profit maximization, this producers or manufacturers are doing this physical distribution for certain reasons also. So see, the reasons are, if they want to make their product available at the right time, right quantity, at the right place, means they have to do this physical distribution. Then if they want to achieve minimum inventory level and speeder transportation, means they need to do this physical distribution process. Then if they want to establish price of products by effective management of physical distribution activities, and if they want to gain a competitive advantage over rivals, that is competitors, means they need to do this physical distribution. So these four is also considered to be the objective. So these are the reasons why the manufacturer or the producer is doing this physical distribution. Then importance of physical distribution, for what reason they are doing, so and also for how much important this physical distribution processes, means if they want to deliver their product in a right time and also in the right place, means they have to do the physical distribution. And this helps in reducing the distribution cost, helps in stabilization of price, improved consumer services. Consumer services means right time and at the right place. If the producer wants to deliver the product at the right time and also in a right place, means they need to do this physical distribution. So this question can be asked in your 5 marks. There is importance of physical distribution, and also the objectives can be asked in your 5 marks. Then moving on to the next concept called components of physical distribution. Components means elements. What makes this physical distribution? So we have five components. One is first process. Components or elements. Okay, these makes the physical distribution. First one is order processing. That is, order processing is the process where starts before production also. So after getting the order only, the manufacturing side will start doing the production activity. See, order processing is the starting point of any distribution activity. Order processing includes like receiving the order, that is getting the order. Second one is how they are going to handle that particular order, and how they are going to grant the credit policy, then invoicing, then dispatching, then collecting bills, etc. So order processing is the process where it includes receiving the order and how they are going to handle that particular order, and what sort of credit policies they are going to follow, then how they are going to collect the money from the resellers or that middle persons and all these things comprises or comes under an order processing activity. Then second component for physical distribution is storage. That is, storage means how they are going to store their product. So this storage means making proper arrangement for retaining the goods in a proper condition till they are demanded by the customer. See, once the product is getting finished in the manufacturing site, means it should be stored in a particular place. So using the storage only, they can from that storage place only they will be dispatching all the things to the different corners of the world. Okay, so for that purpose they are in need of storage activity. So storage means they are going to store their finished product in the particular location. So that can be that storage place can be called as a warehousing also. See, once they get the order from the customers, means they will be dispatching all these things. This thing we can see in Amazon, Flipkart and all. What they are doing is they are just transferring the goods from their side to the, that is from the site, from the reseller to the different locations, storing locations. From there only what they are doing is they are just dispatching all those things. Okay, once they receive the order from the customers, they'll be dispatching their goods. That is in warehouse. Warehouse is nothing but storing area. So storing warehouse, we have two forms of warehouses. One we call it as a storage warehouse. Second one we call it as a distribution warehouse. See, what is the difference between this storage warehouse and distribution warehouse? Means storage warehouse is the place which helps the producers to store the goods for a long and medium period of time. That is, once the goods are getting finished and once the goods are finalized, means from the manufacturing location it will be transferred or it will be shifted to the storage warehouse. So in that storage warehouse, the products will be there for a long term. Once the product, once they get the order from the customer side, means they'll be dispatching to the other ends. So that place we call it as a storage warehouse, where the goods will be stored for a long period time. Okay, warehouse, this distribution warehouses means that will be useful for facilitating the assembling the product and redistributing it within a short period. Okay, see, for example, if the manufacturing location is in America, means that we cannot store the product for a long term, and if we people from India wants that product, means that thing should be transferred from America to the India, so it takes a long time. In that case, what the manufacturer will be doing is they'll be having a particular distribution warehouses in any middle of these two countries. In that place we call it as a distribution warehouses. See, storage warehouse, we in that example, the storage warehouses, the warehouses which are in America, whereas the distribution warehouses means that is that is a middle where from between India and America. So that we call it as a distribution warehouses. So in that distribution warehouses, the goods will be for a short period of time only. Once they receive the order, means they will be shifted that product to the customer. So we have two types of warehouses. One we call it as a storage warehouse. I'm sorry. Another one is distribution warehouses. And third component of this physical distribution is inventory control. Inventory means goods. Okay, Inventory here refers to the goods, that is efficient control of goods stored in the warehouses. How far the goods are getting stored, there should be a proper measurement, or there should be some any criteria. So those things we call it as an inventory control. So in this inventory control will be followed in the storage houses only, so that they will be maintaining some any particular quantity numbers or like that, or measuring safety measures like that. So these are the things we call it as an inventory control. This inventory control refers to an effective control of goods stored in the warehouses. Okay. Then next component for physical distribution is material handling. So this material handling includes all those activities which are associated in moving products when it leaves the manufacturing plant, but before it is loaded on the transport. That we call it as a material handling. That is, it is a process, or it is a process how the those things are getting handled. That is, materials are handled from the manufacturing side to the customer side. Okay, so in that material handling only, they'll be following the safety measures, because they need to follow the safety measures since the product is getting transferred. That is, the product will be in the transit area. They should follow the safety measures also. Then another component of physical distribution is transport. So without this component, they cannot transfer their goods from their end to the another end. So this is an important component for physical distribution. That is movement of the goods from the warehouses to the customer destination. Okay, so what we can do is here we can see loading process and also unloading process. So here what they're going to do is they're going to load the finished goods, and they need to unload the goods in the customer side. So this is the process which they are going to do in the transportation activity. So this is also an important component of the physical distribution. So with this component only, they can deliver the product from one end to the another end. Okay. So how they will see, the manufacturer or the producer will have to choose what sort of transportation can be available for, or what sort of transportation will it be applicable for the particular product. Means they have to think about certain factors before choosing this transportation. We have many transportation forms. That is, one road transport, second one is railway transport, third one is water transport, fourth one is air transport. Then we are just transferring the products like petroleum, all these things, fuel and all. It is getting transferred through pipelines. Okay, so these all these comes under transportation only. So that we have so many forms of transportation. Before choosing the transportation for a particular product, the producer will think about certain factors. Those factors are cost for the transport. Second one is availability. See, if the cost is more for transportation, means they will the producer will increase the profit margin. Profit margins, they'll be fixing the price of the product in a high rate. So all these things can be excluded if they think about these factors. So based on the transportation cost, based on the availability of the mode, then speed, reliability, frequency, safety, suitability of the mode. So all these factors to be considered before choosing the transport. See, for a particular, the producer has to decide what sort of transport will be helpful for them. So for that, what they have to do is they need to see the availability, and at the same time they have to think about the cost also. If the transportation cost is increased, if the transportation cost is huge, means they will dump all those costs in the MRP only. So at the last or at the end, the customers will be at the very pathetic situation, because they are the person who are going to buy the product. So if the producer does not want to what does not want to hurt the customer, means they can think all these things before choosing the transportation process. So these factors are the things to be considered by the producer while choosing the transportation process. So they need to think about the cost, they need to think about the available, they need to think about the speed. See, for example, if they want to transfer any food item, means so that food item won't be last for they don't have any more durable time. So those things should be transferred in a speed manner. So based on the nature of the product also, they need to think about this transportation process. Okay, then we have so see, in this slide I have just shown you how this road transport is carried out. So this is the ancient form of transport where we used to see in the daily in a day-to routine life. We are seeing this type of transport. This transport may be through different means, like in ancient times and all, they are using animals, and now like bullock, camel and all, and nowadays what they are doing is they are using this lorries and all for transferring the goods. Okay, so this road transport is considered to be a more flexible and economical one, and this road transport can be suitable for many kinds of products. So if the producer wants to transport their product, means they can choose this form of transport that we call as a road transport. So through roadways, they can transit their products. And the second form is we have railways also. We have separate trains for this transferring this goods. We call it as a goods train. See, in that the passengers won't be available. What they will be doing is they will be simply transferring the goods. So this is also in one form of transport. Third one is we have water transport, that is through ships and all. We are just transferring the products. So this waterway is also an important mode of transport for heavy and bulk goods, that is in large quantities, means they can choose this water transport. So what is the main disadvantage for this water transport is they will be taking much time. Okay, so the goods which like electronic goods or any machineries, means they can transport using this water transport. Since it incurs more time, this water transport cannot be used by for many products. So if a producer wants to deliver or transfer huge quantities, means they can use this form of transport. Then we have air transport also. Air transport means using airlines as we can transfer. Transport, see what things can be transferred using air transport is perishable items. As I said, if the life cycle for the particular product is very less, or the product is a perishable item, means that, and if the product should be transferred in overnight, means they can use this air transport. The major disadvantage for this air transport is money. Okay, they'll be charging high freight charges. So, and at the same time, what we cannot do is we cannot carry high quantities also. Okay, so, and major disadvantage for this air transport is climatic condition. We cannot say that the climate will be like this for 2 days or 3 days, like that we cannot say. Okay, so the major disadvantage for this air transport is it incurs a huge cost. Freight charges will be more, and we cannot also carry more quantity, and at the same time we cannot rely on the climatic condition also. So these are considered to be the major disadvantages for the air transport. Okay, then we have one more form of transport, what we call it as a pipelines. For transporting this crude, refined petroleum, all these fuel, gases and all, that thing cannot be transferred to the container through containers, ship or something like that. Okay, in that case what they can do is they can just transfer through any pipelines. It is an economical mode. This form of transport is an economical mode where it involves less handling and labor cost, but it is the slowest mode of transportation. See, this pipeline transportation is slowest mode. What we can gain is it will involves less handling process only, and at the same time it is an economical one also. So only this natural gases, fuel things and all are getting transferred using pipelines. Okay, so these are different forms of transport. See, we have five. I'm not sure, 5 or 4. See, we have road transport, we have railway transport, we have water transport, we have air transport, and we have pipelines. So these are the different forms of transportation. Main objective for doing this transportation work is in order to transport the goods from the customer, from the producer to the side to the customer side. This transportation action is being carried out. So in that the producer should think about some factors. So based on that factors only, they can choose what sort of transportation will it be applicable for the particular product. So based on the nature of the product and all, they will be choosing this different ways. So this thing can be asked in your 5 marks or 10 marks, and that time you have to explain it in a detailed manner. Then after that, we have to see about a concept called distribution mix. So this thing only I have said you in the 5 major components. Okay, distribution mix and the components of the physical distribution are same. Don't get confused. Okay, these 2 things are similar only. Say they can be asked like explain distribution mix, or they can ask as explain about the major components of physical distribution. These 2 things are same only. So in that case, you have to explain about the inventory. You have to explain about the warehousing. That is the types, 2 types of warehousing. Then you have to explain about the communication, packaging, and transport. Okay. Then moving on to the next concept called distribution channel. Channel means what we can say is channel means way, vali. Okay, so vali. So distribution channel. What sort of ways the producer is doing to distribute their product from their end to the customer end. So that we call it as a distribution channel. So channel means way. Okay, through a proper way only we can distribute the product. So that thing we call it as a distribution channel. So distribution channel can be as short as a direct transaction from the vendors to the consumer. Vendors means what? Producers. Okay, or may include several interconnected intermediaries. Intermediary means the person who are at the middle. That is between the producer and the customer. We call those persons as an intermediaries. Okay, so who are the persons who call it as an intermediaries? Means we have wholesalers, we have retailers, we have brokers, etc. Okay, see, this is the channel, distribution channel. See, we have 3 types of channel. First is a type we call it as a 0 level. That is direct distribution. In that slide itself, I have shown you how the product is getting transferred. See, the product is in the hands of a manufacturer and it just gets transferred to the customer without any middle person. They are just doing means that we call it as a direct distribution. That is 0 level distribution. This is option number 1. So if the manufacturer wants to deliver or distribute the product to the customer means they can also distribute without any middle persons. So that form of distribution we call it as a 0 level or direct distribution. See, in the second option where we can see and one more new person called retailer. See, this retailer is a person who is in between the manufacturer and also at the customer. So he is the person who is just mediating between the manufacturer and the customer. What the retailer will be doing is they will be collecting the goods from the manufacturer, and this retailer will be delivering the goods to the customer. So this is also one form of distribution channel. We call it as a one-level distribution channel. This is also an option available for the manufacturer to distribute the product. And one more option is available, that is wholesaler and the retailer. See, here we can see two new persons, that is wholesaler and the retailer. What these two persons will be doing is, the wholesaler is a person will be getting the product from the manufacturer in the bulk quantity. Okay, so the wholesaler is a person who will be getting the things from the manufacturer in the bulk quantity. So what the wholesaler will be doing is they will be just delivering the goods to the retailer. So retailer is the person who is going to break that bulk. Okay, wholesaler is the person who is going to receive the products in a bulk quantity, whereas the retailer is the person who is going to break that bulk. He is going to just break that that bulk quantity into a small quantities. So from the retailer, the customers will be receiving. So this three forms of distribution channel are followed by the manufacturers. So with the help of this distribution channel only, they are just delivering the goods to the customer. So this entire process, we call it as a distribution channel. Channel means way. How the goods are being distributed from the manufacturer to the customer. So while on seeing the functions for distribution channel, why for this distribution channel is being followed by the manufacturer means, in order to make the proper flow to the market, in order to make a proper product flow. If they want to sell the product, if they want to move the product from their end to the market, means they need to adapt this distribution channel only. So that seems to be the major function of distribution channel. Then second one is time and place utility. Then third one is satisfaction of the consumer. Fourth one is contact between the consumer and the producer. And another one is the rest of the functions. Okay, so this channel members only will have a direct contact with the customer. So if a company wants to do any alteration, or if the company wants to renovate their product, means they will be getting all sort of inputs from this middleman only. Why? Because they are getting from this middleman means they are the person who are in the direct contact with the customer. Okay, so we have a retailer, we have wholesaler. So this process is like a chain process. See, the product is getting transferred from the manufacturer to the wholesaler. From the wholesaler, it goes to the retailer, and from the retailer, it goes to the hands of customer. Okay. What they will be doing is, the retailer, again the process is cycle. When the manufacturer wants to get a feedback for the particular product, means they will be getting the retailer will be getting the feedback from the customer. From the retailer, the wholesaler will be getting the feedback, and the wholesaler will be transferring the feedback to the manufacturer. So this is the complete cycle which is carried out in the distribution channel. So these are the three forms of distribution. This thing can also be asked in your examination. See, again, also I have just made a clear description in this slide. See how the marketing channel is being carried out for a consumer goods. Consumer goods means the product which are consumed by the day-to-day activity, which fulfills the needs of the day-to-day activities. That things we call it as a consumer products. So if the producer wants to deliver the goods directly, means they can use the direct channel, or they can also to adapt retailers. They can also use the wholesaler, distributor, all these persons. Okay, so if they want to have a retail channel, means they'll be choosing the retailer, and if they want to choose the wholesale channel, means they'll be choosing the wholesaler or distributor like that persons. After that, they'll be transferring to the retailer, and at the last, their product will be handed over in the hands of consumer. Okay. So this is also this slide also will tells you how the market channel is being carried out. Then functions of distribution channel, as we seen in the previous slide. The main functions for distribution channel is in order to promote or in order to transfer the product. So if the manufacturer wants to have the widest possibility of audience, means if they wants to reach the audience, if they wants to deliver the product to the nook and corners of the world, means they need this proper distribution channel. So the companies or the manufacturing companies are spending chunk amount of money for this distribution channel. Why for? Means in order to deliver their goods. Okay. If the manufacturer wants to deliver the goods, and if the manufacturer wants to reach a wide scope of audience, means they need to think about this distribution channel. Then if they want to promote their goods, if they want to do a good selling process, if they want to share the risk and responsibility, and if they want to have a proper reputation, means they have to do this distribution channel. So these are considered to be the functions of distribution channel. Then moving on to the next concept called factors. Okay. So this marketing distribution mix, we have some factors to be considered by the producer while choosing this marketing channel. Okay. So I have just split out the factors into 5 factors. First one is product related factor, second one is company related factors, third one is competitive factor, fourth one is market related factor, and fifth one is environmental factors. So these factors are the factors to be considered while choosing the market channel. See, we have 3 forms of market channel. In that, we have to choose any one. Okay, right? So in that case, while choosing a one from out of 3, we have to think about these factors. So what sort of factors are there? Means we have to think about the product factors. In product factors, what we have to see is we have to think about the nature of the product. we have to see whether the product is in a perishable one. So then the unit value of the product, then product complexity. Okay. So these are the product related factors while choosing the choosing channel. Okay. Based on the product only, the producer can choose the market channel. As I said, if the product has a low duration, if the product doesn't have any doesn't have a long period, means a long period of durability, means that thing should be delivered to the customer in a short time itself. So those products should be transferred in a short duration of time. So based on the duration of based on the lifespan of the product only, the marketing channel can be chosen. Okay. So in the factors determining this market channel, first one is product related factors. So this product related factors are the things to be considered, the criteria to be considered before choosing the market channel. So in this product related factors, we have to think about different dimensions of the product. Second thing is we have company related factors. See, the factors which are related to the company policies, company fund availability, all these things. Okay. So these factors are also should be considered. So in company related factors, we have finance available, core competency, degree of control. Okay. So these things comes under company related factors. So without seeing these 3 things, we cannot choose a particular marketing channel for a particular product. Okay. So these 3 comes under company related issues. Okay, or considered as a company issue. So those things should be also considered before determining the market channel. Then next one is competitive factor. Competitive factor is that is competitors. Okay. Competitors channel of distribution, how the competitors are doing their this marketing channel process, then what sort of policies they are following. So we can also think, we can also look after that policies also, which is followed by the competitors. So based on that also, a company can also choose this marketing channel. So they have to see before choosing the market channel, they have to see this competitive factors also. Competitive factors are nothing but competitive factors are nothing but competitors. Okay, so this is the third thing. Then fourth factor is market related factors. Okay, market related factors means they have to see about the market size, whether it is a mass one or it is a small one. Then we have to see about the geographical concentration, then quantity purchase. Okay, these things these three things comes under the market size. So market related information. So these things also be considered before choosing the market channel. Okay, then environmental factors. Environmental factors is legal environment, that is legal policies, then economic conditions. Okay, these 5 factors are considered to be the important factors that should be considered before choosing the marketing channel. This thing also can be asked in your 10 marks. Then when a company is following this marketing channel activity means they need to manage that channel. How they can manage that channel means how they can manage that channel means they have to get a proper feedback from the retailer or wholesaler, like that, and also they need to do an alteration based on the feedbacks also. So through this method only, through this process only, they can manage the channel. During this managing the marketing channel, they need to do 2 works. Okay, what the company has to do is they need to do the motivation work. See, channel motivation should be done by the hands of producer. So to whom they have to do is they need to do the motivation for the middleman person, that is what, that wholesaler and retailer, broker, agents, distributor, so and so. So these persons are to be motivated. This motivation work can be done by the producers only. So how they can motivate these middleman means what they can do is they can do an high special. They can increase their commission, they can increase the incentives, they can increase the premiums, they can channel. During this managing the channel process, they need to do this channel motivation. And the second thing what they have to do is they have to sort out this channel conflict. Conflict means problems. Okay, usually we when since this process is the cyclic one, and also it includes n number of persons, that arises a conflict. So this channel conflict should be solved by should be taken care by this manufacturers only. Channel conflict can arise when one intermediary actions prevent another intermediary from achieving their objectives. So in what form the channel conflict can arise means it can be arise in the 2 forms. That is, one is vertical conflict and another one is horizontal conflict. Horizontal conflict means conflict that occurs between the intermediaries at the same level with the channel, whereas vertical conflict means within between the levels within a channel. So vertical conflict occurs between the levels within a channel, whereas horizontal conflict occurs between the intermediaries at the same level within a channel. So while managing this marketing channel process, the producers has to do these 2 activities. That is, they has to motivate also, and also they need to take care of this channel conflict also. So the 2 actions should be carried out by the producers. Then we have a separate topic called distribution strategies. The strategies means methods. Okay, so how this distribution process is being carried out means using these strategies only. How they can push the product from the producer to the consumer means through these strategies only. They are just distributing their products. We have three strategies. That is, one we called as an exclusive distribution. Second one is intensive distribution. Third one is selective distribution. See, intensive distribution, this intensive distribution, otherwise called as mass distribution. So mass distribution means if the products like snacky items, magazines, soft drinks, etc., means that the producer has to deliver in a large quantity, and also the producer should taken care of n number of customers. The customer size will be very wide. Okay, so in that case, the producer should do this mass distribution. Mass distribution means what they can do is they can have many number of retailers or many number of distributors, so that they can distribute their product to they can do the product to n number of customers. Okay, so this mass distribution or intensive distribution can be distribution strategy can be carried out for this FMCG goods and all. What this FMCG producers will be doing is they'll be following this kind of strategy only. This mass distribution can be done with the help of many distributors, so that they'll be having many distribution outlets. Through that outlets or through that in the distributors, they'll be distributing the products. Second form of distribution, we have selective distribution. Selective distribution means what they will be doing is the manufacturer may choose to restrict the number of outlets handling a product. Example, brands of craft tools or large. The best example for this is electronic items. See, if he goes to Vivek or this Satya and all, what we can see is they will be handling the electronic items only, where we can see n number of brands. If we want to, they'll be having n number of brands for a particular product, but they won't be selling apart from that electronic items. They'll be selling only the electronic items only. What they'll be doing is they'll be selling this electronic items in a different brands also, where we can see many brands, and apart from that electronic items, we cannot see any more items there. Okay, so that form of distribution we call it as a selective distribution. Through certain outlets, they'll be doing this distribution activities. Then we have exclusive distribution. The exclusive distribution means they'll be having an exclusive outlet. Okay, see, if we want to buy any Samsung mobile means, then we can go for a Samsung outlet where we can see only Samsung products. And if I want to buy any Vivo products, I can go to Vivo and I will get Vivo products only. So like that, in that particular outlet, they'll be selling only their brand only. So exclusively, they'll be distributing the particular brand only. So in that brand, we can get, in that outlet, we can get their brands. We cannot see their brands in different outlets. Okay, this form of distribution, we call it as an exclusive distribution. Okay, so we have three distribution strategies. One we call it as a mass distribution. That is intensive distribution, where the producers will be having n number of distributors. Through them, they'll be just distributing. Then second distribution strategy we called as a selective distribution strategy, and third we called as an exclusive distribution strategy. Okay, so in exclusive distribution, they'll be having an exclusive outlet. So through that outlet only, they'll be just selling their products. See, in my slide, I've just shown you. See, in this first intensive, what we can see is manufacturer is one. Okay, manufacturer is one, but the channel width is more. See, from the manufacturer, it is just transferred to three wholesalers. From the 3 wholesalers, it is transferred to n number of retailers. So through retailers, the product is getting transferred to the consumer. This is one form of distribution strategy where we can see a wide channel. Okay, the width of the channel is huge. So we have many wholesalers, we have many retailers. Okay, so that what the ultimate aim for having n number of retailers and n number of wholesalers is in order to cover the market area. So if the manufacturer wants to cover entire market area, that manufacturer has to increase that channel width. That is what? Increasing the number of wholesalers and retailers. In second form, we have one manufacturer. From the hands of one manufacturer, it just transferred to two wholesalers. From that each wholesaler, it just transferred to only 2 retailers. Okay, where we can see only 6% only. Okay, so what here what we can see is we have less number of channel members. So ultimately, the coverage for the market also will be less also. Okay, so if the manufacturer wants to cover the market, if the manufacturer wants to cover the entire market, means they has to increase the wholesaler and also the retailer. Okay, in the last one, what we can see is that there is one manufacturer, one wholesaler, and one retailer. Okay, so through that wholesaler only, through that retailer only, the customers can get the product. Okay, so this is the entire thing which is carried out in this marketing strategy. So these are the 3 forms of strategies available for distributing the product. So then I just differentiated, because this differentiation will explain you in a better way, I think so. See, this selective distribution or intensive distribution. Okay. What refers to a product distribution strategy that involves more than one distributor in a specific geographic location. So if they want to cover the entire, if they want to cover a particular area, means they can have a selective distribution. And what they'll be doing, they'll be selling the products like television, furniture, home appliances, brands and all. So the manufacturers who are handling these products like television, furniture, home appliances and all, means they can choose the selective distribution. Whereas the manufacturer who wants to sell the like automobiles, domestic appliances, means they can use this exclusive distribution, where they will be having a particular separate outlet. Through that outlet, they will be just transferring they will be distributing the products. Okay. Then advantages of exclusive distribution. We have certain advantages for exclusive distribution. See, in exclusive distribution, what we can see is a particular or separate outlet. Okay, in that outlet, we can get their products alone. So what we can see here is we are having only a less number of middle person. That is, there will be one wholesaler and also one retailer. Okay. So what is the main advantage of this exclusive distribution is we can have the loyalty, that is dealer loyalty. Okay. A particular if there is any problem or if a conflict arises, means that particular dealer will take care of that particular issue. So we can have a dealer loyalty there. Okay. So this dealer loyalty is considered to be the advantage in this exclusive distribution. And also we can get sales support. That is, sales support here is post sales. Okay, after this sales, we have the customers will be in need of the services and all, right. So in that case, in this exclusive distribution, where the customers can get this sales support also, and there will be a control over the retailer, since the persons involving between this manufacturer and the customer or less in number, that we have a control mechanism. Okay. So since the persons are in less number, the manufacturer also gets a control over them. So the product will be delivered in a right manner. And the main advantage for this exclusive distribution is where the manufacturer can also forecast the market. Forecast means what? Predicting the market. That is predicting the future market. So this forecasting can be applicable. This forecasting can be available in terms of this exclusive distribution. In exclusive distribution, the manufacturer can forecast the particular market, and based on that forecasting, they can design or they can do an updation, or even they can decline the product. Okay. So all these alteration works or all these add-on works can be done or seen in this exclusive distribution. And one more advantage of this exclusive distribution is inventory control. Okay, inventory control. So the product will be delivered in the right time, the right place, and also in a right quantity. See, just differentiated based on three criteria called as suitability of channel, number of middlemen, and advantages to the customer. See, in exclusive distribution, for what sort of goods it is applicable means, we can use for this cars, designer garments, designer jewelry, watches, and all. So the manufacturer who is carrying out this products can have this form of strategy, exclusive distribution strategy. So the main advantage for doing this exclusive distribution is they'll have an assured quality, personalized service, that is customized service, exclusiveness of the brand, better need fulfillment. So these things can be seen in this exclusive distribution. Okay. See, here in this exclusive distribution, there will be one middleman only. Why? For me, they'll be having a particular specific outlets, so they won't be in need of many middlemen. So we can see one middleman only in exclusive distribution. There will be one middleman only. That is, between the manufacturer and the customer, there will be one middleman only. So this exclusive distribution can be applicable for cars, designer garments, designer jewelry, watches, etc. Okay. Then the selective distribution strategy can be applicable for TV, auto parts, computer, and all, where we can see few number of middlemen. That is, between this manufacturer and this customer, there will be few number of middlemen. Okay. So the major advantage for this selective distribution is prestigious products. Okay. Then we have one more distribution called intensive distribution, where we can see many number of many number of middlemen. Why we can see many number of middlemen means in order to grab the geographical location, and in order to widen their channel means they are in need of middlemen only. So in that case, they need to increase the number of middlemen. Okay. So this distribution, intensive distribution strategy is adapted by soap products, toothpaste, washing. See, in a simple, we can say that FMCG products. Okay. So for these products, for these producers, they can use this intensive distribution strategy. Then apart from these strategies like intensive, selective, exclusive, we have two more strategies which is adapted by the distribution channel. One is called push strategy, another one is called pull strategy. Okay. Push strategy means, see, in this this slide will tell you what these two persons are doing. See, in push, what the person is doing is just pushing. What the person who is in the pull one is doing is just pulling out. Okay. These are the two strategies which is adapted by the marketers. If the marketer uses intensive advertising and incentives aimed at distributors, especially retailers, wholesalers, they can adopt this push strategy. Push strategy means the manufacturer can push their product from their end with the help of middlemen, with the help of advertising, that is what the help of this promotional mix, or with the help of these, they can push their product from their end to the customer end. So that sort of strategy we call it as a push strategy. That is, the marketer uses intensive advertising and incentives. That is, they will be concentrating on the middlemen also, and they will be concentrating on the promotional activities also. So if they do these two means, that to be strategy we call it as a push strategy. They are just pushing their product from there into the customer end. Okay, this is one type of strategy, and another one is pull strategy. What the marketer will do is he will just promote the product directly to the customer. So from the marketer, the marketer itself will promote the product to the consumer. So that sort of strategy we call it as a pull strategy. Okay, in push strategy, what they'll be doing is they'll be doing episodic campaigns, advertising, fast burn, broad media, broadcast, customer tune out, all these things. That is what they need to push the product from their end. They need to push the product to the customer. For that, they'll be doing all sort of activities like using this middleman, using the promotional that is advertising, all those things. They'll be just pushing their product. Whereas in pull, what they'll be doing is the marketer itself will pull the product to the customer. That is what the customer itself will go and seek that particular product. I just see in this slide we can see the differences. What the magnet used to do is the magnet used to attract the things. Okay, so using the magnet we can attract the ions. Simply what the magnet will do is, it just if we place the magnet in a particular place, it just will grab the ion particles. Okay, like that, if the marketer or the manufacturer improvise their product in terms of any salient features or in terms of any competitive advantage, or if they increase the features of the product, means ultimately the customer will come and use that particular product. Okay, there the marketer will not in need of any pushing activity. Simply the product itself will go to the hands of customer. That is, the customer itself will come and seek the particular product. Okay, so whereas in push, what the marketer has to do, he has to push from their end. Okay, so what what are the pros and cons? That is, advantages and disadvantages. Means in push marketing, this push marketing helps new brands get out of the feed. If the marketer wants to sell a new product to the market, means there they have to do this push activity. That is what they need to concentrate on the advertising. They have to give any particular coupons. They have to decrease. They have to give discounts. They have to. They need to bring the. Or else what we can say is they have to push their product in the minds of consumer. Okay, for that, for pushing their product, they need to concentrate on certain activities. As I said, you like giving discounts, giving offers. We can say 1+1 like that, 30% offer, 40% offer like that. So, or else in some brands, what we can say is, if we buy one product, means they'll be giving same product for the free of cost. And what they'll be doing is they'll be giving all those written policies and all. So like all these decorative offers only, they can just pushing their product. Okay, so if the marketer wants to market a new product or wants to introduce a product in the market, means they can use this push strategy. So goods for the niche market can have this push marketing. Whereas disadvantages means they lacks a targeted approach, can be more expensive. Okay, see, they have to spend, the marketer or the producer has to spend more chunk amount of money for this pushing. for doing this pushing activity, the manufacturer has to spend a lot. Okay, so we consider this push marketing as an expensive one. Whereas in this pull marketing, we can say we can have certain advantages like users know what they are looking for. If the product is a good product, if the product has a salient features, if the product is if the product is having a particular competitive advantage or particular unique feature, means ultimately the consumer will go and seek that particular product. Okay, so if they do the improvisation in the product itself, the manufacturer do the improvisation in the product itself, means that product will be easily goes to the hands of customer using this pull marketing. Even this pull marketing also has certain disadvantages. That is, it requires constant attention and works best when there is already a brand loyalty. Okay, if a particular brand is having a good name, if the particular brand is having a good name, means in that brand, if there is a new product, means that product will be easily moved to the hands of customer. Whereas if the brand is not having a good reputation or a good name, means a product which is coming from that brand won't reach the hands of a customer. Okay, so these are the two strategies, that is push and pull strategies, which is adapted by the manufacturers. Okay, so totally we have 5 strategy. We have 5 strategy, that is exclusive, intensive strategy, selective intensive distribution, selective distribution, and exclusive distribution. Apart from that, we have 2 more strategies, that is push and pull strategies. Okay, then in the 4th unit you have a last topic called distribution cost analysis. Okay, in the previous slide we have seen many things about the distribution. We have seen how this distribution process is being carried out with the help of middlemen and also without the help of middlemen. Okay, so all these things are seen in previous slide. Now it is a time to see how the company has to do the analysis about this distribution cost. Okay, obviously this distribution process will incur cost. Okay, so this distribution cost should be minimized. This distribution cost should be minimized so that the company can have the profit maximization. Okay, so this they need to do this analysis, that for calculating the distribution cost, we have certain techniques also. See, in that what they will be doing is, while analyzing this distribution cost, they'll be they'll be including the cost incurred in the purchasing. They'll be including the cost incurred in selling process, and also delivery of goods to the customer. Okay, so everything will be comes under this distribution cost. That is for what we can say is distribution cost analysis should be done right from uploading the goods, and also unloading the goods. So during this loading process and also in unloading, meanwhile the cost will be incurred. That cost we call it as a distribution cost. So that cost should be minimized so that the company can increase their profit. So in order to increase their profit, the company has to do this distribution cost analysis. See, it involves a study of cost control, which is directly applicable to the retail and wholesale operation. So what we can say is entire cost which occurred during this distribution process. Okay, so this entire cost means, example, for example, we can say this freight cost. If they want to distribute their product using this air transport, means they'll be having their freight cost, and also this storage cost, then product handling cost, direct selling expenses, advertisement expenses, managerial, personal cost. So all these costs will be comes under the single head called distribution cost. Okay, So while doing this distribution cost, the finance manager has to include all these costs. Okay, so before doing this, so while doing this distribution cost, this cost analysis, they need to include this several types of cost also. Then say example, say I given in some example, so moving the goods to the retailers and the end users. Next one is cost of warehousing, that is the cost which is spent in warehousing, that is in storage location. That thing also should be comes under in this distribution cost only. In first point I said you that moving the goods to the reseller and end user mean what, loading and also unloading. So during that process they occurs cost, so that thing also should be included. Then second one is cost of warehousing. Third one is during transport fees, that is tolls. Toll. So we can see day-to-day activities. And see in that toll, we can see that the lorry drivers are just paying the amount. So that thing also should be included in this distribution cost only. Then for maintenance of the transport vehicle also will be comes under in this distribution cost. Okay. So all these things will be comes under in this distribution cost. Then why a company has to minimize this distribution cost is, and also why a company has to minimize means in order to increase their profit. If they want to increase their profit, they need to minimize the distribution cost. Okay, so how we can minimize this distribution cost means I've just given you some techniques which is followed by the manufacturers. That is, they can avoid small shipments. See, for small shipments, they'll be frequently transporting means they have to pay for the maintenance, they have to pay for the toll. Okay, what they can do is they can do a shipment in a big process or in a huge quantity. Instead of doing for multiple shipments, they can do the shipment in a single process. Okay, then one of the critical factors for increased distribution costs is generally the higher quantum of sales return. Okay, hence a company should strive to lower the sales return to control and reduce the cost. And next one is, a firm must not depend on one logistic provider. It should continuously negotiate the terms with the logistic provider to get the best deal. What they can do is they can change their logistic provider. So who is ready to do at a low affordable cost means they can choose that particular logistic provider, so that they can minimize their distribution cost. Okay, then what they can do is they can use the technology. Then they can use the missions, automatic tasking missions, so that they can track their product during this shipment process. So usually this kind of problems arises during this transportation process. So the manufacturer has to locate where their product is. So for that purpose, they can use their technology. Then what they can do is they can do an comparative analysis of the demand and how urgently the customer needs will also. So they need to do the comparative analysis also. Based on the need, they can do this distribution process. Okay. So this is how they can minimize this distribution cost. Okay. So with this, we are just ending up the classes. So these are the things which are in your unit 4. And with this, I think I can conclude the class. Thank you for this wonderful session. And I thank Bhadas University for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Hello, madam. Muchacha.
Muchachi, sir.
Nalik unga class thana?
Ama, sir. Nalik 9 to 1:30.
9 to 1:30.
Sorry, 10:30.
10:30 to 12.
9 to 10:30, sir.
Sorry. 9 to 10:30.
9 to 10:30.
Okay.
நாளை வர முடியுது சார்.
ஆமாமா, நாளை முடியுது. அடுத்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர் ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
சார்?
நான் அடுத்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர் ஆரம்பிக்கணும், ஷெட்யூல் எனக்கு வரல.
சரிங்க சார்.
நான் ஷெட்யூல் கொடுக்கறதா வெயிட் பண்ணேன்.
திருப்பி பார்க்கலாம் சார்.
ஓகே. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, sir.